The 2023 Welsh National Surfing Championships, sponsored by Pura Vida, among others. And I am here with event director Mark Vaughan, who's going to start off calling the heats with me today. And Vaughanie, we got some surf on offer and a day's surfing ahead. What's news?
Good morning, Tom. Good morning, all. Good morning to everyone tuning in, wherever you may be, right away around the world. Yes, we have slightly improved swell conditions this morning. Shoulder high, it's still on the drop, the tide, so the wind is how I think the Jeffreys locals would describe as a devil wind, coming from the southeast.
Side chop, yeah.
Yeah, it's got that nasty side chop, but we are anticipating, Tom, that will sort of ease up and clean up throughout the day, and the swell will build a little. So head high maybe on the push. And we are starting, we've got the under-18s under the way already, got a second heat to follow, and then we've got Longboard, open couple of rounds, and then we'll see how the day pans out. But a really full day, a little bit wet, but that's going to help my rather singed skin after yesterday's beautiful sunshine. I think there's a few people looking a little tomato-like.
Yeah. People are grateful for the refuge today, aren't they? The refuge of cloud. Yeah.
It was it was the first kind of sunny, warm day of the year, really, wasn't it?
And we had a bit of waves.
Yeah, beautiful, clean conditions.
Good bit of surfing last night. Classy conditions for the juniors.
Yeah, really enjoyed watching that last heat, particularly Thomas O'Leary.
Yeah,
some really clean rail surfing, and this first heat is already completed because it took a little while to get online. A few technical issues this morning. Tom, what have we got results-wise? Where are we?
Yeah, so going from this first heat, the results were Elliot Barton coming in first in the white. And then we've got Tom Sheldon came second. And Ewan Buick, after surfing so well last night, has been eliminated first thing this morning. But, that's the under-18 boys. We're in now to the... so Barton and Sheldon move on to the final. We're in now to the under-18 boys heat 2. And there is the view of the lineup that you can see there in front of you, ladies and gentlemen.
Lovely.
So this is that devil wind you were talking about, Vaughanie?
Yeah, indeed. And just as a reminder to our viewers, there was a link put up last night that captured all the action from the afternoon and evening, just in case you missed any of it or that you weren't able to get online. You can catch up with that. But yes, devil wind, but plenty of surf on display. Grey, wet, miserable Welsh morning. But looking at that last heat, Tom, Elliot Barton, made light work.
Yeah.
And Tom Sheldon, local boy, progressing. He'll be delighted to make the under-18s final because he's had a couple of heartbreakers over the years.
And he needed a little bit of canny priority use to see that one out because Ewan Buick only did need the 2.2 at the end of that heat, and Sheldon managed to keep Buick to the wrong waves.
Yeah, Ewan will be a little disappointed, I'm sure, not to make the final because he's become a bit of a regular over the last couple of seasons. But he's still got a couple of years left, I believe, to see out his under-18 junior years. So, and I'm sure Ewan will be around on the Welsh surfing scene for many, many years to come and continues to improve. So, great to see action underway bright and early this morning. And I've got to, before we sort of kick into official commentary mode, got to thank our, everyone that's helped organise the event, Tom, the Vale of Glamorgan Council, Beach Cafe here, Maria, Atlantic Major Lifeguards, the use of the building, JPL Sounds, who provide this cabin for us. But of course, our headline sponsors of Pura Vida down in Penarth there, My Post, who we discussed yesterday, but also we've got... with us, Welsh Coffee Co.
And we can talk about the Barty rums today.
We can, but not at the moment because we're in under-18 still. So we'll come on to that a little bit later. But we got Mystic as well, who are a new fresh face to the Welsh Surfing Federation. Joe down in Cornwall there is very kindly supporting this event with some fantastic product for our finalists. Yeah. So we've they were very grateful to all. But of course, our headline sponsors, Jim Pura Vida, who's got a long period now, and My Post. Without those guys, we'd
on the back
have a championship. So here we go, Tom. Let's get into the
action
here.
Davis, and two decent turns here, and he's finding an inside connection. Perrins Davis has gone for the Italo Ferreira haircut. Well, it's not called a haircut, is it? It's called a...
I think it's the Gaza Euro 96 bleached hair look, and I'm sure...
Showing our age there, Vaughanie, aren't we?
I think I'm a few more years on you even, Tom. But, for those who don't know who Paul Gascoigne is, he's a very famous English footballer who famously dyed his hair bleach blonde
He
for
did.
the Euro 96 football tournament, which was held in London, of course.
Was
at
it
Wembley.
6? Didn't they thrash Scotland?
Well,
And
I hardly call it thrashing. It was 2-1.
Who did they thrash?
The Netherlands,
The
4-1.
Netherlands, yeah.
S combination, which was, of course, Shearer and Sheringham.
Okay.
Funny enough, we were discussing this last night.
On the front side, Blake Jones, who yesterday was in the longboards. And then behind him, coming off the peak, but hung up, is... Now I reckon I'm wrong. I reckon that was Arthur Buick, followed by Blake Jones.
Yeah, I think you're right there, Tom. And I'll tell you some encouraging signs there. It was a nice little... The left actually looked a little cleaner than the right.
It did.
The right's sort of holding up a bit more to hit. But I'm just looking at what we class as the beach, which is the sandy area or here on the right-hand side, which our viewers probably can't see. And that's looking a lot cleaner than when we first arrived, which would suggest the wind is perhaps starting to shift round to come a bit more cross-off than cross-on. And that should only improve things. But as you can see, a nice-looking set starting to push its way into the lineup here, Tom. And there's a lot of cross-wobble on it, isn't it? So we'll see what happens. And we've got a rider. We've got somebody interested. And
Blake Jones.
Blake Jones, that's an in and out. Yeah, there we go.
So Jones, big into his longboarding. Decent shortboarder. We have a good debate with Blake. Blake's from my hometown, Porthcawl. We have a decent debate with Blake about whether or not he should ride a shortboard more. And Blake argues that he uses the best board for the best conditions on a given day. That does put him in a position where he's now surfing in difficult conditions on a shortboard, where he might not have trained or practiced in these sorts of conditions on a shortboard as much.
Yeah, I've known a few people who like to swap their craft at events, and I've never quite understood how they managed to do that, because it's quite anyone who's ridden a longboard and then moved to a shortboard, there's a hell of a difference.
It's a big enough decision, whether or not to use your round tail or your squash tail or your swallow tail in a contest, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to someone who doesn't change their board, from one surf to the next.
Do you not?
Despite the size, it'd have to be like double overhead plus before I maybe even
right.
consider.
So you don't have a groveler board then, do you? So you'd surf on. Here we go, up and riding, and this is Buick, isn't it? In the yellow. So Vaughan, you're telling us you don't have a groveler board in your quiver then, do you?
Nope.
So you
never had one.
So it's only a step up.
If I'm groveling, it means I'm not going to get through. So that's I don't have the skill set. So I've sussed that out at a very young age, long time ago. So I'm not a great groveler. So and the way I surf, I've tried the fish, and I don't have the natural surfer's flow and style to make one of those work. So I just kind of concede that I'll ride my regular and try and do as the best I possibly can.
I take umbrage with that comment. I saw you when you were coming back from your knee injury, and you were inadvertently doing a Craig Anderson impression.
If I had just 1% of that man's style and finesse, I would be a very happy man. But I've just been getting the looks of somebody who wants to kill me. I get this quite a lot, being contest director, but that's from my fellow kind of
Ooh. And again,
just finish that story off. Jamie Bateman, our official forecaster, and very much my left-hand man when it comes to running this event. Just give me this stare because I rang him at 7:30.
Buick on the front side. Oh, interesting decision about how to deal with that piece of oncoming whitewater. It turned out to be the wrong one, but there we go. Carry on.
Great one, yeah. So I rang Jamie at 7:30 this morning just to try and get the latest intel on what the wind's going to do and swell. And Jamie's usually up at 5:30 do the global surf forecast.
Right.
But his wife Ginny was in bed lying next to him when the phone rang at 7:30, having enjoyed a bank holiday night out. So
oh wow!
I am officially in the doghouse with the Batemans, having woken up. Mrs. Bateman.
You've ruined his one lie-in of the.
Well, he didn't have a lie-in because he was up. He's doing the forecast.
Because he's 364 days a year, isn't he? At that time of the morning,
he is. But his phone was unfortunately left in the bedroom while he was doing the forecast.
That's on Bateman. That's on Bateman.
Yeah, schoolboy.
Jeff, that's on you.
So speaking of schoolboys, we got the under-18s in. And where are we? We've got some scores.
I like that link there, Vaughan.
Ah.
You're getting to be a bit more in the sort of... I'd elevate you to pro-am status on this right now.
It's a long way to go yet, Tom. It's a long day.
Yeah.
Oh, God, I've been called to the judging tower already. Well, that's the end of that.
It's Perrins Davis in the lead, though. And the scores for him, ridden only 2 waves, masterclass, 5.67 and a 3.5. Nice one, Vaughan. I'm sure we'll be seeing you in again shortly.
I'll be back now. Just got a contest control issue.
And then we've got Buick in second. And that is a 2.3 and a 1.3. So at the moment, Blake Jones is going to need something else to go his way. And we love Mark Vaughan, but equilibrium is now completely restored because I am joined in the booth by the alpha to my omega, the aggers to my blowers, the almond to my frangipani, the salt to my pimientos de padron. Got to talk Galician there for a second with director Diana in the booth. It is Robert Webster Blythe. What's news, Robbo?
Boreda, Tom.
Boreda. Indeed, and indeed it is a da bore. It's a Tupinbach Windtog on Paida Poini. No, not Paida Poini. That's Paida Coino. Mustn't complain. Now then, while there's a small lull in the action, did Pontia Cricket Club get anywhere yesterday against Llandaff second 11? Was it the second 11?
It was Llandaff second 11.
Llandaff second 11. And?
Well, before I begin to mention that, I should give the caveat that we had a very mixed side.
Did you?
And that we were using it as a bit of a run out, a chance to blow the cobwebs away before league action begins next week on prop. And it was a great day in the sun, a great game. In the end, ultimately, Llandaff triumphed.
Right.
I took a wicket.
Did you?
I took a good wicket.
Tell me about the wicket. How was it done?
I was bowling right arm over the wicket, and I bowled a Yorker right onto his toes, and the batsman tried to jump out the way, and I took his middle stump out the ground. Lovely stuff.
So, longboards are going to be going in next. You can probably hear Mark Vaughan in the background, Beach announcing the running order. And the up and riding there is Blake Jones. Now, he's needing a score, and there is a possibility that he could be going somewhere towards that on that one. 2.33 needed. I think the scale's a little bit tighter. And I'm just listening to get that signal. Yeah. So it's going to go into the longboard, and then I think it's going to go into the open. Which, at that point, Robbo, you're going to be seeing me disappearing very briefly because I'm
Heat 1, isn't it?
I'm in Heat 1
with top seed.
I'm in Heat 1 with the and I want to get my facts right. Here's how I like to describe it because I'm trying to put it as a no pressure thing. So I'm very briefly looking up here the WSL's European rankings before I tell you any further about who's in my heat. And of course that famously difficult internet signal kicks in. Okay, the European number very high. Patrick Langdon Dark. Here we go. Keep an eye out for that.
Isn't that cool?
Welsh
name in amongst all those
flag.
names.
Well, and with the Welsh flag
Unreal.
next to it. Okay, right. So actually, he's struggled a little bit on the QS earlier this year, which gives me some hope. He's number 29th on the QS at the moment, although he is in front of Leon Glatzer, Cesar Distinguin, Ruben Vittoria, Stan Norman. These are all the people who are behind him. Noah Lede. Maxime Houchenot is behind Pat
How cool is
on
that?
the European QS. Yeah. Markel Bizcaraguanega, who we
Oh, we
had
remember him
great.
from
We
the
had
Ball
great.
Masters,
We
don't we?
remember. Do you remember that one where I had that one? They split the peak, and we had Vitor Garatanandia go one way and Viz Karaganega go the other way. Garatanandia on the right, Viz Karaganega on the left. Anyway, I got Pat. Yeah, the European number 20 something, and I'm in with Elliot Barton, who has just had a pretty good warm up out there in the last heat. So it might yeah. I'm not going to say all that self-depreciating stuff. Yeah.
Sorry, you've got something that they can only dream of.
Oh, what's that?
Well,
then?
they can look forward to
What's that?
over 40 years of life
Oh,
experience.
well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, there's no pressure, is it? It's me against the kids. It's me against the kids. And I can take inspiration from Kelly Slater's performance at Margaret Rip. Oh, hang on. Oh, yeah.
But
I
then
think the kids do tend. Well, there we go.
In that case, you'll get a wild card into all events next year.
Yeah, that's the plan. Wild card back into this booth, but we'll see. We've got to go out. You're going to take it seriously, obviously, and do what can be done. And then you're in a little bit after that, aren't you? So
6, I think.
so we're going to be on a little bit of a rota because we are going to surf once or twice ourselves today. In Rob's case, probably surf a couple of times because the big Webster Blythe arms will be out there. And here we have a little paddle, and that is. Someone looked for a second there at the possibility of a left.
There's some little corners on those rights, aren't there?
There
I've seen
are
a few
some
of the
corners on
children-
those
oh,
rights.
some of the
There
under
are some
18s and their
corners on
backends.
those rights. Jones didn't get the score on that last one. They gave him a 1.53. So Wave of the Heat remains the opener for Eli Perrins Davis. And we move on. Right, so tell us about the wicket you took. It was what did you say it was? It was a seam.
I bowled a Yorker onto the
Yorker.
batsman's toes, and he had to do a bit
Okay.
of fancy footwork to try and get.
Now did it hit his toes?
No, he managed. He got his feet out of the way to try and hit it, and off balance, it took his middle stump at the ground.
Okay. Now I got a question for you. Right, had that Yorker hit him on the toes?
Yeah, it was plumb. LB.
Right. Would it have counted as full toss?
No. No.
Because if it's full toss, so is it only full toss if it doesn't bounce before hitting the bat?
Yes.
So if it's full toss,
Or
if it doesn't count before hitting, so if it hits a pad or a foot,
Yeah, because it would have bounced.
it would have bounced. Okay, so the imagined trajectory to the wicket becomes the ball's
Yes.
valid path, and that includes contact with the ground.
Yeah. I mean, even if it had,
Well, so the
even
stumps.
if I bowled it a bit fuller,
Yeah,
it would, and it had been full toss, it would have still been a legit wicket. 'Cause
right.
It was coming in under his mid to rib area, so it's fine.
Well, you learn something every day. I have previously and evidently erroneously called a plum LBW Yorker that has not bounced a full toss, and now I realise I got that wrong.
I was dismissed whilst batting
Right?
with a full toss ball,
Yeah.
and at the time I questioned.
How many did you score first? Did you score first?
Well, again, let me just proceed this with a caveat. I had a lot of pressure put on me.
Jones, and now that's proof that going left is only if desperate, isn't it? Because Jones gets very badly hung up in the lip on that one. Carry on. Caveat, you say?
Yes. So I came in
Caveat
at
emptor.
number 8 in the end yesterday. I said I was coming in at 7 or 8. I came in at number 8, and we'd had a bit of a batting order collapse.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of pressure on my shoulders. There wasn't much batting left behind me. And I was instructed by the captain to stick around for a while, which I did. Several overs. And then unfortunately, I was bowled, but I did question whether it should have been a no ball because it came in rather high, but apparently because of my height, coming in at 6'3", it makes the likelihood of a no ball for height much less likely. And the umpire at square leg deemed it to be a legitimate delivery, and I walked. But having scored
Very, very honourable of you.
0, Tom.
Yeah. To walk. You didn't.
Quack.
Yeah. I watched Henley CC. No, was it Henley CC or was it Henley TCC against Basingstoke? So for the benefit of is it to their benefit of the viewer as we wait for a lull in the sets? Rob and I, we put our time in at the crickets. It's where we take our inspiration as all day long rent-a-gobs from, really, isn't it? Got to be able to talk between lulls in the action in the cricket. I was at Henley versus Basingstoke, and culturally, in terms of the way the two clubs, talking about sporting culture, the way the two clubs, the Henley club was very much as you would expect a Henley club to be. I think the statistics in the team were quite strongly skewed in favour of having done their cricket time in the English independent schooling system, plus a couple of Australians. And the Basingstoke team would have been a working man's team, and it was very interesting to see that Basingstoke, it was for everything. Like it looked like you were watching the Premier League football. Everything. The way that football culturally, it's not your throw in and you still try and claim it, right? And Henley would walk. They had the cricket, the sense of it being sporting. But through the course of the day, a real sense of sort of a grievance grew on the part of the Henley TCC team, and that heat has run out there on the behalf of the Henley TCC team and fans. And Basingstoke made it work in their favour, really. They got in their faces. Oh, Perrins Davis on the way in. And I was supporting Basingstoke. I don't know. Which I know is bad because it means that that from a traditional purist point of view, cricket wasn't the winner. Where would Pontier have been in such a debate?
Welsh or cricket in Wales, I should say. Certainly, cricket in South Wales is quite a unique beast. It's conducted with a very, very good sense of humour all round.
Right.
There's lots of joviality.
So can you appeal?
Yeah, well, I'm sure you
frivolously and not irritate.
Well, it's
in
quite
Welsh
often
cricket.
done tongue in cheek, and with a wry smile, and the umpire will usually tell you where to go, basically.
Okay.
But did you know you can't? Well, you probably do know. A wicket can't be given if there's not an appeal of some sort.
Yes, I did.
So there's always. It's quite often, especially if it's there or thereabouts for an LB, say, worth making a bit of noise.
Yes.
Because at our club level, the umpires
semantically
aren't always that confident.
Semantically, right? Yeah. Semantically, it's a question.
Yes.
How's that? And the umpire can choose to say no.
Mm. And they often do.
So you could, there's nothing wrong with saying, how's that?
And quite often it is asked in that manner. How's that, umps?
How's that? And, I've played before bowling where, you'd say it. And I've seen umpires at very low levels step in and say, well, it's okay. I let you have that illegal action on that one there. That was probably a chuck. And the umpire starts coaching the bowler on how to bowl properly.
Yeah, that definitely happens.
Okay, so we're going into the longboards now then, and we have got a bona fide world-class athlete, one of Wales's finest in the water right now, a two-time European longboard champion,
and
also
make it in time.
Well, I haven't seen him go by.
Well, he phoned me earlier, and he was stressing that the running order had changed and he was leaving his house.
Oh. Newly.
Well, that was a good half an hour ago, so he probably would have made
newly. He's a new dad, Elliot Dudley. Well, an 11-month new dad now.
Yes.
And
I'd been kind of hoping, in the worst possible way, to see less of him in the water as a result, but it hasn't happened.
No.
We're going to go to a quick commercial while there's a lull and we wait to get this heat moving, and we'll see you shortly after these important messages. And welcome back. First ride of the longboards is taking place in front of your eyes. And it was, I believe that was the surfer in red, Elliot Dudley. Quick left. That won't be a keeper for him. One hopes at least. And behind him, we've got a ride as well. Although I don't know whether the judges are going to count it, because I think the surfer in either white or yellow had a sniff and didn't go. And we've also got no priorities awarded as yet in this heat. So, well, we have now. We've now got Elliot Dudley goes to 4th priority. So the judges did not deem anything other than Elliot. A paddle of 1.83 for Elliot. He'll be looking to build on that. Rob, you're not competing in the longboards this year because you're a very committed longboarder, aren't you?
I enjoy longboarding, Tom.
I think competitively it enjoys you as well.
Yeah, I can't compete with these guys. Basically, I don't think there's the finer points of longboarding, the technicalities of a nose ride, are some way beyond me, I think. But I do very much enjoy it, especially on the smaller days that we have here in South Wales, especially here at Lantet on the left of the beach, which, as we know, is a long right-hand point break. A lovely longboarding spot, the Welsh Rincon. We can see a set approaching the lineup, and it's going to be Elliot Dudley in position for the left. It looks like he's eyeing up. Paddles over the top of that one. It's a bit of rain about this morning, and we've got a lot of warm air being emitted from Tom and I. And so the booth has steamed up a little bit, making visibility quite tricky. But keep our eyes on the video, though, as this appears to be surfer in blue up and riding. On a nice left, that's unloading down the line. Getting some nose time there. Cross-stepping back, and that will be the first scored ride for Seth Reed, surfer in blue.
So we can see a bit about the scale here. We haven't yet got an enormous score on the board for anyone.
Bit of east in the wind this morning, Tom.
There is.
It's making the right a little bit funky, isn't it? As this is our surfer in yellow, I believe. That was Alex Finch, looking to make a start in this heat, get a score on the board. Surfer in blue, up and riding again. That's Seth Reed looking for us to add to his first wave that has yet to come in. First of yellow, though, drops in at a 1.40. Elliot drops down to second with the first of blue, Seth Reed, coming in at a 3.67, and he's got another score to come, so he'll build on his lead. Surfer in blue, Seth Reed out in first. Surfer in red, Elliot Dudley sitting in second. Alex Finch with another score to drop, and Jack is in third, and Jack Evans, surfer in white, is in fourth. In fact, all surfers waiting for scores to drop. Jack Evans jumps up into third position with a 0.97 and a 0.8. Plenty of action coming your way. We've got the second of our longboard semi-finals coming up after this heat, and then we are into the open. Just as the tide turns, just as the surf starts to pump, we hope. I say it with my fingers crossed.
And we've got one coming through as well now. We're going to have and this is Elliot, and he ejects, changes his mind. Will they take priority 2 off him for that? No. So they've moved him into priority 1. I was learning yesterday, Rob, watched a longboard heat with Phil Williams. He knew a lot about the event, and Phil was telling me that, well, Phil was helping me understand that they're a little bit more lenient in longboarding, it seems to me, in when they'll remove priority from somebody for a sniff. I don't know whether that's because longboards are harder to pull the plug on once you start paddling for a wave, but they do seem to let people paddle for waves
Is that
in
a surfer in
longboard.
red?
That's Dudley. Yeah, they do seem to let surfers paddle for waves on longboards and then eject and not catch it, and they're more likely to keep their priority in longboarding. I have anecdotally observed, and Phil Williams did say to me yesterday that one of the things that can be deemed entirely legitimate in longboarding, I suppose shortboarding too, but you're more likely to do it in longboarding, is to use a wave's push to move line-up position. So if you've got priority and you're like out back in a rip and you want to try and come in, and a wave comes that you're not going to catch, but you use it to sort of paddleboard a bit faster for 20 yards or something, they won't take your priority off you. If it, Phil was saying that the wording is, if you are not, I think we've got surfers going both ways. Dudley gets close to the nose on that one, and yeah, if you're not trying to catch the wave, obviously not trying to catch the wave or block someone, they'll give you the benefit of the doubt. And in shortboarding, I suppose you know, often any kind of engagement with the possibility of a takeoff equals wave ridden. And here we go. The surfer in red is in a decent position here to spin and go. I don't think he's going to, though. Dudley. Of course, you know, with an 11th-month-old, you never know how much sleep Dudley's had, do you?
Well, he told me he got up at 5:30 this morning.
Did he? Oh, no, that is good.
He and Vorney were having a who got up earlier off.
Yeah, no, and I'll tell you that's really, really good because you know, it's completely macho, but it's for a good reason, because what they're doing, they've both got little kids, and both of them are arguing over who was the better spouse, because if you get up early with your kids, it means the other half, who often ends up bearing a lot of the child rearing load, is having a lie-in. So both Elliot and Vorney they're arguing over who's the better other half.
Well, actually, I think Vorney just needed the toilet.
Oh.
Glad I got the better of him.
I see. Well, Dudley does that dawn shift often, he's telling me. Gives the well-deserving Marie Claire a rest. And you hear the beach announcer there probably in the background. And here we go now. That's a faded takeoff for Jack Evans, but he does get bobbled up behind the lip. So I'm just wondering whether they've made a call on whether or not we're going into the open after this or not. We've got running orders appear on a WhatsApp. So if you're part of the event as a competitor, there's a WhatsApp group that you should be able to see the running order on. And yes, it has been published. And it is the longboard, and then it does go to open round 1 at 9:45, whereupon I'll be heading into the changing rooms just before that. And if I can also inform our viewers that on YouTube you can make comments on this event and tell us what you think, and that is done through subscribing. So you have to be a subscriber to comment. We're going to be going to the over 40s semis, and then there's been no plan made beyond that. So open 9:45, 12:45, At 9:45 open round 1, 11:45 open round 2, 12:45 under over 40s semi-finals. So we're just coming up now to it's just come under 7 minutes remaining, and we're in the longboard is an open event, and with all of we've got juniors in the water in this as well, and so we've got a little lull here. We're gonna run to a quick commercial, and we'll be back for the denouement of this heat imminently. Oh, hang on, there's a set. Oh, there is a set. I think Director Diana has instructed. I can see that she's decided to keep the image running here in case we get a ride, and we are going to have a ride here, and it's Jack Evans, and it's really bobbling over there, isn't it? And now all of a sudden the lefts are looking like a real good call, and Elliot Dudley, and this is where he looks like he might take. Well, he ejects that one. And then behind there's going to be another set. So there's a good size on that. It seems to have stopped being a right as much now, Rob.
Yeah, the left is certainly cleaner.
Very bobbly. I'd imagine the rip will have kicked in by now as well, wouldn't it? Although with a very small tide.
I think low is about 9:30, isn't it?
Is it? Very small tide and a wind out of the east. Does that mean that the rip will hold off a little bit?
It will certainly be less than normal, but with that easterly wind that you just mentioned, Tom, it is making the rights a little bit bobbly. So I think the longboarders are opting for the clean face of the left.
5 there for Seth Reed in second, and a lovely cutback, and then ejects. I don't know if the judges will give a completion on that cutback or not. Dudley, cross step, cutback, bottom turn. Is he gonna nose ride or cutback? He gets to the nose, a quick 5, another 5. We hit the 5-minute mark, and now we'll go to our long-awaited commercial before we get the scores for that wave of Dudley, which I'm sure will be good.
Welcome back. You are currently watching semi-final number 1 of the longboard division, with just about 3.5 minutes remaining. The situation is thus: surfer in white Jack Evans is sitting in 4th place. He needs a 6.01. Surfer in yellow, Alex Finch, is in 3rd place. He's looking for a 5.07 to hop into 2nd. Surfer in blue, Seth Reed, is in 2nd position, sitting on a 3.67 and a 3.77. He needs a 5.97 to move into 1st. And out in front, surfer in red, Elliot Dudley, holding on to a 4.07 and a 5.67. So Elliot will be hanging around now, looking for a good set wave to try and replace that 4.07, the lower scoring wave of his 2. And there's a bit of action as we see a set roll in to Col Hugh Bay here at Lantwick Major in South Wales. It's a grey day today. We had a bit of mist yesterday in the morning, but it burned off and left us with glorious sunshine throughout the afternoon. Here we have surfer in white up and riding, getting back into the white water. Hoping this one's going to hold up. Having watched the junior heats this morning, it seemed that the lefts weren't offering much scoring potential. They were petering out quite early on. but they are much cleaner. And it seems that the longboarders are taking advantage of that. With a bit more volume in their board, they're managing to ride through those flatter, slower sections, whereas some of the shortboarders were struggling a little bit with that and opting to take the rights instead. However, the flip side of that is that the rights, despite holding up a little bit more, do have a bit of a wobble on them from that easterly wind that's blowing across the bay here this morning. Conditions will no doubt improve through the morning as that tide starts to push in. And we'll see the open men's surfers taking full advantage of that, with heat number 1 of that coming up very shortly, in about 20 minutes time, just as the tide turns and starts to push in and hopefully bring with it a little uptick in conditions, a bit more swell. Here we see, this is surfer in red, heat leader, Elliot Dudley, finding a left that is going to hold up very nicely, as you see him make his way to the nose there for another hang 5. Cross steps back, but kind of drifts off the back of that one. And same again there for our surfer in yellow. And this is surfer in second, Seth Reed. He's in blue, making his way across the left. This one will hold up if he does manage to make it across this flat section. You see him there trying to pump it his way across, gather momentum, but unfortunately, again, just kind of fades off the back of that one. With just about 20 seconds left in this heat, we do have scores waiting to drop for all 4 surfers. I'm not sure there's going to be a change of situation, but we will keep you up to date with it, as this will likely be the last wave of this heat. It appears to be our surfer in yellow up and riding on the right, bouncing off the foam and getting low to try and stick with it into that cross-shore easterly wind. We'll wait for the scores to drop and give you official results very, very shortly. We're going to go to an advert. See you in a bit. We are back. Welcome. So we're still waiting for 2 scores to drop from the previous heat. That was semi-final number 1 of the men's longboard. Just 1 score waiting to drop now. I'm not sure it will change the situation, but we will hang on for it before moving swiftly in to semi-final number 2 of the men's longboard here on a bit of a drizzly morning in Lantwick Major, South Wales, for this, the 2023 Welsh Surfing Championships. Okay, official results of semi-final number 1 of the men's longboard. In white, Jack Evans came in 4th. In yellow, Alex Finch in 3rd. Surfer in blue, Seth Reed took 2nd. And heat winner, surfer in red, Elliot Dudley. So Elliot and Seth will progress through to the final of the men's longboard. And we're about to kick off semi-final number 2. Coming up in this heat, surfing in red, it's Blake Jones. In white, Phil Sadler. In yellow, Thomas Fisher. And in blue, Richard McPhail. Just a little delay while our judges reconfigure themselves in the booth. we're being provided with a bacon sandwich. Lovely stuff. A little delay in the action here, just whilst the judges sort themselves out, but we will be starting very, very shortly. In fact, right about now. Here it is, semi-final number 2 of the men's longboard. Now, coming up after this, the men's longboard semi-final, will be moving into the men's open shortboard division. And our very own Tom Anderson will be surfing in that first heat up against Patrick Langdon-Dark, Elliot Barton and Eddie Waring. A stacked heat. If you'd like to comment on any of the action, you can visit our YouTube channel. On screen now you can see the button. Just click subscribe and you'll be sure to catch all of the action. And that semi-final of the longboards number 2 is kicked off with that noise. And up and riding straight away. It looked to be the surfer in red. That's Blake Jones of Puthcall. Getting started nice and early with a nice looking left. And now it's our surfer in blue, Richard McPhail. Up and riding on the left too. Like I said, it seems to be that the surfers in the longboard division are taking advantage of the cleaner lefts that were quite hard for the shortboarders to negotiate with a few flat sections with their longboards. And the volume that they hold, providing them with enough float to get through those sections. Here's surfer in yellow. 4th position, it's Phil Sadler, surfer in white. In 3rd position, surfer in blue, Richard McPhail. In red, surfer from Puthcall, Blake Jones is in 2nd, and out in front at the minute, it's surfer in yellow, Thomas Fisher, in the lead. Plenty of action to keep up to date with. It's our surfer in blue again. This is Richard McPhail. He's currently in 3rd position. He needs just a 1.61 to move into 2nd. And he might well have got it with that last one, as our heat leader, Thomas Fisher, surfer in yellow's up and riding on a really nice looking left. Cutting his way back into the white water, finding some power and getting out onto the face ahead of it. I think I'm about to be joined in the booth by contest director, printing magnate, and all-round good egg, Mark Vaughan, shortly. But before Mark joins us, let's bring you some scores. The situation as it stands, and we have had a situation change. Surfer in white, Phil Sadler, is in 4th position. He needs a 5.13 to move into 2nd. Surfer in blue, Richard McPhail, is in 3rd position. He requires a 4.50 to move into 2nd. Surfer in yellow, Thomas Fisher, is now in 2nd, looking for a 3.18 to move into 1st. And you saw him up and riding there on that left. And out in front at the minute, it's surfer in red, Blake Jones, sitting on a combined total of 7.17. That 2nd scoring wave coming in at a 4.5. So the judges really rewarding that nose time. Bora Mark.
Bora. Good morning, Mr. Blythe. How are you?
Well, thank you.
You're literally just about to take a bite of that bacon sandwich and hope that I would fill the airtime, but I'm just going to keep that tantalisingly close for a moment. You may take a bite of that rather delicious looking bacon roll. Good morning, everyone. Back in the booth for a moment. Well, Rob and I started it already. Look, remember this last time we had this issue? Rob and I are very much looking forward to commentating on our fellow co-commentator and your usual host, Tom Anderson's up-and-coming heat. We are waited, literally chomping at the bit for this performance, which we will obviously comment on without bias or without ridicule. But I have to congratulate my live stream team on putting together a fantastic day's action yesterday, and we're still getting a few teething problems out of the way this morning, but we're almost there. And I know I'm joined by one of our sponsors this morning, Fran from Barty Rum. Good morning, Fran. Thank you very much for all your support. And yes, I'm going to try and resolve our little issue that we've discussed via WhatsApp as soon as possible. And I've got my technical team on it now. So yes, Barty Rum. You were like a drop, Rob, or are you still stuffing that sandwich?
Diana and I just had this conversation off air.
Did you?
I've had Barty D rum. It's lovely.
I, as you may know, I do enjoy a tipple now and again. And I know my brother is a massive fan, as is the Lantut Major surfing community. It's makes a regular appearance on those late night Sunday clubs in the Vale. So, yeah, nice little drop. So if you get a chance, get yourself to the shops. Co-op seem to be the shop that stores it most. And, yes, now...
Will there be a Sunday club this evening?
Oh, yes, it's Bank Holiday Sunday in Atlanta. I mean, if it was yesterday with the sun out, and there is, looking at the forecast, sun could break through later on. So literally, anyone that's frequented these parts on a Bank Holiday Sunday will know it is the night to be out. And with a double Bank Holiday weekend, in fact, there's 3 in May. So we've got multiple Bank Holiday Sunday clubs to look forward to. Yeah, it's a big favourite amongst the... certainly the surfing community of over 40s, so which I just narrowly sneak into that category now, Rob, of course, being only... Well,
it's funny you mentioned that. I mentioned to Tom earlier the who got up earlier conversation that you and Elliot had. And, Blake Jones throwing the style into the mix there.
He was, wasn't he?
Hands up if you like nose time. Blake certainly had it there.
I tell you what, Rob, I don't think you witnessed his like man-on-man final yesterday with Seth.
No, I heard about it though.
And I did give Blake a ticking off after, because he went into that with a kind of youthful, exuberance of like, hey, there's waves and we're going to go surfing. And it was like, hey, mate, your Welsh title's on the line. And it didn't, that opening sort of 10 minutes, he was just a little reckless in his sort of wave catching and... yeah, and it cost him ultimately. He missed out with like 0.03 on his retaining his Welsh title, and I could see that hurt him yesterday. And I'm expecting, a real performance from him today, because he is one of our, as we've had endless succession of fantastic longboard surfers. And is this him up again?
This is him again.
Yep. I don't think that one's going to go into his top 2.
It's Thomas Fisher, surfer in yellow out the back. A lovely drop knee cut back there into the whitewater. Very stylish surfing from Thomas.
Yeah, Thomas is a former Welsh team member. Joined us on a Bundoran Euros trip back in 2013, something like that. And I'll never forget Tom's tube that he... managed to nail amongst a very hungry pack of Euro surfers. That's one of the famous left-handers just around the corner from Bundoran Peak. And it was captured by somebody on photo. And at the time, Tom hadn't had too many tubes in his life, but that was certainly a turning point, because he then spent endless time in Indo getting shacked and became quite a master of the art of tube riding. But I don't think he'll be doing too much tube riding today, but some solid surfing as we saw there.
Now, back to what's important, Mark. We're talking about your age.
Oh,
so
God.
You and Elliot had a who got up earlier competition.
He's not going to beat me.
Well, Elliot was 5:30. You were 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then Tom and I were discussing your conversation, and Elliot's early wake up was to do with Orla, his 11-month-old daughter, and Tom suggested that your early wake up might have also been to do with your young children.
Yes, it certainly was.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
I thought it might have been a bladder issue.
I'm at that age. Thank you for pointing that out, Rob. But no, this morning, my beautiful young girl, Phoebes, she's full up with cough and cold.
Oh,
so, she was, and the kids are struggling to clear their airways. Love her. She was really, really struggling with a cough and lots of phlegm in the
Lots of
system.
gunk.
Yeah. So I got up because Mum Beth has been holding the fort while I've been pretty much completely absorbed in this event, the organisation prior and now obviously over the weekend. So cunningly, she had a long weekend away with the girls to have a bit of R&R before the onslaught of hosting and some guests that we have staying with us and cooking, which she does a great job of, and did a fantastic chili last night. But of course, and also not having me around to assist with 2 very young kids. So thank you very much, Beth. Legend. Now, let's get to what's happening this heat. Rob, what?
Well, you can probably hear in the background the beach announcer updating the surfers with the situation, and it is thus. Surfer in white, Phil Sadler, is in 4th position. He needs an 8.0 to move into 2nd. Quite a steep ask in the current conditions, so it'll probably be the case that he'll look to replace both of his scoring waves at the minute to try and get there. Surfer in blue, Richard McPhail, is in 3rd position. He needs a 7.43, so another quite a big task ahead of him. He'll again look to replace his 2 scoring waves, and then it's quite tight up the top of this heat. It's surfer in yellow. Thomas Fisher currently in 2nd position. He's sitting on a 5.33 and a 4.50, so 2 nice scoring waves there. And he needs just a 4.88 to move into 1st. Well achievable, as we can see from the score so far. And out in front, it's surfer in red, Blake Jones, with a 4.5 and a 5.7. So Blake will be looking to replace that 4.5 as soon as he possibly can, with about 11 minutes left in this heat.
I was about to ask you, because I can't quite see from my angle at the screen. So this one panning out with the internationals, the current and former internationals, dominating this heat. But Phil Sadler, part of the WSF team, doing a great job with the junior coaching. He took on the Welsh team junior coach role back last year, and has invested a huge amount of time into junior surfing in West Wales and Pembrokeshire. And I think the amount of kids that have coming out of that particular area over the last few years is particularly, there's a really big gang of boys and girls, and don't be surprised to see some of those kids, people like Katie David, Josie Hawke. Those girls have been making finals for a number of years. The Buick boys we've seen surfing as well, and it's great to see a real crop of young kids. There's a big group of them that are Poppy Owen, Indy Lynch, list goes on. So it's great to see all those girls and boys under the guidance of Phil, who's, as I say, put a lot of time and effort into those kids in that area, and building the future of Welsh surfing. And now Phil's got that extended role to coach the junior team, and which he did last year at the Eurosurf.
That's great. And we saw just a month ago at the Welsh Interclub event a taste of that talent that you just talked about.
Indeed, we did.
Excellent performances, notable performances, I must say, from some of the Pembrokeshire youngsters.
Yeah. The Wilkinson Sword's been running since early 80s. Fantastic trophy.
It was anniversary this year, wasn't it?
Yeah.
40th, was it?
I believe, actually, yeah, coincidentally, because obviously it's 50 years of the Welsh Surfing Federation, and so this is our 50th anniversary event, which is quite some achievement. And I think it was 40 years of the Wilkinson Sword,
83.
Which is yeah. So basically, that's all the Welsh clubs, surf clubs, competing against each other, and the format has chopped and changed over the years a little in terms of competitors. But ultimately, what it comes down to is bragging rights between the clubs, who has the best surf club, and Langland and Board Riders and Welsh Coast Surf Club probably won it the most, but Channel Coast had a real run through the last 20 years of retaining that title and hosting it here at Llantuet Major. But fantastic to see Pembrokeshire, first time ever in their history, absolutely wipe the floor with everyone at really Langland the other weekend, and take the very, very coveted trophy of the Wilkinson Sword, which was presented exactly as you would expect by Wilkinson Sword, the razor manufacturer who opened a factory back in 1983 in Wales, and it is a replica, kind of King Arthur-like sword, and how that has never gone missing or never caused anyone any harm is a mystery. I mean, the health and safety these days, I think you'd be surprised we don't have to put like rubber tips on it, and people have to handle it with gloves and like helmets and steel toe caps. But yeah, it's a great piece of silverware, and Pembrokeshire will hold it for 12 months and host the next event. We look forward to going there for the first time. So what we got, Rob? We've got counting down now. We can't quite see.
Yeah, we've got 3.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, and there we go.
The situation has actually changed. This is surfer in red, Blake Jones. He's actually now in second position. So Thomas Fisher, surfer in yellow, has posted a 6.07, and he's with his last wave. So that's put Blake into second. So Blake is now looking for a 5.71. I'm not sure he's going to get it with that wave.
No, bit of nose time. Or look, it's difficult to see from this distance, but it looked like he was up on the nose there. But it wasn't really a critical section, and I think. I do a little bit of longboard judging in my time. I'm a fan of the skill, and especially when you see some of the guys that chuck those boards around, especially when it's big and heavy. I'd say the UK is absolutely blessed with exceptional longboard talents. For decades we've enjoyed that, right the way back from Rodney Sumter, who I believe made a world's final in, I think it was Japan 1990, that Rodney Sumter, and may have even one before that as well. Saying going back in the archives, I think it was Puerto Rico '86 was the worlds before that, and then I can't go back much further than that. But certainly Rodney Sumter was somebody who, if made I would say I'm almost sure he made a final of the worlds. I know Linda Sharp will be joining us at some point this morning, Rob, and if anyone has an encyclopedia and Wikipedia or whatever it is in her mental banks of who's done what competitively in British surfing, then she will certainly be able to confirm that for us. But yeah, you think of the longboarders, Sam Bleakley, Chris Guts Griffiths, of course, very well known to us. Bearman, Adam Griffiths down there. It's just
Skinner,
endless.
Dudley, Harris,
and. No, do we have to mention Dudley?
Yeah. I was talking about Jack. And of course, Mike Lay.
Yes, Mike Lay.
Just this weekend, or this past week, finaled in Sayulita in Mexico at the Mexi Log Fest.
Yep, and we've got Evan Rogers from Wales over competing in the continent as well.
They're on the plane right now, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, what a nightmare for him. Basically, for those that don't know, Evan Rogers is his father Gary is a Welshman. They reside on the northeast, but they've long been Welsh competitors. And Evan's represented Wales at junior level and finalled at Europeans. In fact, I believe he won a European title. And poor Evan had his van stolen with all his boards and kit only a few days while jetting off to go and compete. Absolute sickener.
Did he get his boards back?
Has he?
He got the boards back.
No way, I didn't see that. Do you know what? He probably let go of the van, didn't he?
Yeah, they recovered the boards.
Excuse me a sec, guys. I just got a competitor.
So, yeah, Evan managed to recover those boards, and they're currently about 30,000 feet in the air, I believe, on his way to the World Games. But right here at Colhew Bay, Lantwit Major.
Indeed.
With just 10 seconds left on the clock, that will likely be all she wrote, with not much on the horizon. We'll move swiftly into heat number 1 of the men's open shortboard, and the official results of that last heat. Surfer in white, Phil Sadler, finished in 4th position. Surfer in blue, Richard McPhail, finished in 3rd position. And progressing through to the longboard final will be Blake Jones in red, who finished in 2nd position. And heat winner, surfer in yellow, Thomas Fisher.
Now, we are about to get underway with the big boys. The Open is about to get its first taste of action over the weekend. And just looking at that lineup, Rob, we've got... it's starting to show that there's, and looking across the beach, a bit more swell. It's starting to build slowly. It's only low tide now. It's just going to start turning. Unfortunately, with this wind, that might mean the peak is a little bit more ruffled than it already is, which is for probably about an hour. These very, very small tides we're enjoying at the moment should hopefully prevent one of those Lantwit nightmare rip days. But will be interesting to see what pans out over the next hour in terms of how the conditions in terms of wave height improves, but just how that rip and that wind combination, affect the wave face that the competitors have to deal with and showcase their skills. So, first up, Patrick Langdon Dark in the red vest. Doesn't really need an intro, but in case you do need it, Patrick sitting pretty on the WQS, the European leg. He's just outside the top 20, I believe, at the moment. But is Britain's male number one on the World Tour. He's pretty much solidified his place, I believe, for an ISA British team place at the forthcoming World Champs in El Salvador, end of May, June. He's just returned from a week training with a British team in Hossegor, France, and I'm sure will be one to watch throughout this event, and will without his old sparring partner and current Welsh champion Logan Nicol, who is he's not here, basically. He's sunning himself in Bali after enjoying a 10-day trip to the Mentawais, and decided to extend his stay and focus on getting tubed and surfing some of the world's best waves. So not a bad decision, that. As we watched the first two waves exchange, we had, first of all, blue, Eddie Waring, doing a couple of backhand snaps, and Mr. Dark himself showing some nimble footwork, nimble skills to get around that first bit of white water and the lay, a typical couple of Patrick Dark's turns. And I'm very pleased to announce Patrick finishes that up, and we'll be interested to see what the scores come through there. I suspect somewhere around the 4 to 5 mark for Pat and Eddie in the twos. We'll wait and see. But very pleased to confirm to Fran watching on that the logo has been repaired. Or replaced, should I say. So good work by our technical team. The Barty logo sitting proud on our screens as we delighted to receive the support of a number of companies. Power to Go, another Welsh company, providing clean energy packs. Welsh Coffee Co. And, of course, Pura Vida and MyPost, all Welsh brand companies. And then on the more national stage, we've got Mystic as well, who are very kindly offering some goodies for our competitors. But where are we? What do we get with those scores? So, 2.5 for Eddie. So, he'd be pleased to get his feet in the wax and, dust a couple of turns off him. What was a fairly shouldery wave. And we'll await the opening score for Pat.
Ooh, there it is.
There we go. What do you make of that, Rob?
Well, you said 4s or 5s, didn't you? 6.17, so coming in slightly higher than you anticipated.
Yeah, perhaps being a bit harsh, because when you know how someone can surf, you kind of go, well, I know they can do a lot better than that. Yep. But first open heat, the judges might take a little while to adjust from longboard to open, but I think I'm sure they've set their scale. And if I was to sort of look at what Eddie did and Patrick did, was Patrick's wave twice as good as Eddie's? Probably that and a bit. So
I think also that's probably reflective of the current conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Quite challenging out there at the minute. I do expect it to get better as that tide pushes in a bit. A bit more energy being dragged in by the
here we
tides.
go. This is a good decision, whoever's on this one.
This is Surf It in Blue. This is Eddie Waring.
Oh, he's travelled a lot there without doing something. That looked a real runner for a moment when he took off and had a bit of wall.
Here it is. CoCom, Tom Anderson, Surf It in White. And a quick hook in the top, and before that wave fades out. Tom will try and reset now, paddle back out. Hopefully the rip's not too strong yet. I know he's a bit concerned about that.
It did look like Tom had spent a lot of time sitting down in the commentary chair there. Rob, what do you think? Oh, here we go. I got a rider on the forehand. A little Elliot Barton there. It was the Langland boys, 1-2, the master and apprentice. Pat slicing and dicing on his forehand, lovely wrap there. Good smash. It's fantastic to see Pat here. Oh, Elliot on another one as well. These boys aren't messing around. It's fantastic to see Pat here, and it's great to have a surfer of his caliber now. Committed to Wales. Has been since he's always surfed in the Welsh Nationals. Always made sure he's around and available for it, and that's what you want. That's the kind of commitment to the flag we love to see. And it'll be interesting to see how he gets on through the event, because we've got a couple of people rejoining the competition. Reese Poulton.
I saw Reese earlier. Nice to see his face.
Yeah. Now, there's a boy who's been a very, very good surfer, who's been away from the Welsh and UK competitive scene for some time, as he's been enjoying life in Portugal, down in Lagos. It's actually Luz, I believe he's residing at the moment. But we really look forward to seeing Reese surfing, because he's a very talented young man. And having not seen him surf for a number of years, I can only imagine, having resided in Portugal all that time, he would have only got better.
Absolutely. But in the here and now, we have all of our scores in, and the situation is surfer in white, Tom Anderson, our co-commentator, is currently in 4th position. His first wave came in at a 2.0. Surfer in yellow, Elliot Barton, is in 3rd position with a 2.3 and a 1.10. He requires just a 1.88 to move into 2nd position. Surfer in blue, Eddie Waring, is in 2nd position, currently sitting on a 2.5 and a 1.67. And out in front, it's surfer in red, Patrick Langdon Dark, who is up and riding on this right-hander, putting together 2 great turns to start off this wave. That will no doubt go into his top 2, finishing really strongly on that 3 great turns together. Patrick is currently sitting on a 6.17 and a 4.67, and I dare say he will replace both of them with that score.
Best wave surf this morning, Tom. From doing it again, Rob. Why is it to spend too much time with Anderson yesterday, and he's in his heat? That is a little confusing.
Keeping a tally.
Yeah, that's 2 already. I do apologise, Rob. That was the best wave surf this morning. It's funny when you're watching Pat so often online in the WQS, you're trying to adjust your scores accordingly to the the caliber of surfer that he's so frequently competing against now. But it's difficult to see that being any less than a 7.5. Possibly excellent given the condition. But hang on a second, Mr. Anderson swooping.
Lovely first turn there, cuts him back down.
Yeah, I mean it's a different speed to Pat. But nonetheless,
lots of aggression in that 3rd manoeuvre.
Out the back as well, young Elliot Barton. Oh, lovely. Hang on, we've a heat in our hands now. Lovely wrapping turn from Elliot. And we're going to have Eddie as well on the back on the right. Oh, this is going to give the judges something to think about.
They have their work cut out.
Yeah, Eddie's wave just petered out quite quickly there. So that... Yeah.
Now, Vorney,
wow,
you can provide some local insight. In the earlier heats, certainly in the under-18 boys shortboard heats that we watched first thing this morning, we saw most of our competitors choosing to go for the rights.
Yes.
The lefts were much cleaner with that easterly kind of cross-shore wind ruffling the rights somewhat, but the lefts faded out really quickly, whereas the right stood up and offered a bit more scoring potential. In the longboard, we saw the reverse of that.
Yeah.
The longboarders opting for the cleaner left-handers and hoping their volume of their longboards would carry them through. In this heat, we saw Elliot and Patrick open up on the lefts for a few, and now Pat's gone across to the right and posted the highest scoring wave of the heat. You were bang on the money. It's come in at a 7.50.
Oh, well, there we go. I must have done a judge's course at some point. Here we go again. He's up and riding. God, he's a busy man, isn't he? Here we go. We got a... Yeah, so there we go. That wind catches up. Not much offering there. Again, Elliot has opted to go left. This isn't really going to factor into his scoring potential, maybe, if he gets a little whack on the inside. Watch those fins there, young man, but I don't think that's going to better his lot. And look, the sets are on cue, starting to push through.
That's the change of the tide.
Yeah,
in there.
Turn of the tide, pushing the swell in. I mean, I looked at the Porth call cam this morning and my heart sank because I was like, oh my goodness, it's smaller than yesterday. But this little point does kind of draw the swell. It's quite surprising. I was hearing reports down the coast that, waves were no bigger, if not less, than here yesterday. So it's quite surprising how this place...
Lantwit factor.
Yeah, it's there's no rules for this place. You can turn up on the next day with the same forecast conditions, and it can be very, very different. But What a great exchange. What has Mr. Anderson, our co-commentator, nailed? A 4.6. Jeez. Anderson going average to good, just fading, just shy of. It's gone from poor to fair to good, I believe. And
We're
that's
having a big switch around in the heat standings here. With that's the last of the scores
look at
in.
this
So
set.
we will talk you through this one
Ooh,
first
it's
of
an
all.
in and out.
In and out. Will there be one behind though? Maybe not.
Not.
So the situation is in blue. In 4th position, it's Eddie Waring. In 3rd position, he briefly lingered in 2nd position, but it's Tom Anderson in 3rd in white. He'll look to replace that lower scoring 2.0. In 2nd position, surfer in yellow, Elliot Barton with a 4.07 and a 3.73. And out in front, it's Patrick Langdon Dark with a 6.17 and a 7.50. We have about 10 minutes left in this heat, so we're at the halfway mark. Plenty more action to come, no doubt. Ronnie, when are you in?
I'm not into the last heat 6 of the first round, so I got a bit of time yet.
Are we together? I'm in heat 6, I think.
Oh, we? Oh my God, that's going to leave a hole in the commentary booth.
Well, you'll be delighted to hear then.
I don't think we are.
I've just realised I haven't brought a wetsuit with me.
Oh, lucky I brought 2, but I get the feeling, Rob, as you're like 6'4", and
Oh, you're a tall lad.
a lot leaner than me, that my wetsuit.
What size wetsuit is it?
That's a very personal question. I'm a medium tall.
Oh, thank goodness. Please may I borrow it?
You may.
Thank you.
It's a shorty. That's all right, yeah? Yeah, I've bought 4 suits with me.
Thank you.
So you may use a...
Thank you very much.
But there will be a fee. Don't beat me.
Yep, that's fine. As usual.
But look, let's focus on what's going on again, because this is a good heat. And to be fair to our co-commentator, Tom, that right-hander, you asked the question about what... we saw the longboarders going left, cleaner face. I guess that's for the footwork, difficult with the chop, that cross chop, to get your footwork in. The right's holding up, as this wind's just backing off enough to hold them up and have enough clean face, as we saw with Pat's 7.5. 3 decent smacks. Whereas that left does taper off a little bit. But then young Elliot Barton, he did get on the end of it a little bit, but he picked up a 4.07. And I think the judges got this bang on for me, Rob. That wave of Tom's was, it certainly is that right-hander. He did 3 turns. That first opener was a big set wave. He was on the rail. Okay, it wasn't quite as quick as Elliot surfing, but he did manage 3 of them on
And
much more
that
critical
third
sections.
turn was very aggressive as well.
Yeah.
Plenty of oomph.
Elliot's was on the rail, but it was a flatter face. So I think the judges have got that right. Just shading Tom ahead, but Elliot sitting in second with a much better second scoring ride. But Tom only needing a 3.2 to go into second place. Certainly achievable, considering he's already bagged a 4.6. So as the beach announcer slightly deafens our airways for a moment. Airways? Did I say airways? You knew what I meant. Eardrums, I think I meant. It's been a long weekend already. We're not even halfway through.
I've just had a text message.
Really?
From a legend of Welsh surfing.
Oh, it's got to be Bob Blythe, isn't it?
He's on his way down, actually.
Ah, wonderful.
But no, not from him. It's our now Antipodean friend, Mr. James Thomas, Rhino.
Ah, of course.
He's
Rhino.
listening in from New Zealand.
Ah, if he's not too
New
busy
Zealand.
dropping in on local surfers.
I've heard about that. You've seen the picture, no doubt.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, they've had a week of it there. Apparently, it's been pumping all week.
It's been pumping a lot at Raglan. Rhino 4 times Welsh champion. 4 in a row, I think. Perhaps Rhino can WhatsApp us, but I'm pretty sure it's 4 in a row. Because I remember, I believe you and I were in a final with Rhino in the early noughties, Rob. And I was very disappointed not to break his run. But we've been past the...
laptop.
Just past the laptop there to put down. Oh, we've got some live feed chat. We are really progressing here this morning. And this is all based. This is when is National Lava Bread Day?
When is it?
Well, I got an inclination that if you were to visit a certain Instagram site for a supporter of Welsh surfing, a certain bottle of rum, that you might be able to find that out and be entered into our draw to win some Barty rum goodies. So get online, get onto Instagram, see what you can find, and we're taking record of who's entering, and you could win a nice bottle of Barty rum to warm your cockles of a damp, wet evening in Wales.
What a difference a day makes. It was glorious yesterday afternoon, wasn't it?
My beak is on fire.
I got rouge forearms this morning.
Yes, I noticed our beach marshal, Morgan, bless him, he really did catch the across the forehead and the conch. Like myself, he's a blessed young man. So I'm sure he won't mind me saying. And although he's not quite in the Premier League like me, I am for noses, but a couple of nasty blows in a few years.
Rhino can confirm 4 open titles.
Bloody show off, eh?
As we see up and riding, this is Surfer in Red. Patrick Langdon Dark, your heat leader, putting together 3 fantastic turns so far, making a 4th and finishing with a little float up into the lip. That will no doubt score pretty highly again.
Yeah, that's an 8 for me plus all day long. Choosing the backhand, choosing the rights. I gotta say, if I was out there, that's what I would be doing. And Pat showing his class early on in this event. And Pat, believe it or not, has only won the Welsh Nationals once.
Really, I thought it was at least twice.
I believe I got that. Well, actually, now you say it, I'm questioning my own judgment. But him and Logan are in a personal tussle, which will be made easier without Logan here. But Rhino out with 4, so some way to go to catch Mr. Thomas up.
How many are you on?
3. I've got a feeling that final I managed to wobble to last year, that was a missed opportunity on my home break, because neither Pat nor Logan had a particularly outstanding heat. I mean, Logan got on the best ways and nailed some good scores, but when I reflected on my own mistakes...
Here's CoCom.
Oh, Anderson.
Oh, you'll be disappointed not to ride out of that one. Displacing lots of water, big spray, but ultimately not managing to keep with that wave. So the judges won't judge that to be a completed manoeuvre. Tom looking for a 3.90. Still 3.5 minutes on the clock, so time enough should the waves appear, should they materialise.
Still got time. Yes, I think we're enjoying different conditions to last year, so I think 3 is where I will remain for the rest of my days, Rob, barring a miracle. But I'm quite happy with that. A bit of a crowd assembling here, which sheltering under the Mystic boarding tent from the rain. It's more of a mist this morning, isn't it?
It's a drizzly mist for our spectators on the beach. But if you're a spectator at home, you can see on your screens a link to the WSF's YouTube page where you can catch all the action. Don't forget to subscribe just by clicking that button, as we see Surfer in yellow.
Elliot, he needs this
Elliot
one.
Barton. He's looking to replace
Aggressive performance there.
A 4.07. That first turn was fantastic. Very critical, right on rail.
You can see why he spent a lot of time surfing with Pat. They're almost, the similarities are quite remarkable, really. The technique and approaches, there are some similarities, that's for sure. But hold your horses here a second, Rob, because there is quite a set coming in, and Mr. Anderson, oh no, it's Patrick. But there's another one behind. Let's see what Pat can do for us. Boom. This little square off. He's tapering a little bit, that one, and he pulls off. He's not going to better his score on that one. But Tom, still at the back. There's another wave in this set. Is he going to be in position? He's certainly paddling. Or is that young Eddie? No, it's Tom. What's he got for us? That's unlikely to do it, I'm afraid, from our co-commentator. He's got a few minutes to get out the back and try and get another, isn't he? What's our time check?
Yep, we've got 1.5 minutes on the clock. Time enough, just. He's going to have to paddle hard, though. That rip's starting to kick in, no doubt.
Yeah, it looks like they're making pretty quick headway back.
Well, neap tides this weekend, so it won't be quite as bad as it can be.
No, with a small tide. In fact, the fact they're going right and getting back fairly quickly would suggest that that rip is yet to affect the surfing. And tend to find that when the swell is already filled in as it has, and it's not a kind of like being pushed by a strong westerly just off the sort of southern coast of Ireland, that the rip is fairly kind. It's actually starting to look like we're going to have a really fun morning of waves here, Rob. These sets keep getting improving. Hang on a second. Here we go. We've got a wall here. Look at this. Patrick Dark, big slash and turn. Second on the backhand. And a third. Well, that was square. And, and we got
Here's
Elliot
Tom.
in and out. And I think that's Eddie.
Oh, I beg
Young
your
Eddie
pardon.
Waring. He's just not quite been in flow with the right ways, poor Eddie, on this heat. And he was trying to force the issue a bit there to lay in a turn. He knows his situation. He needs a very significant score in the good to excellent range to kind of get past young Elliot, who now is sitting with a 5.23 for his last high scoring wave. That backhand 2 hits, and there we go, 2 big hits, 5 points plus. Well, a very professional performance from Patrick Dark. 16-point total. 1 heat surfed, already the highest heat score in total, I believe, of the event so far.
Fantastic.
Great to watch. Good to have his caliber of surfer. And all of a sudden, the heavens have opened here. And that will perhaps reflect poor Anderson's viewpoint in that heat.
And whilst we wait
Let's move on.
for the next heat, we're actually going to go to an advert, Mark. So we'll see you in a moment.
Indeed.
Caveat this by saying that Llandaff are a very, very classy opposition.
Yes.
There's lots
You
of
played
good
on the
players.
cathedral ground, did you?
No, we were playing at home yesterday.
Ah,
So
right, okay.
They visited us, and they were delighted because we are one of the
An umpire declared he was out. My old man protested it, as he and the umpire quoted rules that my father was unable to confirm or deny were true. And so he was sent on his way, and he thought, right, I'm not having this situation again. So he learned the rules, and then officiated with, the full intelligence on all the little intricacies that follow the game of cricket, which I think probably in terms of sport, probably outweigh almost all of them.
There's a law for everything. You name it, there's a law for it.
Yeah, it certainly makes a rugby scrum look like a walk in a park. Ken's cricketing passion is extended. My Post actually sponsored Glamorgan, the one-day strip. The My Post brand proudly sits on the front of the shirts. That's been a 10-year relationship, and I've enjoyed a couple of very nice and very pleasant lunches with Hugh Morris, who's head of Glamorgan Cricket and former chairman of the ECB. But what's not cricket is this weather. The mist does look as though that was just came in with that heavy downpour, so that's good news. But it's one of those wet, horrible days where it's not much fun to be stood around watching. I'm sure the judges are quite happy in their cabin there.
But if you're at home, you're watching this online, you're listening to the dulcet tones of Mark Vaughan.
Thank you.
And, well, I'm not sure dulcet, but you're listening to me as well. I'm Rob Blythe. And the heat situation is this. In fourth position, yet to have a ride scored. It's surfer in blue, Stephen Phillips. In third position, it's surfer in yellow, Ollie Evans. He's sitting on a 3.0. He'll be looking to back that up. In second place, it's Craig Bright with a 4.73. That left at, that's... Oh, that can't have been him, actually.
Well, we just saw...
I saw somebody on the left that I thought was Craig, but he's a goofy foot, isn't he?
Yeah, he's goofy. Well, we just saw somebody on the backhand, and that was Corey Price, I believe. We are a long way away, so... and we got goofy foot there. Now this is looking like Craig Bright in the red vest, bit of a forehand gouge, but we did see someone on the backhand there. We're just waiting for the scores. Yeah, it was actually Ollie Evans, young Swansea lad, and we might just pick up he had a little sniff there of an inside right. Didn't decide to go, but good heat. This again, there's some stacked heats. We've got Craig Bright, who just narrowly missed out on the final last year, finishing third in the semi and a 5th place finish. Then you got local boy, and then you have Stephen Phillips, cousin of Nathan. And Nathan, I know you'll be online watching this. Congratulations on the birth of your young son, Mikey. Welcome to the world, and hope that leg is fixing up, mate. And as you say, Rob, with the weather, nobody's going out today on this bank holiday Sunday in Wales, so why not tune in and watch the Welsh National Surfing Championships live? And enjoy your breakfast. Maybe not enjoy listening to me and Rob, but certainly enjoy the surfing action, which is improving heat by heat. And we've got Steve Phillips in this one, as I say, local boy, just stepped off a 10-day Mentawai charter. So I think he managed about 30 surfs in 10 days in board shorts. So this is going to feel a country mile away from that. And we got someone on the backhand here. Looked like Craig again. He's a little bit out of sorts. Plenty of time on his hands. And we've got a rider on the forehand. Again, guys getting not using the smartest of wave choice here, but perhaps keen to, get a score under their belt early on and solidify their heat tally as they go deeper into the heat. And it just seems to have eased up a bit from that last heat's flurry of activity. But as I say that, literally, I'll retract all of those words because look at this set, Rob.
Delighted to see the size of the conditions given the swell forecast.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly, it said 2 to 3 foot, but it's kind of head high on the sets, maybe. Well, it's head high on...
Depends who's riding it.
Yeah, it looked head high on Pat and Elliot, but they are... certainly a foot or two below you, who is the giant of Welsh surfing.
Oh,
in terms of
fantastic
height. Anyway.
Hang on, not my sphere of influence.
Yeah, not your waist size, your height. There we go. We're on the backhand. There we go. Is this Mr. Bright?
2 fantastic rights in a row there. First up was Ollie Evans in yellow, and now it's Craig Bright, really throwing all of his weight into that turn. Yeah,
interesting. See, I'm thinking that was Craig got the better of that, but the 2 goofy foots obviously took, paid attention to what was going on the previous heat, because that's where the best scoring rides came.
So you mentioned if you were in the previous heat, you'd be looking for the rights just as Patrick and Elliot did in the back end of that heat.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it's just hold it up with this wind. It's blowing slightly into it. It's just giving it a little steeper face. There is a lot of bump to negotiate, but it's just allowing, especially on the backhand, a little bit easier to just come square off the bottom and just connect with that lip. Forehand, as we saw with Tom Anderson, he was forced to the rail a little bit more, the rail and the tail, but I think it probably favours the goofy foot on these rights at the moment. As the tide pushes in, that the left will come more into play, and it'll be a bit more of a level playing field in terms of which way you choose to head, left or right. But right now, on the low tide, certainly I'd be looking for those rights. But then you think back to that first heat, we did see Pat and Elliot get a couple of nice lefts as well. So, yeah, highest score on the right, though, and I think that confirms all you need to know.
Whilst we've got a little break in the action, I think we'll go to...
Sending post just got simpler. Despite the growth of email and other digital media, printed letters are still critical for most businesses. Even the largest companies still use time-consuming ways to create and mail letters. When reviewing these methods, the whole process is inefficient, disruptive, and more costly than first appears. Letterheads, envelopes, printers, post rooms, it all adds up. What if there was an easier way to mail your letters, making the whole process quicker and cheaper? There is. MyPost, a digital print and mail solution. Simply create your letter as normal, choose MyPost, and relax. From simple one-page letters to complex multi-page packs, MyPost can reduce your carbon footprint, support compliance and brand integrity, all while saving you money. Data security is a major concern for any business. At MyPost, we ensure all documents are processed securely. Letters are transmitted and received as encrypted PDFs, ready for production to ISO 27001 data security standards. For urgent jobs, Royal Mail First Class is available. But if you want to further reduce costs, you can use MyPost DSA, the equivalent service to second class, but at a cheaper rate. And Royal Mail still deliver your letter. So, is MyPost right for you? Well, it is already saving money for businesses of all shapes and sizes, from high street estate agents to huge international insurance companies. So, give your business a simple solution for your print and mailing needs with MyPost. Post made simple.
And welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that rather long MyPost advert.
Yes.
Thoroughly deserved, though, for all the support that they've given Welsh surfing over the years. And I'm delighted to say you didn't miss a single bit of action.
Perfectly placed within the lack of action there, Rob, in terms of not a single wave ridden, or there was a brief up and down, so a 0.5, 1 point ride for one of our surfers. So, situation remains unchanged since we zoned out for the advert, and I did suggest in my last comment just before we went off air for the advert that things had slowed up a bit from the first heat, and I think I might be right here. It's just gone a bit I think we call it the turn of the tide kind of slack water, where the swell gets a bit confused because there's so much going on here, and it's like, am I going in? Am I going out? Am I going out? Am I going in? In the end, it doesn't quite know what to do, and then it's about an hour after that turn that it kind of all settles back down again. So we might have some kind of lengthy lulls. And again, that wind seems to have just picked up a notch, perhaps with this kind of rainy squall we're having, which starting to, we keep talking about whether to go left or right. And it's starting to affect the rights in quite a bit more aggressive fashion. So it's going to make it more tricky to pick off a clean one, and you might see our surfers heading back in an easterly direction on the left-handers. But we'll wait and see. Hopefully, as say, forecast suggests that the wind will ease up.
I just had a little glance at the forecast, and like you say, the wind's kind of variable later on in the day, isn't it?
Oh yes, I mean, when I say ease up, ease up till about the early afternoon, and then potentially swing quite strong west. We'll wait and see.
The rain, however, is set to stay with us for the next 2 hours, and then it's going to get a little bit brighter.
Wonderful.
We hope. Perhaps that westerly wind blowing the weather further east, away from us.
Yeah, indeed. Now, who have we got online? Rob, we got any more people entering into our little online social competition while we're in a break of the accent?
Tell me about this competition, Rory.
Well, it's basically, it was National Lava Bread Day the other day, Rob, and that wasn't a day I was aware of in my diary, but I now am, because I visited a certain Instagram site and was able to get that intel. And if you were able to do that and sufficiently find out the official Lava Bread Day, put that in a message to us, then you could be in with a chance of winning a nice bottle of Barty rum. So why wouldn't you? A nice way to end the bank holiday weekend, wouldn't it?
Why not?
Why not, indeed.
Right.
So
you say Co-op stocks it? I might go and grab myself a bottle this evening.
Co-op Lanta. I think the shelves would be empty on a bank holiday weekend, but hopefully they're restocked. I know it was a busy night in the town last night. In fact, there was, as we continue to wait for the boys to approach the lineup, it was quite amusing last night. There was a couple of youngsters enjoying the sun and having a barbecue and a fire and sleeping bags down on the beach and drinking alcohol, and they pitched their tents at the back of the kind of field here, and they're all joyous and having a lovely time and slightly sunburnt and laughs and giggles. And then this morning saw them traipsing through the mud and the damp and the cold. I think anyone that's spent any time in a tent knows that horrible feeling when you wake up and it's wet, it's damp, it's cold, and all you want to do is go to the toilet, but you don't want to leave what little heat remains under that duvet and sleep it back.
Oh, it's fun though, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Bless the young ladies that walked past and looked so thoroughly cheesed off with the situation weather-wise.
So you asked earlier, Mark, who's joining us online, and I'm delighted to say we've got a Cromwell.
Oh, fantastic. Which one we got?
It's Harry. He was up at 3 to go fishing this morning.
Oh, he beats me and Elliot hands down. Does work count, though, if you have to get up for work?
Is it work if you love it? He seems to love it.
Is it work at all? I mean, he's literally, what's he do? He's a bit of fishing, isn't it?
On a boat, didn't he?
Yeah, it's hardly hard work, is it? I mean,
we also have joining us Mark Boyd up in Thurso.
Goodness me, Mr. Boyd, welcome. Oh, a couple of legends online. Firstly, Harry, obviously one of the Wales's favourite sons, absolute ripper. Couldn't be with us this weekend because he was working, and he's confirmed that 3 a.m. start out on the boat this morning. Welk fishing?
Welk fishing.
Yeah, that's correct.
Right. For the South Korean market, I think.
It is the South Korean market. That's right. He's not a morning I'd like to be out at sea, I must say. He's certainly got his sea legs as Harry, as does his brother Luke, who but his sea legs are based in the Mentawais and Indonesia mostly. So, Harry, good to have you on board. Welcome. I hope the family are fit and well. And Mark Boyd, congratulations on your recent win up in Scotland. I believe that's a master's title for you. A senior. I can't believe you're that age already, Mark. You're but a youngster. And, narrowly missing out on the Open final to Craig McCocken.
So Mark's just said that he's enjoying the webcast, but he's a bit disappointed that Logan isn't here to defend his title. Well, Logan is, of course, as you've already mentioned, out in Bali, having enjoyed a 10-day Mentawai trip with some of the boys who are in this event. Do you know if Logan managed to hook up and connect with Luke Cromwell?
Yeah, Luke was on the boat trip.
And there we have it. We have a full link.
Yeah, Luke
3 degrees of separation. We managed to link it all together.
Well, it was Joe Lewis's stag do, and a local surfer, Joe, great surfer, and a number of the local guys and a few others boarded the vessel for that 10-day trip and enjoyed what looked to be really, really fantastic conditions. As we bring an end to that heat, God, that literally, I cannot believe that.
I would have got through that one.
Literally, there was no waves in that last 10 minutes at all, was there?
Well, whilst you were...
Fantastic. I know, round 2 of the Open, I'm fancying could enjoy good conditions. So, here we go. We've had a lot going on there with online viewers and competitions and whatnot. And Mark Boyd joining us from Scotland. We have Boydie online, that's for sure. Certainly knows a thing or two about backside tube riding. I'll give him that. And was down here for the British.
Yes.
Not too many moons ago.
In October, I think that was.
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
And of course, Craig McCocken. We were. When we watched him, I think you and I were commentating on some of his heats.
Oh, that final, the junior final was fantastic.
And in some of the Open heats, he was like standout for day one. And there we go. He's gone on to win his first Scottish title, Open men's, as well as the junior, as well as British junior champion. So, a little hat trick of titles there. And I say not a little. That's something to be exceptionally proud of. So, and of course, he made the Open men's final at that British Championships.
Oh, he was on a pateer, wasn't he?
Yeah,
I think everyone was so delighted as well.
Yeah, great for Scotland. Great to see that the level of surfing up north is just going higher and higher, and with the waves they have on offer, no surprise really. But that's they've become a force to reckon with. And here we go, starting to look like we've got a lot more lines now Rob, that little tidal kind of halt hopefully come to an end.
You called it. And Mark, I'm going to pick your brains now as contest director as it stands.
That's one of just a couple of categories left with 2 heats left to surf. And then, quite incredibly, we were all worried about time yesterday. We've managed to whittle down to pretty much finals with, I think, our bodyboard friends have got some 2 heats to run. We're hoping that when the tide pushes in and that wind, if it does switch westerly, will allow them to surf the over on the ledges, which is far more akin to bodyboarding performance surfing. So we just saw someone up there briefly on the
That was
beforehand.
Rudder Rava backing up his first score. So Rudder's first wave came in at a 3.17. That puts him firmly in the lead, with surfer in yellow, Reese Poulton, scoring only a 0.83 for that quick in and out, and surfer in red, Callum Thomas and Ewan Buick, yet to post any scoring rides.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to make out what the rip situation is at the moment, Rob, because it's look, they're naturally paddling in a kind of easterly direction as that rip drags to the west, or as you're looking at the screen, dragging them to the left, and they're paddling to the right, and it does look like that. And have the winds picked up or the rips coming into play, but those lefts do look like they've got multiple peaks. So that's going to make it hard on those smaller waves. This next sort of 40 minutes will be the worst of it. And are we really in a heat together?
No, I was mistaken. I'm in heat 5, just before you.
Lovely. Oh, well, that's going to leave quite a significant hole in the commentary booth.
Yeah, well, I've just noticed Tom's come back.
Yeah.
Our co-com who entertained us so much in heat number 1. In fact, I'm not sure if you heard it, but the first thing he uttered as he walked back into the booth was, I could have made it through that second heat with his score. But as we know, every heat's different.
Well, you can always make it through if you're not comboed. So I suppose, even if you're comboed, but I was looking to put the woes of his semi-final in the juniors behind him, where he just missed out on the junior final, and that certainly looked the best ride of the heat so far to me on the forehand.
Up and riding, we have, it looks to me, Reese Poulton. That's
Reese?
in yellow.
Wow, that's
carving his way.
Not going to be a wave that he'll wish to have. He's in a bad position there, right in the inside of this set coming in. So a lot of these, we've got no locals as such in this heat, although I know Callum tends to pay a visit to the Vale now and again with Pat, and they go on a day trip to maximise the best conditions. Look at the beach there, Robert. It looks so clean on the beach compared to the point.
It really does.
Yeah, it's almost like crisp and offshore. So, as I say, I think it's that rip just pulling the peak, and you can kind of see it going across the screen as you look at it.
So if you're in this heat, Mark, are you going straight to the rights, or are you hanging about to try and get some of the lefts and avoid that rip to start with?
Do you know what? Difficult one now, Rob, because those rights that was so clear and obvious don't seem to be there. They seem a little bit more shouldery. The lefts are coming across the beach with the rips now pulling it. Difficult decision. I think the only positive thing about the lefts is that you can get 2 quick ones, and you're not battling against the rip to get back out. So I think that's, in terms of nailing 2 quick openers, maybe a smart move. It's tricky. It's tricky, and I think that's reflected in what we're seeing score-wise. And that first opening heat was probably rip free. But here we go. Who we got on the backhand here? This is Red Callum. Well, here we go. We just had intel from our first returning open heat surfer, Mr. Anderson, who confirms that there is a rip. So, well, you made it look easy, Tom. That's all we can say. Well, at least the rip anyway. And we go on the forehand again. Is this Mr. Buick? Or is that Rudder? No, it's Rudder again. Rudder in the blue vest. Keep him busy. But
so, Tom, we enjoyed your heat. That one right you had was very, very entertaining. We noticed the first turn you really hooked into the lip, and the third turn there was oodles of aggression, and you were rewarded by the judges for it. It was one of the highest scoring waves in the heat, Pat's aside. Pat put you in a combo situation.
Yeah.
In fact, he put everybody in that heat in a combo situation. But no, we had you going through for a little while. Elliot just managed to get a wave towards the end of that heat and link together two very strong turns, as Mark's already said.
And that was my fault too, because I caught a left, didn't I? I caught a left. Just over the halfway mark, I think. And in that kind of back end of the heat, I did. I caught a left, did one turn, and then I thought it was going to reform, and it wasn't. And then I kicked out right next to Elliot and thought, I can have a little paddle race here. But firstly, he's fitter than me, and secondly, he's fitter than me, and I was still in the rip. But also, then it immediately occurred to me that I should have kicked out of that wave about 15 seconds earlier after doing the first turn, and I would have then had priority at the time when Elliot caught that wave. So it was, but then, maybe I'd have caught it, done less, and he'd have caught the one behind, which was also good. But it's interesting because obviously, for us lot, in a lot of our, the bulk of our competitive surfing time, we haven't had this, live priority stuff going on, have we? And it does take quite a bit of getting used to. And especially then once you throw the rip in, because you can't make decisions as quickly and as cleanly when you're so puffed with the rip. And so you're thinking, right, do I go for this wave because I've got priority or because I'm under priority, etc., etc. And then it's whether you can catch it. Oh, here we go. Is that
it's a faller. That's young Ewan.
But I'm not. It could have gone worse. That could have. It wasn't a ritual humiliation. And I also noticed that I would have got through the second heat.
We already commented on that. Well, that's the first thing I heard when you came into the booth. But now, in the water, we've got heat number 3, and it looks to be, I think that's Reece Poulton.
No, it's Callum, that one, Rob, I think, in the red vest. And all I can say is that we've got some
Yeah, that was yellow on that wave.
It was. I need my eyes tested. It just goes to show how much how misty and rainy and miserable it is here this morning. So that sense that it's brightening up. Oh,
I think that was Callum, and that last wave has actually put Reece into first position. So he's sitting on a 4.0 and a 2.5. He's out in front with a combination of 6.50 as we see our surfer in white, Ewan Buick, riding on the right hand wave, and out the back it's surfer in blue, Rudder Rava, working his way across the left there, putting together two nice turns before we cut to him. Displacing lots of water there, finding a bit of flow and rhythm now on the inside of this left. And that will be Rudder's highest scoring wave so far, I would imagine.
Best wave of the heat, Rob?
I dare say it may well have been.
Think so. I haven't seen anything
and
else.
And straight away, the judges agreeing with that, scoring Rudder at 5.17 for that last wave. So that puts Rudder out in the lead straight away, leapfrogging both Reece and Ewan. In fourth position, currently it's Callum Thomas, surfer in red. Callum's looking for a 4.08 to move into second position. In third position, from first to third, it's Reece Poulton, the surfer in yellow, sitting on a 4 and a 2.5. He's looking to replace that 2.5 with a 3.65 to move into second. In second, as a result of his last wave, coming in at a 3.37, it's surfer in white, Ewan Buick. He moves into second position. He needs a 4.08 to move into first. And out in front, with a 5.17 and a 3.17, it's surfer in blue from Puthcall, Rudder Rava.
Wow, well. I mean, I said before this heat started, I was looking forward to seeing Reece Poulton surf because, he is a fantastic surfer, but perhaps one of the contributing to his poor performance maybe is the fact that he's enjoyed too much time surfing great waves.
I'm about to introduce Tom back into the booth because I need to go and prepare for my heat. And now, Tom, you'll have missed all this because you were in the water when we were discussing it. But I've forgotten to bring a wetsuit, and so Mark's going to lend me one.
I think Mr. Anderson's got a more similar physique to yours.
I'm medium tall, and yours is dry.
I just got to do some contest director stuff, Tom. So I'm going to leave you fly
we'll
solo
we'll go to a quick
seconds.
commercial break as we push the buttons, shall we? And then
okay,
there we go. And we're back. So, thank you very much for your continued support, dear viewers. On the backhand here, huge whack, and that is Ewan Buick, I do believe. Rudder Rava has picked up 2 good scores and is sitting out front at the moment, but Ewan Buick will likely, it was a 1 turn only, but Ewan Buick will likely move into a more favourable position yet again. He's already in second. Rhys Poulton, I know Vaughan was talking about it just then as we were going into the break. Rhys has been living in Portugal, I do believe in the Algarve, and Rhys is one of the best surfers of Wales. I know he's living in Portugal, from Wales, of Wales, you know, a Welsh surfer. And the last time he did the Welsh, if I recall rightly, I think it was 2016, I reckon. I think that's the last time he did the Welsh, because he's been living away a while, and then we've had COVID. He got to the final. And I know that because he sent me packing in the semis on his way. I remember it well. And here we go, both the goofy footers in this heat. Rudder in the wave in front, and Ewan Buick on another good one behind, going for a 2-turn combo, falls off on the second one. So Ewan Buick with a couple of scores still to drop. Rudder with 1 more still to drop that I don't think necessarily goes into his top 2. And Callum Thomas with a big fan of spray. Good surfing in this heat now, and a second one. Now that left there is a difficult one to make good decisions on. Callum's making good decisions, so he's managed to stay right close to the pocket. Yeah, had one of those myself in my heat, and shouldn't have stayed with it, kicked out, because it does leave you with a bit of a harder paddle. You can see Callum now trying to paddle sideways to get himself back into the free flowing water that will let you get out to sea, because on the inside there's quite a lot of water moving. So Rhys Poulton, it's not easy. We've got quite a few surfers here at this event who've come back from the Mentawais, or the Mentawais, however we're going to pronounce it. Answers on a postcard or answers on an internet comment on how to pronounce Mentawais, and there is how to do it. Anyway, Poulton, so coming over from Portugal, and quite a few of these surfers have landed only a day or 2 before surfing. It's quite hard to go from such a big difference in water temperature and wave cadence overnight. And as you can see at the moment, I'm going to make that excuse for Rhys at the moment. I'm going to say that it's very tough when you've been surfing in the Algarve to suddenly get used to Welsh surfing, especially if you haven't just been on a 10-day trip to the Algarve or a 1-week trip. You've been on a relocate and live to the Algarve. Other surfers who've recently been away: Eli Perrins-Davis, Mentawais, or Mentawis, Vaughan, Mentawais. There we go. Ewan Buick again, backing up. I have a renewed level of self-awareness when I start critiquing bad priority making now watching these heats, because when you're actually out there that far away, it's quite hard to see who's got priority. And Pat, having comboed all of us, in our case, was willing to tell us because he feared us so little. But it is hard to tell if you've got it. And Callum Thomas, and I liked the way that his board went up and into the lip on that one. And then this one is Buick again. I'm gonna be surprised if Callum Thomas doesn't start to climb up through the ranks of this heat as well. Those 2 waves drop. He got a 2.8 for that last right. So they didn't. And here goes Poulton, and a bit of spray redirects to the whitewater, but he needs this wave to wall up more. Digs hard to come back to the source. Probably one to kick out of. And he does so. And Rudder Rava, and there we go. Rudder squandering priority again, but is on the outside and can probably get back to earn it again. Yeah, very interesting. Priority is hard won and easily squandered out there. I learnt that, especially then you've got the rip going the whole time. And so it's not as if you can just sit there and wait either. You've got to keep moving the whole time. And so really admire what these surfers are doing. And all 4 surfers now have scores to drop, which is going to shake things up a fair amount. And we've got 2 minutes left, so it's an exciting grandstand finish to this one. I saw Rudder as he was going in, and I said, Rudder, I said, stay as far left as you possibly can. If you think you're too far out onto the shoulder for the left, just paddle slower instead of stopping paddling, because you'll be back on the peak and then behind it and wash through onto the rights in no time. And Rudder, so far, things are looking okay. We got scores drop in. Ewan Buick's score does not go into his top 2. Callum Thomas's does, but it doesn't change the situation. Rudder's doesn't go into his top 2. So Callum Thomas with a 3.83. It means he now needs a 4.27. And we've got Rhys Poulton has jumped to second, so that wave did make a difference. A 4.1, Rhys Poulton. Rhys Poulton, Welsh Algarve transplant, has jumped up. Be nice if we could get Rhys in here for a chat as well, actually. I like talking to any of the Welsh who are travelling, putting themselves out there, living abroad, working abroad, surfing abroad. We like to hear it. 40 seconds remaining. So does Ewan Buick know what he needs to do here? Does Ewan Buick know what he needs to do? And we'll see. He will have heard that. It's pretty devastating to hear that you need a score all of a sudden when there's 20 seconds left, but there is going to be a ride. And it is Buick on the left, and he gets a bit of spray going there, and he's looking to make the inside connection, comes off the white water, goes to the inside again, whacks the white water. He's going to ride this one through because there's nothing else to do. The buzzer's going to go. Is there another turn? There's a little wick whack, and Callum Thomas, to make things interesting, did what looked to me like a demolition job on the right-hander at the same time. So a really exciting finish to that heat. At the moment, we are... A replay is a work in progress still, because we've been sort of looking at some of the we've made a few technical sacrifices to be able to definitely get the signal. It's not the easiest place to get an internet signal, this deep valley in the middle of the Vale, and so we've made a slightly scaled down operation in terms of the technical stuff that we're asking the internet to cope with. So at the moment we don't have replays, but if the signal does improve, we will be able to bring replays. It means we can't watch replays of those waves of Callum and Ewan as we speculate what's going to happen, but I am speculating that Ewan Buick needed, and he's got it. So Buick has got the score. He's gone into second, and now Callum Thomas needs a 4.97, and I think it's not impossible he's going to get that on this one. I think it's on the bounds of probability, it's less likely than likely. Because that's a pretty decent score. So, it's almost a 5. It would be the second highest wave of the heat. And he gets it and jumps to first. Well, he got it. Sorry, Cal, I didn't back you enough there. Callum Thomas jumps from 4th to 1st with that last wave. And it drops Buick and Poulton to the elimination positions. Wow. Callum Thomas first, Rudder Rava second, Ewan Buick third, Rhys Poulton fourth. What a ding-dong. The next heat is coming up shortly. Ryan Thomas, Arthur Buick, Maxwell Kerr and Joel Wakely after this. And we are back. And this heat is off to a flying start already as well. And Ryan Thomas, who I am going to call an event favourite. I don't want to jinx him. I've never said it to his face. But I think he's an event favourite. Ryan Thomas looking good on that one then, with a good start to the heat. And we are going to be giving you some information shortly about a competition that we are inviting participants, we're inviting viewers to participate in. It's quite an exciting competition. And we've got, having asked about it, Director Diana, sharp as they come, has gone and done another check on the internet signal. It's improved a little bit, and so she is going to make a bold call. She's decided to see if she can start uploading replays. So what's going to happen here is we're either going to have a replay immediately working, or the whole thing's going to crash and you lot are going to get booted out, and there's never going to be another wave of the Welsh streamed ever again. It's all coming down to the push of a button. It's going to be really exciting. The next surfer to ride a wave, Diana's nervous, but she's going for it. And I appreciate good leadership is about making bold decisions, and Director Diana has made one. So next time a wave gets ridden, we're going to run to the replay function, and that's going to allow me to tell a interesting little story, and then we're going to hear a little bit about today's competition. So we just need a surfer to ride a wave. And I'm nervous. I think it's going to work. And when it does work, well, I'll tell you in advance now what's going to happen once this replay works if we don't get booted out of the internet for good. Oh, here we go. We got a wave. Here we got a wave. Okay, here we go. And it is Ryan Thomas. And we'll have a replay of Ryan Thomas in there. You know, it's not going to be his best wave ever. And it seems to be working. Let's have a look. We haven't. If you're still watching, then Director Diana has made a book. Look at this fantastic replay. Ryan Thomas, what a takeoff! He's been surfing Karamas all winter, getting used to the warm water, and now he's got to get used to the cold water again. Although he should be used to cold water coming from White Sands. Now, today's replay is brought to you by Barty Rum. So moving forward, we're gonna ditch the abstract noun replay, the compound abstract noun replay, and we're going to replace it with the phrase replay brought to you by Barty Rum.
Lovely.
And Barty Rum are running a competition. And I've got two options here. Either camera anchor can write it on a postcard, and me and Vaughnie can do a Ron Burgundy and just tell you whatever we've been told to say. Or camera anchor might be bold enough to tell us, if I give him a quick... I think he's coming for an interview. He is. Craig's going to tell us about this competition. How's it going to run, Craig?
Thank you very much, Tom. So the competition's very simple. All you have to do is go onto our stream, subscribe to our channel so that you can actually comment on the stream, and the Crest channel. You must be subscribed to both YouTube channels, and you must be following Barty Rum on their Instagram at Barty Rum. And a winner, if you answer the question correctly, which is featured on the comment section, which is, what is the date of the National Lava Bread Day? So if you know that, pop it in the comments. There may be a hint on the Barty Rum Instagram account, which you can visit, and you need to be following that to be up for winning a prize, and it'd be well worth doing, because that prize, we've all been eyeing it up. So if you can fulfill all those, subscribe to the two YouTube channels, that's WSF, Welsh Surfing, and Crest Podcast, and then follow Barty Rum on the Instagram. That would be great. We've got some action going on out there at the moment. I'm going to hand back to you, Tom, as me and Director Diana have to do some stuff, all right?
Cheers, buddy. Well done, Craig. Right. So there it is. You've got to subscribe to the WSF and Crest YouTube channels, which is there's no severe consequences of that. It just means that you'll find out when the Welsh is streaming, or when Crest have just interviewed a star of surf from in and out of Wales. So subscribe to the two channels, follow Barty Rum on Instagram, and then comment on the Welsh Nationals feed in the YouTube comments with the answer, what is National Lava Bread Day? Now, We're going to play the same rules. Wikipedia is not allowed, right? You're not allowed to do Wikipedia. You can find out by getting the hint from Barty Rum's Insta, but you're not allowed to Wikipedia it. And we will know. And if we don't know, God will know.
Well, I know when National Lava Bread Day is.
Do you?
Yes, because I did my homework.
Did you?
And I'll be sure to carry out those very detailed instructions, which very grateful to camera anchor Craig for, because my summary was about 30 seconds long. So
was it?
I'm sure anyone tuning in, if you go back to Heat 3 of the Open, around about the 10-minute mark, then you'll get the full instructions. And I think if we remember that throughout the rest of the day, Tom, that'll save you having to repeat it.
There we go.
But I'm sure we'll give our viewers the chance plenty of times throughout the day to ensure they're in the draw.
To be filled.
So, yes.
Did you see the
Where
end of that
are we
heat?
with this?
Did you see the end of that last heat?
I didn't, unfortunately. I was doing some contest directing stuff.
Well,
what was the result?
Well, I tell you what, it was a real ding dong, and it changed around. All four surfers.
Goodness me, didn't it just?
All four surfers rode a wave with about 2 minutes left, and then the two surfers that mattered rode waves with 30 seconds left or less, 10 seconds, and it was a two-way buzzer beater with I got to remember now. I think it was Buick on the one. It was, yeah. Buick went one way, needing a score. So Poulton jumped up into second,
and then tumbled back down.
Yeah.
Before
So Poulton jumped into second, and then what happened was Buick and Thomas split the peak on the buzzer, like the buzzer rung before they'd finished their ride on their inside when they were doing their inside turn, and Buick jumped into second straight away, and then Thomas jumped from fourth to first and bumped it down to Thomas first, Rudder Rava. So Rudder Rava, all he did was slide from first to second. It all happened around him.
Well, I can tell you now, I can see Rudder Rava just in front of us, just under the Mystic tent.
He's not going to believe his luck.
He's puffing his cheeks and looking like a man that's very pleased with his morning's work.
Well,
and
that rip is hard.
Yeah, well, it's a young man like him should be able to stomach that rip on a morning.
Yeah.
But yeah, great result for Rudder. And Reece Poulton, who I had my money on to make, go deep into this event, just goes to show it's time out of the vest doesn't pay.
Well, it's not just that as well. It's really hard. I know you were talking about it. It's really, really hard to make a transition from one ocean to another. And it's interesting because Patrick, firstly, he's really experienced at doing this. Pat's come from France, right?
Yeah.
Pat is real good at, moving from one place to another and just getting used to it straight away.
That's his job.
It's really hard to do. I have, honestly now, right, Vaughnie, it's just been like one of those, it's on my bucket list to do this, right? I've got a lifelong little quest, right? And it's funny because I end up putting so much pressure on myself. Sounds silly, but I got a goal in surfing. And my goal in surfing is to pack all my surfboards into a bag, fly somewhere long away to where the water is a different colour and temperature and texture, and I'm wearing a different type of wetsuit, so whether I'm going from boardies to here in winter or going from here to somewhere in boardies or whatever it is, somewhere in between.
Same feel.
So here it is. Right, I've done that many times in my life, but here is a lifelong goal which I've only achieved twice. And it is stand up and surf really well on my first wave in the new destination. I've done it twice. I've done it in Anchor Point once, and I've done it in the Porthcawl Point coming home from Indonesia. Ryan Thomas.
Sorry, Tom. The action's more critical here because that was too big.
Three and
big
a third.
Slices. That's the thing with Ryan surfing. He's always got that powerful forehand attack, akin to a Russell or Steve Winter.
Yeah, I can certainly see the resemblance there. Yeah. Neko Padarats as well.
Yes, that kind of forehand. Absolutely.
We got replays. The replay brought to you by Barty Rum. We can comment again on that fantastic piece of surfing by Ryan.
That wasn't the one, I don't think.
Here it is.
It's queued up.
Replay brought to you by Barty Rum.
But that was...
whack. I'm just going to make sound effects.
Oh, yes. There we go.
Whack. Now, what does Barton Lynch say? Or Gerlach? Zah! There we go. And then on this one...
Indeed. Well,
do they count the last one as landed? Don't know.
I think the damage was done on the outside. Look, it was the only criticism of that wave for a scoring potential was that it was well surfed.
Yeah.
Lots of power, lots of aggression, 4 big hits, but it was on the kind of fatter part of the wave rather than through the lip. So sure the judges will pick up on that, but I would expect that to go in the round about the 6-point range possibly.
Yeah.
Let's wait and see what that comes in. So while there is a little lull, we've got just pick up some scores, because there's a nice backhand wave for Arthur Buick there that on the that he went. He started. It was a fairly soft first turn, but then he kind of pushed two really quite nice carves on his backhand, and he's now sitting in second place. Max and Joel, Max is in contention here. He's not needing a big score to go into to progress.
Entirely
2.87.
Entirely attainable.
And Joel is he needs a significant score. Oh, here we go, up and riding.
Buick, I think.
That's Buick, yeah.
Do you know, I predict Rob Blythe's going to do okay out there, Vaughan. Should I tell you for why?
He's a lot leaner and younger than us.
Yeah, and he's riding the right surfboard.
Well, he's in my wetsuit.
Rob Blythe does quite like to do something silly like a twinny or a single fin or something in an event nowadays. That's such as his dedication to commentary that he wants to be back in the booth for the rest of the day. But he's gone down there with a nice looking swallowtail and 3 fins. I think he could show up. Vaughan, have you ever done that then, or are you not aware of it as a little challenge? And now that I've said it, do you reckon? So I go somewhere, I fly somewhere, I paddle out for the first time, and I really think into myself, really nervously, about this first wave. I'm like, can I get going first wave? And I'll tell you the one of all of it that's hardest, right, is if you go from here, any time where there's like a lot of wetsuit involved, to proper tropics. Your first wave in the tropics is always everything goes wrong, right? But going the other way is actually easier.
Well, I don't agree with you at all there, Tom.
Good. That's what makes good conversation. So tell me why you don't agree with me at all.
Well, I just find when I've kind of left these shores in the winter months and gone away, and you're down to a pair of boardies, then it's I don't really think about.
But I'm not talking about your first session.
No,
I'm talking about the actual first time you paddle into a new wave in a new ocean in new water.
Well, a new wave and a new
feet in the wax for the first time. Surf that wave well.
That doesn't really. That's not a consideration.
You've never thought about it.
No, my only consideration is if it's a new lineup, where to sit, where to take off, trying to get the best way possible.
So I've done a lot of travel, right? And every time I've ever landed somewhere new, and that includes coming home, my first wave has always been a bit of a just testing it out duffer. Twice in my life I've ridden that first wave well.
Yeah.
Herbie whispers, just your first.
Just your first. Yeah, I'm. And then too many trips, too many memories. I
remember watching
Slater.
Slater.
Not bore the viewers with that.
I remember watching Slater. Do you remember when they had that CT search in Arica in Chile? And I remember seeing Slater turn up to that late for his heat, and his first wave was like an 8-point ride blown out. And here we go. That is Maxwell Kerr, I do believe. The surfer in yellow. And there's a good set coming through behind that. And it's going to get... He's going to get hung up on that one. Sorry, viewers, if you caught any of that conversation.
We didn't. Aside. Good. Let's just say my contest director role continues to... Oh,
Thomas, here we go. He's got the right line here. Oh, Neko Padarats, Russell Winter, Steve Winter. I was going to say Steve Martin then. And again.
It's his go-to turn, and there's a little bit of a pull-out with a very...
He looks pleased with himself.
Straightened
That's a claim.
Spine. That looked like he was happy with that, Tom.
Replay brought to you by Barty Rum.
First turn was, speed on the rail.
There
Boom.
It is. Very engaged, committed surfing. I like his surfing. Always liked it.
He's one of those guys that you just do not want in heat because he always puts scores together. He's made the final of the Welsh, yet to win it. But all that time he spends abroad, most winters, 3 or 4 months, doesn't him no harm. Yeah, he bases himself in Kahunas.
Yeah.
In fact, I had the pleasure of his company there going back a few years, and co-commentator Blythe. So we were hanging out at Commune,
owned by Luke Egan.
Yeah, it was funny. I was travelling and didn't know what to do, whether to go to from Australia, and myself and Beth and my good friend Kieran Thompson said you might want to try residing here.
Arthur Buick. Oh, here we go.
Kieran, an exceptionally well-travelled young man.
He is.
And say young man.
And he's also, he behaves like a young man. He's also a very enjoyable person to travel with, Kieran Thompson is. I love... I love bumping into Kieran and Tracy on a trip.
Oh, great company on tour. You know, fabulous tourists. They've done it so often.
Good company locally too, but on tour, you know, we've all got less commitments, haven't we? And we tend to.
Yeah, but the great thing about Kieran and Tracy, if they travel so much, is they're like they've got so much intel on the best places to stay.
They do. They know where to stay, where to eat, where to drink, where to surf.
Ryan again, bang!
And like that closeout turn as well.
Yeah, smaller inside wave, but 2 quick bangs again.
And the replay brought to you by Barty Rum.
He's literally he's cruising this heat at the moment, Ryan. But Kieran's become quite a travel agent for me of late.
Oh,
the last few years.
Replay is
not
of. Oh, there it is. Ah, okay. The camera. Oh, we got the closeout turn on the replay. The camera didn't keep up with him. So on the replay, you just see the last turn, but that was the turn I liked.
Yep, good surfing.
It is.
It's conditions. There's a lot of activity in this booth, isn't it, Tom? It's quite a challenge at times to retain your concentration on the action.
You know, all of us, we never really give up being competition surfers, do we?
And once you put the vest on, it's in your head,
yeah.
isn't it? Even when you're surfing,
and
it stays with you.
My propaganda that I was using in Heat 2 by saying I'd have got through this heat, by the end of Heat 3, every single surfer had scored more than I would have scored. That was a great heat, though, Heat 3, the standard in that. Yeah. And for Rudder Rava to have made it through that heat, I'm so proud of him.
Yeah, great result for Rudder.
Yeah.
I think you talk about how being a competitive surfer affects your, how you look at waves and how you surf a wave, especially. You can always tell a competitive surfer because they're always looking for that final finish and trying to milk that little bit extra out of waves. Where, we talk about Kieran Thompson, who's a man who travels to no end of different spots to enjoy surfing in its more pure form. Oh, Kieran does don the vest every now and again, but he is... certainly someone who enjoys the more purist side and artistic side of the sport. But he will not do those silly things like looking for a whitewater rebound on the inside where it's like 6 inches of water.
Yeah, but on the very rare occasions he puts a vest on, he's actually quite a shark.
Oh yeah, he's
very
competitive.
The sword from time to time, isn't he?
Yeah, it's say a nice smooth pull off finish. There's a lot to be said for the final sort of forced whitewater climb.
And Thomas is going to go to the backhand on this one,
I think whoever's going right there has made a good call because they put it on rail for a nice long cut back and dagged a couple of turns here and got a little finish.
That's Buick.
With the 5-minute disc well and truly turned, that I think is just going to further cement his position.
It was Maxwell Kerr,
was it?
Because the Maxwell Kerr has got a score about to drop. So
must get my eyes
he
tested.
needs a 3.46. I thought the same, Vaughnie. He needs a 3.46. And I would say he's going the wave we just watched, if that's the right one, is going to get it. Gets it.
Oh yeah. Well, I can't really argue with that.
3.9. Let's have a replay. Yeah.
Yeah. He was on the rail on the cutback, and there's a bit of speed to it, bit of wall, and then he just
brought to you by Barty Rum.
Yeah, just managed to snag a bit of extra action out of it, didn't he?
And
nothing crazy. Oh, look at this set.
Lovely. Rob Blythe? No, that's not Rob Blythe.
No, you're a heat too early there, Tom.
A heat too early. I thought it was
That's Arthur. Who's... that's where knowing this wave comes into play, because he's taken what was a big set wave, but it just did nothing.
Thomas going left.
Yeah.
Has Ryan flipped to the left now because he's just sort of wants to feel them out in case he needs them later in the event?
It's a shame. If you had one of those WSL watches with your heat scores on, he'd probably be confident enough to maybe come in.
Yeah.
But that's his work done. Regardless, he's through.
But we're going straight into open round 2, aren't we?
Yeah, Max has just, with that score, Tom, obviously in the dire moments, gone from 3rd to 2nd and progresses through. And it's another of the Buick boys that is going to be missing from the next round of the Open. So disappointment for them.
Big names are falling.
But
you need to go and get dressed yourself, Fawny.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the next one,
aren't you in Heat 6?
Yeah, I've got 15 minutes,
So you're going to are you going to go and find us? You've got in your mind a couple of guest comms you were thinking of headhunting for us,
I'll get see if Kelly's free to call the heat.
Yeah, be great.
Anyway, jokes
He hasn't
aside.
got anything better to do.
No.
Oh, no, he has actually. They give him the wild card now, haven't they?
Well, maybe it's time for a quick coffee for me.
All
A
right.
little espresso booster.
Good luck,
And,
Vaughnie.
Yeah, I'm going to get suited up and find a replacement.
See you soon, Vaughnie. Thank you. And this next heat is off to a start already with Eli Perrins-Davies. And he does well to get out of that piece of whitewater and really whacks that on the inside. So that is a fantastic start for Eli Perrins-Davies there. And we didn't quite see the start of that wave, but I think it looked pretty good. And so that is one of the surfers from the last heat coming in. Here we go. Yeah, we have got it. The replay. And here we go. Now he does a good job to get out of that bit of whitewater with enough speed to give it that one. So Eli is going to drop something that sets the scale. And yeah, gets a drop to 4.67. So that's a good first score for Eli Perrins-Davies there. Eli, a finalist more than one time here, I do believe, or at least last year. At least last year. I think maybe last year was his first open final. But we got a lot of love coming in, I got to say, on the... Oh, here we go. That's Rob there on his backhand. And Rob... the camera hasn't followed Rob on that one. He's gone. The camera's stuck with the right-hander. And I can assure you that Rob has gone back and forth a few times on a left. It was a bit shouldery, so I think Rob will be looking to replace it, but you're on the right part of the lineup if you've gone left, and both of them, the image doesn't have it at the moment, they're both Rob and I think it was Willem Beck rode waves to the inside and are now walking along the rocks to get back into the channel so that they can stay wide enough of the left-handers. So this heat is already Perrins-Davies's to lose. After that, Mark Vaughan will be up next with Tom Sheldon, who we saw surf well in the juniors this morning. Rhys Evans of... Are we still online? Because I'm just hearing that there may be some power issues. Are we still online streaming? I'm hearing there may be some... Oh, we're all good. There's been a little bit. Oh, we've got to. That's why the camera one has landed a power issue and is down, which is the reason why the close-up following of Rob on the left and the surfers walking into the channel is not an image that's come to you. So we're operating on just the one camera for now. We've got, obviously, you can imagine webcasts require a lot of personnel. So what you are seeing is an unmanned lineup cam. And then the manned surfer cam, will be back very shortly. So at the moment, I'll tell you if anything happens out of the mise en scène. And yeah, so first of Rob Blythe actually comes in. It could end up figuring. It's a 3.6. So there have been heats today in which that score would have figured. Rob will be looking to replace it. And on the inside now, we've got... And we're back with the camera. Well, what's actually happened is camera 2 has now decided to become the surfer camera. And camera 1 will simply go back to being the static unmanned lineup cam. So at least we can see some surfing as we go. But that does mean that in between the shot, while we get the other camera up and running, the surfer camera will be having to sort of rove the lineup a little bit. But that explains the images that you're seeing. And A 2.1 for Lucas Panton on the inside there, a wave that you, I think, did see on your screens. Rob Blythe then sits in second with a 3.6. And the wind, I feel as though the wind is ever so slightly dropping. Or is it just that the waves are coming out of that part of the point where they get the chance to get cut up by the wind? If the Vaunt was here, he'd tell us. So, and again, they're now going on the inside, and I believe that that is Willem Beck. It's either Beck or Panton, and it was Panton, Lucas Panton, and on the other side, going left, Willem Beck. So Willem Beck is a goofy footer, and probably both of those surfers will be looking to replace these waves by the end of the heat, you'd guess. And Perrins Davis is he's waiting cannily for the priority to work to his advantage. 14.5 minutes remaining in this heat, so quite a bit has happened already in this heat. And so Rob Blythe is now currently in fourth, but only having ridden one wave. So if Rob gets onto another one, and he's now going to go onto his front side here, he's going to make it. He's going to get around the section. He's going to tag the lip, but he's going to get hung up. And it's interesting because he didn't realise, I don't think, looking at his body language, that all he needed there was to come out of that turn, and he'd have got the score. In fact, he did still get the score. He got a 1.6, which has moved him into second. But he's probably going to be, well, he's definitely going to be wanting to replace that one. And we're a reminder of the competition, the Barty Rum competition. I've got to see, what do we know what the prize is for the Barty Rum competition? I'm guessing it's a liquid prize. Blythe again, and comes onto the inside. So we'll have a little look at what it was that Rob just did on that wave. And it is, let's have a look, if it was picked up. I think that the camera went left with Perrins Davis, but look at that one. We didn't see that one. I don't think they give him the make on that. So we're going to be having a good guest commentator very shortly for a couple of heats. An exciting guest commentator. I was hoping to speak to this person. I'm gonna keep it a secret until he comes in. It isn't Kelly Slater, so don't get too excited. But it is someone who can further elucidate for us on the topic we were discussing earlier about travelling between different water temperatures and places. And lineup goes a little bit quiet here now. We're wondering, so the deals of the competition, by the way, if you subscribe to the Welsh Surfing Federation, subscribe to Crest, then follow Barty Rum on Instagram. So it's a 4-stage competition, and then the 4th stage is tell us on this live feed, on the YouTube comments, when is National Lava Bread Day, and you could win some Barty Rum. The other major event sponsor, or the major event sponsor, is Pura Vida. Pura Vida, the surf shop in Penarth. I think Pura Vida stocks a very wide range of products, and plenty of I'm just there's a set coming here now. I'm going to cut out of that. I'll give us some more information on that. Yeah, Pura Vida. Besides, Pura Vida have an online store as well. Do we know this to be true? They do have an online store. They do. So Pura Vida's online or in person. Support your local surf shop, guys, either online or in person. set coming through. Rob Blythe, here he goes. Gets a bit of spray, a languid style. And again, it's very shouldery, but he's doing all he can to get whatever points that wave has. And behind him is the wave of the day, and it's got no one on it. Look at the wave behind him. And the camera's not showing it, but there's a right-hander on the wave behind him. Oh, and it is put me in mind surfing heaven for a second then. Rob will get his second best score of the heat. I reckon that's going to be his second best score of the heat, I do. Watch me be wrong. Rob's 3.6. There is a replay option for us here on it. Director Diana brings us the replay. Now the replay is also brought to you by... Oh, here he goes. Right, so he gets moving, doesn't he? I think it's going to be second to his 3.6. No, I reckon that's going to go in higher than the 3.6. I'm going to change my mind. I'm always wrong. Whenever I try to predict any kind of scoring, I'm wrong. Well, I'm wrong if it's close. I mean, I'm going to predict that it's not a 1 or a 2, and that it's not an 8 or a 9. The judges are having to think about it. We've got 2 of the scores dropped, but 1 is still having a really good think about what to do. And the last of yellow, they get that one out the way quickly as a 1.2. So Rob's going to still be... We want to keep that mic as close as we can to the chin by there.
There we are, we're on.
Think like when you watch our Match of the Day, you know, and they have the John Motson cam, you know?
I'm in.
And
Gary
so this
Lineker
is
style.
who he is.
Hello, everyone. What's happening?
Rhys Poulton. And he's fresh out of the Algarve.
Fresh out.
And he's going to be joining us for a couple of heats, so we can double this up with a bit of a chat.
Oh, there's a lovely right going on.
Blythe.
Oh,
yes.
Lovely turn.
Good, well done, Robbo. And
Lovely turn.
on the left, actually,
Split
Willem
peak.
Beck's
Oh, the
getting
right
busy.
is still going.
This
Bonus section.
This wave's taking Rob to the next round.
Oh, he's definitely went through on that thing.
Yeah,
What are you
look at
calling that? What score are you going to give that?
Less than Perrins Davis. But, I think we do have a replay of that one. Do we, Diana? The replay of Rob here. I'm going less than Perrins Davis on this. Look at that. We're on the
That
replay for a
first turn was
second.
lovely.
And there it
Ah,
goes.
here we
Right.
are.
There.
First
Lovely.
turn. Nice, setting himself up well.
And then the connection. And then that. There was the first turn was missing from the replay. I think it was in the top left of the screen.
Okay.
Because the replay replays whatever was being recorded, full stop. So look, we're on the replay and Rob's on the top right. That first turn's on the top right of the screen. It's going to go less than Perrins Davis, right? But what Rob was doing then that I'm wanting to see some of our Groms do more of, this is what I was talking about as you walk through the door, is each of Rob's turns were different.
Variety.
4.57, variety.
Definitely. First term was quite committed as well.
Yeah. So Perrins Davis is 6.5, which is the highest score of the heat, was the same turn 4 times in a row.
Okay.
It was like that kind of
You want to
stomp.
have the variety.
And I'm just wondering if that turn is different each time.
Hopefully the judges pick up on it.
Yeah, then the judges pick up on it. You get variety. 5 minutes 20 seconds remaining.
And has Rob's score come in?
4.57.
4.5. Fair enough.
I think it's
That's
fair.
Fair. Perhaps slightly just under on my account, but
Do you reckon?
maybe so.
Yeah.
How did you go?
Yeah, it was very hard work in my
A
heat.
stacked heat.
It was, and the other fella surfed pretty good too.
Good man. And you had a couple of wiggles?
I had a couple of wiggles. I didn't use priority correctly.
No, I had that same issue. I haven't
And-
surfed with priority.
Oh, it's
actually.
hard, isn't it?
Yes,
It's real
you
hard.
get in your own head.
Yeah,
It's quite a challenge for us Welsh surfers who aren't used to it.
yeah,
But and nevertheless important for a swell a day like this.
absolutely.
And,
Yeah, so actually, I couldn't even hear the scores that well either.
no, and my eyes. I needed my glasses
Yeah.
to see the
Oh, the
turning
front you
board.
can't. Well, Pat had comboed us, right? and he actually said, he said to me, just ask me about priority. I'll be honest. And I thought to myself immediately, you don't fear us very much. I bet he doesn't say
He
that
doesn't say that
to Maxine
Juan
Hushado, Joan Duru, does he? And
No.
so I had Pat. So Pat was like, he was like the school teacher out there, and he was telling me and Elliot, and
looking after you boys.
he was telling us who had priority. He was like, right, it's Tom, then Elliot, or whatever he was saying, and then I had priority and I caught a left, which was a bit rubbish. And everyone coming down on that one there. And then I should have kicked off this left, but I thought it had a reform on the inside. There was about 5 minutes left, right? And I was watching this reform, and I was thinking, I just need the points now. And then I kicked out right next to Elliot, and I thought, I'm gonna have to paddle battle him now. Yeah. And then not only is he fit and young, but he was out of the rip, and I was in it. And I realised as soon as it started, if I'd just done my first turn and kicked out of the wave, I'd have had priority back straight away.
This is the issue. We're not trained up on it.
I hadn't heard the scores, and I was actually in second at the point when that happened, and he did then go out and get a wave that put me far behind.
Lovely first.
I'm sure he'd have caught me by the end anyway, but I could have maybe prolonged it by an extra couple of minutes.
We have a lovely set coming in here. Lovely first turn.
Get the surfing going
Big
on here.
wrap.
Rob O'Blythe in the blue on the inside.
Who's on that second wave?
Now this is going to be a real game changer. It's Willem Beck, and I'm calling that this wave from Beck will make Rob's position
back
in the heat
third
a little bit precarious. Now,
who's jumping in here?
It's getting busy in here. Let's go to the booth cam. It's like a mirror. You move the wrong way. Reese Poulton, who's co-comming for a little while now. James McGregor and Alice Barton, QS Charger. Langland's QS Charger. Ooh,
quadruple we have in here.
There's a wave going on as well.
Wow.
And that's Perrins Davis.
The booth is stacked.
Booth is stacked. And we're just going to have a very quick catch-up with Alice as well and say, what are you making of the event so far, Alice?
Yeah, it's really fun. Seen a couple of the boys ripping. There's been some good waves. Waves getting better now, which is nice. And yeah, rain stopped. And yes, there's some good scores dropping.
And were you watching your heat with your brother, where he made light work of me and other?
Yeah, I did. I watched. Well, he had his 18th heat this morning, and I gave him a row after it because he needs to get going. Not that I'm any better, but anyway. And then his men's heat was pretty good. I was watching a film in the car, and I saw him catch a couple of waves, so it was all right. Yeah.
Lovely. And have you been for a surf this weekend? Because you've only just come back from being abroad, right?
Yeah, I just came back from France. Not yesterday, the night before. Did some work at G's, West French yesterday. That was good fun. Sold some clothes. And now I'm here today, which is fun. Haven't surfed yet, so I can't tell you what it's like. But I did want to surf, but it's just not there yet on the corner. So maybe a bit later. But I did actually forget a surfboard, so it's probably not a very good start.
Forgot a surfboard. Okay.
Yeah.
What type of board are you be heading in there with, Alice?
Probably my 5.4, to be honest. There's a couple of fun ones, though, but...
Is your 5.4 a fat wave board, or...?
Usually, I ride my 5.4 in pretty much everything. It's my grindy one.
Nice.
Can get all the waves, take them off pat. You know.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll find something.
I like the word you've used there, Alice, talking about a grindy board instead of a groveler board, because I had this debate with Vorney earlier. I have a groveler board, right? And that was what I used in my heat. Now, I remember James Jones telling me the one time where I did do very well in an event, I remember James telling me, look, the waves are a bit tough, but use your best board, because what you want is the one moment when there is that big section, you want to be on the right board then.
Yeah, well said.
And it is well said, but I did use the groveler because it's all I've been using lately, and I didn't want to suddenly catch a wave and have to get used to that board.
Yeah.
But Vorney says he doesn't have a groveler board.
Interesting.
And now, Alice, you are also saying that you don't actually have a groveler board per se.
Just
Then you have a
all-rounder.
grinder board, which is an all-rounder, right?
Yeah. I just kind of ride it all the time. I don't specifically have a small wave board because, yeah, like you said, when the section comes, you want to be on the board that you can turn the best.
Well,
generate the most speed.
That's interesting because I took out.
Let me just pause you for results. That heat just ended, and Rob Blythe did get through. Which means we'll talk about your heat again in a minute.
No problem.
And you're doing a good job sitting in here and smiling after that one because we were,
that's okay.
It was frustrating. But it means you've probably got a bit more work coming later, then, Reese, because Rob's going to be back in.
Let's go, ready to
go
rock
on,
with you,
You were
mate.
asking Alice another question. Go for it.
No, yeah, interesting because I saw Pat's heat before mine, and I thought, you know what? There's something out there. I won't take my grovel board. I'll take the board that I prefer to surf. It's definitely high performance, and it didn't go so well. But that's okay. Yeah, if you lose in good conditions and you surf terribly, that's all right. But if you surf in quite poor conditions and you struggle, I think it's all right.
Yeah. I mean, I watched Pat's heat because he was with Elliot actually, and Yeah, he just kind of sat on that right rip bowl, and because he's goofy, he just played on his backhand. And I always find with like judging, like a lot of contests, backhand scores pretty high. If you're connecting turns, got a good flow, bit of speed and power, you're gonna drop big scores, and that's what he did. And yeah, I had a 16 heat total, so
Smashed it.
Can we talk about your year so far on the QS then, Alice? You've done quite a bit of work travelling. Obviously, there's 2 goals, probably, isn't there, at the moment? Because the ISA Worlds is also around the corner, where all of you are probably only about 25 heats away from the Olympics when you go to that event, or about 5 if you could stay in the main event.
Yeah, well said.
Are you? Where are you thinking at the moment? Because you got age so much on your side that in a way, I suppose, are you weighing up sort of sticking at the QS, but then just all of it at the same time? What's your thoughts, and how's it been going so far?
Yeah. So this year I didn't qualify for the Challenger, which is cool. Like, it was my first year where I had a go at it and had some good results. So I'm focused on the contest on the QS going from August onwards, because there's about 7 events back to back. And that's the stint for the next Challenger qualifier. So that's in the back of my mind, and I'm really excited to be able to have that opportunity to compete in that, and hopefully that goes well. And then next month, around the 25th, we actually all go to El Salvador, which is pretty sick. Very excited for that. We got a good team, and it's going to be cool. Actually, it's only me and Pat at the moment because they haven't announced the rest, but stoked to be with Pat because he's like my big brother, and it'll be good. It'll be good. I'm excited.
And you're going out there with Lou Whitaker, right? How long before the event you're going out there?
I think we're going to go on the 25th, so we have a little bit of time before the event, which is nice. And it's a tricky wave, but it's like a good spot, and it's a good challenging wave, and something to really get.
So is that in the end of May, the event?
Yeah, the event's the very start of June, I think, isn't it? So you've got, it looks like you've got about a week and a bit there then.
Yeah. So a bit of preparation time.
Okay.
Get used to the warm water, and
Would you all stay in a clubhouse there or in a hotel? How does it work?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're staying in a hotel, which is pretty cool. I love a hotel. Honestly, it's brilliant. You get all the extras.
All the
breakfast. You feel like a
breakfasts
bit of celebrity. And no, it's cool. It's all the team in a hotel, which will be great fun. It's always a good laugh.
Lots of right-handers, no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been to that part of the world before, El Salvador? And have you been to the Tunco Zunzal stretch?
Yeah. So last year I actually competed there for the juniors. So it was La Bacana and El Sanzal, and the wave is super fun. It's a very tricky wave, like there's a lot of water moving and stuff like that, so you need bigger boards, but it's like super fun when you get a good one.
The other thing that's pretty mad about that contest, right, is Zunzal is like a big long right hand point, and then La Bacana is like a semi-close out beach break that breaks predominantly left with a massive rip running through it. And you could be surfing one in one round and then the other in another round. So you don't really kind of, so the wave could change so much between heats. Is that a challenge?
Being ready.
Yeah, it's crazy. You kind of just go between both. And I remember one day I had a heat on El Sanzal where it's like you literally have to time your heat so well. Like you want to get a wave at the start of the heat. Otherwise you got like a 10-minute paddle back to the point because it's so long. And then I had a heat in the afternoon in La Bacana, and it was like a super closing out. It's like middle of the bay, like at Langland, just super big and a bit more punch.
You've been practicing there enough in the past few years, right?
We'll just update you on a few scores before we carry on. Mark Vaughan has posted a 6.17.
Great skills, Mark.
I know, and 3 sevens with a 4. As well. So, and George Schofield,
the dark horse. George.
I'm putting it out there. Unfortunately, right now, I got to keep my emotions clear because George Schofield is he's one of my best mates.
I was chatting to George before his heat.
I'd love so much.
You would love him to get through. Who's up riding here? Somebody's on their forehand.
That's 3 sevens again.
There. So nice rapper. He didn't get that complete.
I'm neutrally feeling neutral about him dagging a rail on that one. And here goes Tom Sheldon, who surfed good this morning, and I'm feeling nice and neutral about him dagging a rail too. And then I'm feeling nice and neutral about George's chances of managing to stay in the rip and be able to tell he's got priority and realise what wave to go on and get it right.
I was speaking to George. I think he's got confidence on his side.
Great politician's answer there. Challenger series. Well, no, I don't know. It's not fair. You're a teenager and you're sitting there. And I'm like, right, Challenger series. Oh no, I've said it. Olympics. Yeah. Did you think about these things?
Yeah, no, definitely. Like the Challenger, I really want to make because I have a lot of friends that surfing in those events, and I think I can surf like just as well as them, and I'd love to have the opportunity to be able to like, you know, compete against that level and travel and do those competitions. So that's a goal, like a short-term goal for me, and I want to achieve that. And then obviously the Olympics, it's a tricky situation at the moment because that El Salvador, the qualification is to finish as the top European, which is, okay, that's 100% doable. It's, you know, I'm like competing with those top 10 women a lot frequently, and it's something that I'd really, you know, I've got a shot at doing. So yeah, it's really kind of in my hands and just how my performance is there. And but I mean, the main thing is that I just, you know, enjoy it and show good surfing, and then whatever the outcome is, it is.
Can you not get a British slot at El Salvador then? Is there another Worlds before the Olympics that the country slots would go to?
So at the moment, there isn't an official British slot in the Olympics. It's just a European slot. So that makes it a little bit more difficult, but it's you know, it's anyone's game, and you just have like 20 minutes to.
But what I mean is, if you say, for example, were to finish third in the whole contest, but as the highest placed Brit, and the two guys in front of you were, say, Portuguese and French, would there not then be one of the sort of two slots per nation?
No, it's crazy. The way it works at the moment is the highest placed European gets a spot. Whereas, like, it's really, like, soon I think it'll change. I think they'll give one to Britain and, you know, so forth. But I think at the moment, just as they're, like, figuring it out still, it's just that qualification system. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of exciting in El Salvador 3 years ago with the qualification, wasn't it? Or was it 2 years ago, whatever it was, with, because it was like the ISA commentators didn't know, you know, and
exactly what was going on.
Sofia Milanovic lost it. And that was Alice Barton there.
Good skills, Alice. Thank you for joining us.
She is a ripper, and I don't know.
She is pushing it for the ladies in Wales.
Isn't she just?
She is, even in the UK, she is performing. I saw her surfing down one of the local spots down in, near Llangennith recently, and my God, the turns were you know, proper man hacks.
Absolutely.
So impressive.
She's
doing well, and
an
only 18.
Ripper.
No, I think.
Yeah. So
surfing really well. Got the whole thing ahead of her.
Last year, at the Boardmasters, you know, she was, I think, a quarter finalist in the QS.
Mm-hmm.
A few weeks before that, she'd come second in Pantene in the QS, only to Teresa Bonvalot.
Oh my goodness!
Who's now a CT surfer.
You know, she's really
George
pushing
Schofield,
it. Lovely rap.
And he's out. He doesn't like that. He thinks he can do better.
I mean, that first term would have been even worthy of a 3 or something.
Yeah.
Is it going to back up his...
Behind him, 3-7s. Now he's got lip on that one and puts a bit of spray over. And
does he make the next turn?
George there paddling back out. Whoa!
Oh, who is that?
As far as the Reese's wave goes there, George was paddling out, and I think we might have a replay of that
Look
wave.
at this set coming in. There's waves coming.
There is. Replay brought to you by Barty Rum, and this is the wave of Rhys Evans. And he gets right under the lip for this bottom turn, cranks the bottom turn, big bit of spray, and George is on the shoulder.
He's going to be getting a 4 for that, I think.
George had front row tickets to a show he did not want to see.
The comedian, eh?
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
You know, I can't take credit for that line. It's from Chris Cote from that Apple TV series. Have you watched it, Make or Break?
Oh, fantastic. It's fantastic series. I haven't seen the second one.
Nor me.
I signed up for the first 7 days.
That's exactly
and then I had to opt out, sadly. But anyone who hasn't seen it...
I'll be watching the second one.
On someone else's account.
In 6 weeks' time, when my dad comes over from California to visit for a week, and he stays with us, and he'll log in for us. And
hopefully he'll leave his logins for you.
And then I'm on... I've just done the Disney Plus short-term trial to watch the Wrexham documentary.
Ah, lovely.
And
they've been making a documentary, have they?
Oh, the Wrexham documentary, mate.
Fantastic.
Oh, you've got to watch that. Disney Plus. It's absolutely gold. And if you're a proud Welshman,
which I am.
Oh, mate, you'll love it.
That sounds like a dream.
Speaking about being a proud Welshman, then let's talk a little bit about where you've been living and why you've been living there.
Absolutely, mate. No problem.
So Go on. Well, you tell us.
Or crack into it. So yeah, we left just.
Oh, hang on. Sorry. No, before you do that, you can correct me now. I spouted a statistic earlier.
Here we go.
And you might tell me if it's wrong.
You can.
Your last Welsh, I think, was 2016.
Correct.
And you made the final.
Yes.
And the reason I can remember it is because you knocked me out in the semis. But you might not remember that.
I can't remember.
I was probably just the other guy.
I can only remember. Yeah, I can remember the sad second.
Yeah.
Second place.
Yeah. No, I was in your semi at close to high tide. Fresh.
We had good
with
waves that
really
Welsh.
good waves, and it was Kieran Thompson, you, me,
Yeah.
and someone else. So there we go. I'm already forgetting who the other person in the semi was with us.
No worries. My mind's also weak. Somebody had a lovely opportunity on a right there. But
I said Kieran Thompson, Kieran Hughes.
A nice second turn, actually. Loads of speed.
3.7s, chasing a 4.68. I don't think you'll get it on that.
No, just under. But anyway, yes. So that was the last Welsh.
So we were right. That was your last Welsh. So then
with Jay Quinn from New Zealand entering, and despite my big efforts, I didn't pip it in the final. But
George
that's fine.
Out.
I was maybe hoping I could try and make that right this weekend, but the waves didn't give me a chance, and I didn't give myself the best chance. But that's fine.
It's really hard. How many days have you been back in the country?
2 days.
Yeah,
to see my old man.
So to transition from surfing in a 3-2 without boots in 15-degree water now or something in the Algarve.
Yeah, there's a lot of punch down there as well.
Yeah, that's
it was
not easy.
Quite the challenge, but it's fine. It's just good to be down in another Welsh, see all the crew, get involved with all the good vibes.
So you're still living in the Algarve?
Still live down there.
Where?
Yeah, in Lagos.
Lagos itself.
Lagos, yeah. It's about half hour from Sagres.
I know it.
Yeah, you know it well. You've been there
I know
a couple
it well.
of times.
Yeah, whereabouts in Lagos you live in?
You know Praia da Luz?
I do.
Yeah, just behind there.
So when we say just behind there, do you mean back towards the road or in the direction
right behind? It's about a kilometre behind Luz.
So it's between Luz and the main road?
Yeah. Do you know the little campsite?
I do.
Tourist camper?
Yeah.
We live about 100 or 200 metres from there.
Ah, I know
it's
it well.
A lovely little Portuguese house.
Lovely.
And yeah, we left 3 years ago to chase a small dream of living out there and try and make our own way.
So what? So who's out there? You and
it's me and Ellie, my long-term partner.
Right.
Yeah.
And what are you doing out there then?
So, well, contrary to what we did in university and everything, we followed our photography dream.
Right.
We were both photographers, videographers.
And what did you do in university?
I studied maths. Yeah, we totally went the other route. We decided, let's see if we can make this happen.
You went on a tangent.
Mate, these are so bad. Sorry for any listeners.
Okay, right.
I mean, it made me laugh, to be fair. Yeah, we totally we went on a different route to what we probably should have went down.
Right, adjacent rather than perpendicular.
And yeah, we found ourselves with 1 or 2 clients within the first 6 months.
Here we go. Tom Shelton needs a score, needs a 5-ish.
He started soft, but can he make up for it on the next
nice
turn?
Bit of lip on that.
He's just milking at one more.
I like his surfing.
He's doing well,
but not quite sure he was in the right places on that wave.
It would be lovely if he could do a Callum Thomas and just jump straight into first, wouldn't it?
So go on. So what sort of photos do you take?
So we took down a 3D camera and a normal camera and a high end one, and we decided let's see whatever we can find, and know where to go and when.
Do you know I was there, my other half, right? And it was like Xavial and that other little secret between Xavial and Burgao. They weren't really. George Schofield is going to get a score on this thing. There's that backhand he promised.
He did. I told you he wanted to go right.
Oh, and he might even get a connection here if he does.
God, this is local knowledge. But he's comfortably in second. Do we think?
He was only going to make it well. Probably after that, because he's going to replace a 3.67.
You'd think so, with those 2 snaps on his backhand. Very strong attack.
Yeah, we were. Those places were all a bit bad banks closing out and stuff like that.
You spent a lot of time down there.
I have, yeah. We checked Porto de Mos.
South Swell again.
Yeah, and we just weren't really feeling it, so we went to Luge for long. And it's not the Patrick Langdon Dark Wave. That just look at that is wow, Ollie Evans. So Patrick Langdon Dark, I'll tell you what he did. He spent a while getting round a section, and then he got around the section and he did a couple of cutbacks. The third one was lovely. It won't score a lot. It was like a very small inside section, and he went on rail all the way around figure of 8. great surfing, but it won't score a lot.
But and then Patrick was straight behind with
No, I mean this was that was Patrick's wave.
Righto.
And then Ollie was the replay we just watched. Sorry. Yeah, so my dad lives in Pismo Beach, California, but he is mates with Dargo Lipka,
The dad of Marlon and Melvin.
Right. So Dargo moved out there with Connie, his wife, and they founded the surf experience in the 90s.
You are well clued up here.
And so then my dad used to go out to visit Dargo because they were like mates.
Okay.
And so then I would go out with them, and then
Amazing.
Play with Melvin and Marlon, and
Amazing.
then go surfing with them and stuff.
How
like that.
old
And
were you
then-
here? Like 10, 12?
Yeah, young. And
Nice.
then all of a sudden, like one season passes, and Marlon's like really good.
Oh my God! And Melvin also,
and
no?
Melvin rips. Melvin
Mel-
absolutely shreds.
Unbelievable surfer, actually.
Yeah, and then Marlon
Who's-
ended up on the CT for a year.
I mean, unbelievable. It's funny, actually. You still see his brother Melvin surfing a lot.
There's
no.
Pat.
Oh, lovely left calf.
Just the speed of that direction change. Oh, that is.
He's had a
fantastic
combination
surfing,
there of a
isn't it
cutback, a Rio, and a cutback.
So my brother and Melvin were out having their nights out, and I was like going surfing on my own with Dargo and my dad, and Marlon had been picked up by Quick and was sitting in the house with Danny Wills and Mick Campbell when they were
Crazy.
number 1 and 2 in the world.
That's amazing. Great.
Do you know the
history.
ending to that 98 season?
I don't.
So Danny Wills and Mick Campbell led the tour all year. They got to Brazil. Mick Campbell got a head-to-head heat against Kelly Slater in Brazil. Crushed him
No way.
and took a huge lead going into Pipeline, right?
Wow.
Controversially, for Campbell, the contest was then called off due to flatness at the quarterfinal stage
In Pipeline?
in Brazil.
in
So
Brazil.
Mick Campbell had knocked Slater out head-to-head, and then it was like, right, he could go on to win the event, but it got cancelled, and Mick Campbell would have wanted it to carry on running.
Fantastic.
It went down to pipe, and it went down to this. Slater needed Wills and Campbell to both get knocked out in the first knockout round. So they'd have repechage.
Yes.
Then Slater needed to get to the final,
Amazing.
and that's what happened.
He did it.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And Mick Campbell went longboarding in Waikiki with his girlfriend during Slater's quarterfinal heat against Rob Machado, which was the heat that was going to determine the world title.
My
So
God.
he was cruising longboarding in Waikiki with his girlfriend with the butterflies in his stomach to come up the beach and be told, no, you're not world champion. It's Slater again.
Oh, my God.
But Marlon was in their house that summer
Marlon, he's just, honestly,
in Lacanau.
the guy's a machine. He, he's still surfing so well,
Oh, he
so
rips.
powerful.
Ripping.
He was leading the charge in Europe, really, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, him and Tim Bowl both made the CT the same year.
Oh, fantastic. So how's this heat looking at here then, Tom? We've got Patrick with a 617 and a 5.5.
Slow apart from
Ollie with a 517. Actually, that's a good first score for
Yeah,
Ollie.
it
Really
is.
nice.
Yeah.
Wonder if Callum's able to put a good score on the board. Just on with the 4 at the moment. But yeah, a good day down here. The swell seems to be filling in quite a bit. We have us up and riding now. I think that's Callum. Oh, wow. Look at that set. That must be the biggest set of the day.
It's I think it's Ollie Evans, is it? Yeah.
A nice
and
wrap. He needs a next turn.
And
He's sticking with it. Wow.
He is in second at the moment. He did get a 5.17, which is the third highest scoring wave of the heat after both Pats.
And that's up there with Patrick's scores, which is
it
good
is.
to see.
So he was Ollie Evans is in a commanding position, and then he waited and used priority well to go for that wave, but it wasn't quite. It just didn't
Good,
quite
we've-
work out for him, did it? It foam balled up.
And with your knowledge then, Tom, do you think we're going to see the swell hold up like this all day? Will it get a bit slow on high tide?
No, I'm told it will from Bateman. Here goes Pat.
Oh, that's a lovely first turn.
I mean, I like the line drawn on that. And look at the way those 3 turns are totally
linked.
different.
Yeah.
Linked
Is he going to
and
finish
different.
it? Oh, fins out to finish.
That's
That is
gotta be
an
going
absolute
excellent range, hasn't it?
exclamation mark on the end there.
That's got to be going excellent range.
Oh, that's such a small wave. He really has fit in 4 quality turns there.
And we've got 12 minutes remaining. We'll have a replay of that wave from Pat then. Let's have a look at it. Here we go. Watch the line here.
He's
Look at the
got
way it
some
changes.
super speed there.
The way that line changes. And then to get those fins up on this last turn here.
That's so impressive. Most
there to find the steep bit of the face before doing that. It's
he surfed
gorgeous.
that so well.
There we go. We've got a bit of a lull, and it's 11 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. And so we will go to a quick commercial message. After the... they've got to wave at Callum Thomas first, but he dags a rail. So we'll go to a quick commercial message, and then we'll be back for more of the...
Hello there, guys. Yeah, we're back live after our commercial message. We had a lovely wave there of Ollie Evans. I wonder if we can try to get a replay of that, maybe. No replay of that just yet. But yeah, he surfed it really well. A left-hander with 3 turns. So Max Kerr in fourth, Callum in third, Ollie second, and Patrick in first. Patrick had a lovely left, and he came in at 7.5, nearly reaching that excellent range. The swell seems to be filling in quite well. We should have about 5 hours of really good conditions, or starting to show better signs than what we had at low tide. Got a good crew down here in Llantwit Major. We have the second heat of the Open, round 2, coming up next. As we have a little lull out here. Looks like the wind is holding off for us down here as well. It was a lot more wobbly this morning as the longboard got in the water. Quite challenging for the longboard with the bumpy face, but all the guys really ripped it, and quite a few nice nose rides down here. Here we are, there's a set rolling in. I think that's Patrick on the left. Gets up nice and early. Lovely vertical turn. And he falls on the second. And Maxwell Kerr was on the right and got 1 turn in. Patrick really attacking that first turn. Shame that he couldn't get anything to link it. The next heat is going to be Eli Perrin-Davis, George Schofield, Craig Bright, Elliot Barton. That is a stacked heat. That is going to be a fantastic second heat of the quarterfinals. Here comes in another set. It's going to be... Who's going to be up and riding first on this one? Let's check it out. Here we go, kicking and scraping for this. It looks like it's Callum. Nice first turn. On the right, they're splitting the peak. A bit of a slow start on the right. There's lots of action going here. I think that right is going to go for Ollie. Nice redirect to the whitewater. Bit slow there for both of them, but nonetheless they have some scores on the board. And back in the booth, the man himself, Tom Anderson. Very well, mate. Very well. We're doing well. We had Patrick absolutely smashed the first turn on the left, but sadly come unstuck on his second turn.
Oh, did he?
But I mean, he's really just trying to find another excellent score by now. So there's not much.
He's got a
fantastic result score here.
He needs a 6.5. Patrick does to equal his score from the previous round.
And I'm sure he won't struggle to do that.
Yeah, if that's what he's after, he's got 6 minutes in which to do it.
I wonder, and what priorities have we got going on right now? We have Patrick in first.
Yeah, the others
the other three are all paddling back out.
So Callum Thomas needing a 5.4. It's
well achievable for Callum.
Achievable. Lovely peak going through the middle there.
Yeah, I really like Callum's forehand approach. He's really been working hard through the past few years, perfecting his style. Lots of surfing, lots of surf trips. So hopefully he can get a chance and an opportunity. As you were saying about George, a good friend. Much the same for Callum. I'd love to see him progress into the semis.
Absolutely. I like Callum's backhand.
Yeah,
vertical Rio that he does. He's got that kind of windscreen wiper.
He's got some style on that backhand.
Yeah.
He really has. He's worked on it.
Yeah. Can't stop. So, we got Mark Vaughan by you.
Mark Vaughan in the booth.
We got some rotors to sort out, man, because there's some heats coming up, isn't
You've
there?
done well there, Mark. Good job. Ripping one. He is in and out because he's going to be coming up in round heat 3 or 4.
And then after that, he's going to be in the over 40s.
Oh
with
wow!
Me.
Are you in a heat together?
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be fun.
So what I want is Vaughany to catch about 15 waves in his next
Hopefully
round.
you tire the man out.
So he's going to be surfing for the 3rd time today.
Yes.
I'll be surfing for the 2nd time when that happens.
That is a busy morning for you oldies.
Yeah. Well, it was the youngsters yesterday, and today it's the codgers.
Over 40s. I didn't think so,
I know.
Tom. Wow.
I am. I didn't enter the over 35s. I had this harebrained idea that everybody would think, oh right, I'll do the 40s. That'll be easier than the 35s.
And remind me, the over 35s is what the Kahuna. I don't even know.
I think it's called the Kahuna. No, it's called the Grandmaster. We are spared the vocative noun Kahuna. So my idea was it'll be easier to do the 40s because all the good guys will be in the Masters, but everyone got the same idea, so the Masters is a straight final.
Oh wow!
And the 40s is we're gonna have to.
You're gonna have to push it. So you, Vaughany, who else?
It's Rudy Perrins Davis.
Okay.
So
it's a lovely right. Is
Callum
that Callum
on the front side? And, no, ejecting.
Interesting one.
Right
there.
Decision? Don't know because I think that's reforming.
He had an opportunity there to solidify at least his backup score.
Yeah.
What colour is Callum? He was yellow. That first turn would have been coming in at probably a 4 and one more turn.
I'm watching it. I watched the rest of that wave trickle into shore, and it could have got.
He could have got a Patrick finish, maybe.
Yeah, it didn't. It didn't offer up a lot, so it probably was actually the right decision to kick out.
Yeah, and how long have we got left here on the clock?
It is 3 minutes.
3 minutes remaining.
Diana. So, yeah, lovely.
Absolutely fantastic.
5.4. Don't know if he got that for one turn. You're calling around the 4 mark?
I think so. Waiting for a score for Callum.
So Rob Blythe,
here he is.
What heat are you? What round 2 heat are you in? The third one.
Third one. Well surfed out there, mate. That right was fantastic. We liked that a lot.
Do you know which of the over 40s heats I'm in, by the way? If it's the first or the second? I'll see if I can work it out on my phone, because then whether there's enough time for you to get changed after yours and get in here. Sorry, love it. Welsh surfing. We're making these discussions.
We're nice and organised.
Yeah.
On the booth.
We're live on air trying to organise the rotor.
We are killing it,
so that we can keep rent-a-gobs on the mics for you.
What a fantastic
Reece
day!
Poulton doing a fantastic job, I got to say, buddy.
What a day we have down here. Thanks for having me.
You're a natural.
Well, I mean, my surfing didn't do the talking, so I might as well do some talking. It's a pleasure to be down here and back in Llantwit. I mean, it was a shame not to have it down in freshwater, but actually, I think everyone's loving it. The surf is starting to get better and better with the pushing tide. The favoured rights, or my favoured rights, are starting to work. Really hoping that Callum's going to get a quick opportunity to get into second, but it doesn't look like this ocean is going to give another set. Let's see what happens here.
I'm in the second one.
Second one.
So
Is this good news?
So Blythe will have 40 minutes
Okay.
to get out and in here.
Fantastic. Blythe in the booth.
You might end up on your own for about 10 minutes at some point.
I can,
So
I've
do
got
let us
this.
know if you need a comfort break, Chris.
No, we're doing well. No problem.
And so on the forehand now, that was Callum again having a sniff.
It's
Eject.
a shame. There's
Minute left, he needs a score. And he does need a fairly decent one, a 5.4, and he'll now drop down the priorities to last priority. Callum is in a bind. He's going to need 4 waves to come through.
okay. He's struggling here.
Or he's going to need to do something pretty...
You're also struggling out there now, I think, Tom, with the
rip.
priority especially. You really need that priority now that it's getting more of an A-frame.
There's going to be waves
Yeah.
in
Oh,
this
there's
heat in this last 40 seconds.
there's
I
a
don't know whether all of them will
Oof.
break in that time.
Or someone who's the first priority.
Callum's-
Patrick, would he want to leave one go? I don't
no,
think so.
No,
He's deadly.
no, and also it's... Oh,
He's
here we
underneath the
go. Patrick,
His first turn.
he needs a 6.5.
That's
Oh,
a lovely gouge.
what a turn.
Serious gouge.
And out again.
He's definitely getting up to the 5 or
Patrick
maybe
will have a
6
replay
for
of that in a
first
second.
turn.
He needed a 6.5 to better his score from the previous round.
Okay, I think on the one turn
I give it to him.
you would.
I give him a 7 for the one turn there.
Wow,
If it was me.
okay.
And there is going to be a ride for the surfer in red. Patrick again.
Lovely turn.
And a second
Finn's
turn.
out
Finn,
again.
Finn drift. So Callum doesn't ride again. So he will. So the scores are good. The result is going to stay the same.
But Patrick probably bettering on
he's
one of
going
his
to keep
scores.
going.
How does he milk that thing?
Do you know, I love surfers who just carry on riding the wave because they're just enjoying standing
Just
on a wave.
enjoying it. And he was coming in anyway,
Yeah.
so he's probably just thinking, I've got to get all the way in.
We'll have a little look and see what the replay recorded. We think it might not have got the first turn because it might have recorded only the end of the wave. And let's have a look. The replay does. I think the replay might include it. Yes, it is. We're going to see this first turn of Pat here on the replay.
Gouge. Super gouge. Buckets of spray out the back.
Yeah.
Patrick really showing how he his time spent
So-
on the series around Europe really paying off.
Pat moved to the semis along with Ollie Evans from
Great.
that one. So that start from Ollie Evans ended up everything.
Fantastic. He did
That-
it all.
That did the job.
Good job, Ollie. Seriously, yeah, well done.
Yeah.
And that'll be straight into the semis for those two.
So we'll go to a quick break and we'll see you again shortly. So we are back, and the next heat is counting in. So it's going to be at the. I'm going to try and think of a name to give this heat. It is for goofy footers. It's the.
This is a good heat.
If we could use like a Spanish or a French word, because of course the word war in Spanish Spanish is guerra and in French it's guerre. So La Guerra de los Goofies.
Oh, that was
the war of the
fantastic
Goofies.
first turn there by.
Oh,
is
and
that
a
Elliot to the inside?
parallel argument at the beginning on that one, and it leaves. The
Who
surfer
is
in
that
blue.
there on
That
the
was
first
Elliot.
wave?
So that it was
Elliot on the right, was it?
it was Craig Bright, I think.
Craig Bright, we absolutely surfed that to
And
perfection.
then this one is George Schofield.
Underneath the lip, second
Mm,
turn.
yes,
made
Ray.
it count. And those rights are working now. Look at
yes,
this.
look at that. George Schofield.
George surfing really well.
posting a score on this one for sure.
Oh, he's on for his 5th little snap there.
These waves are pumping.
These are the waves have turned
And it was
on for
Elliot
the Welsh.
Barton went right to the quick in and out. So yeah, director Diana can confirm for us then. So could I call it the war, El Guerra or La Guerra? Guerra de las Goofies.
Guerra
La
da.
Guerra de las Goofies, is that right? Guerra de los Goofies.
There we are, there
La
we have
Guerra
it.
de los Goofies, the war of the Goofies.
Spanish lessons and surfing.
Four
What else
Goofies
could we
in the
ask
water at the
for?
same time. Falta português?
Português, eu falo pouco.
Oh.
E
Good.
também Welsh. Cymraeg.
Welsh, ti'n siarad Cymraeg?
Ydw.
Dwi'n siarad Cymraeg hefyd.
Dwi'n
Dan ni'n
gwybod.
gallu-
O'n i'n meddwl bod ti'n mynd i gofyn i fi siarad
Ie.
Cymraeg
Oh.
heddiw, ond mae'r
Perfect.
Cymraeg fi bach yn rusty.
Well,
So
yeah,
we'll
rusty.
We'll stick
Ti'n
to
rusty.
the English, but
Roedd Elliot Barton yn wedi cael ton ar y inside. Yeah, I don't know how to say score. Score
Sgor.
eitha fach
Eitha
dwi'n
fach.
dychmygu.
if
I
people
imagine.
if people are checking in now, they think this is a Welsh commentary, but we can do both
We can do both.
as they wish. But
Yeah.
the waves have really started to turn on in Llantuit. It's
And
good to see.
I've tried speaking Spanish to director Diana, and she's very polite and patient with me. when I
How's
try
your
to do-
Spanish there, Tom?
Yo hablo poquito español. Mi francés y mi galés es mejor, pero me gusta hablar. I like to
You
speak.
like to speak, yeah,
I like
indeed.
to have a go. You know,
Where did you learn?
Mexico, Costa Rica,
Nice.
Nicaragua, El
Very
Salvador.
good.
Just time going to.
Yeah, I did exactly the same. Ellie and I spent
doing those
6
trips.
months in Central America, and we did a
Yeah.
week in El Salvador.
Oh, great. We were talking about El Salvador earlier. Did you get Punta Roca when you were there?
Thanks, mate. Say that
Get
again.
Punta
son.
Roca when you were there?
Oh, I had lots of good surfing over there. Although a lot of people were making me aware of the
Here's your dad.
dangers of having my board stolen.
How's it going, Steve? Yeah.
Stevie Polton on the watching with his lovely Portuguese water dog. No, Spanish water dog.
Spanish. So what were you saying? So people were warning you about? Yeah,
I
I went to El Salvador in 2006, and it was sketchy enough to hamper your ability to really enjoy the surfing.
Yeah, you have to have your wits about you.
Yeah,
We
I'm told. Well, they're holding the Worlds there, so it must be a bit safe.
well, it's quite funny. They have like a gated community. It's
at Tunco.
yeah, it's
which
very-
it wasn't when I was there. When I
Ah.
stayed in El Tunco, the place was full of
it's
sort
such
of
an
people
interesting place.
throwing beer bottles at each other. And
You have to have your wits about you. But I heard some crazy stories about. I was gonna get the bus over to the centre where Toledo posted that video. I forget the name. Was it Libertad or something? like this?
Libertad.
Yeah.
Punta Roca. Yeah,
exactly. One of
yeah.
the best waves there
in
and,
the world.
and I'd heard some horror stories about tourists getting their boards stolen off them
Yeah.
as they walk out to the point.
Yeah, I caught that bus from
Yeah.
Tunco down the road
exactly.
to and then it drops you off in a really
Yeah,
sort of
slightly dodgy.
busy bus station.
Yeah.
You got to walk out to the town.
Here comes the boys from the last heat.
Yeah.
Everyone's smiling.
So did you surf the wave?
I didn't get a chance to get over there, but I surfed
Zunzal.
all of Zunzal and
Yeah.
that area for a good 10
Here
days.
we go.
Oh,
Front
lovely bottom
side
turn
on
for someone on the
the
red.
right, the yellow. It's Eli Pounds
Ellis
Davis.
Davis. Surfing well. This heat is really starting up well.
First couple of scores there. Craig Bright with the score of the heat so far, 6.33. George Schofield with a 4.67, and Elliot Barton with a 3.8 and a 4.9. So
This heat's going to be an interesting one, actually. I think that Eli's wave is going to come in probably at a similar score
Yeah.
to the rest of them, maybe at the 5 region.
I think if George's first turn had gone above the lip instead of under it,
He would have been on for a good
Yeah.
good point and a half more, maybe.
I think it's that. But it's good surfing after that turn. Well, that turn was good surfing too, but
Yeah,
excellent surfing would have got up into that lip, wouldn't it? at that point?
Absolutely.
So
but it's definitely challenging here for the surfers to really get above the lip with you're only having 2 or 3 good opportunities in a heat with the small surf.
So we're people are busy on the socials, which is fantastic to see. And in order to comment on our feed, all you need to do is hit the subscribe button, and you can see at the bottom of the screen, I'll run it a second time. There's a little demo of how that is done. It looks like that. There you go. You click subscribe. If you are subscribed to the WSF, you can then comment. And if you subscribe to the WSF and Crest and follow Barty Rum on YouTube and comment back on the main feed as to when you think it is International Lava Bread Day or National Lava Bread Day, you can win some rum. Other big event sponsors: Pura Vida and My Post. So it's the My Post Pura Vida Welsh Nationals. That was Elliot Barton squandering priority. It's now been some 2 hours since I was in there squandering priority myself.
I was also around.
And already I'm sitting here from my armchair slagging off others who were squandering priority.
Absolutely. I mean, I can't comment on another surfing.
Oh, you
now.
Absolutely can comment, because that's what we are. Yeah? We're the armchair guys making it all sound like it should be a lot easier.
No hard feelings, people.
And the waves are looking great.
It's seriously turning on. It's a split peak situation. The right and the left on every set seems to be doing it. It looks like you really want to get behind the peak though, and so you can come around and hit the lip without having to do a cutback on the first section. And we got Mark Vaughan suiting up for the next heat, I think, with Ryan Thomas. So we Rob Blythe and Rudder Raver.
Oh, I like that. I like that pronunciation of it. It's Rudder Rava, but I think Rudder was debating yesterday whether or not to actually live up to the pronunciation you just said, and he decided to go to bed early, and then as a result got through his heat.
Wow, he was surfing well. I was surfing with him, right?
Yeah, I think you were, yeah.
He surfed really well.
George Schofield finds the lip this time.
A lovely backhand approach off George.
And a junction.
Can he keep it going?
He
the inside. He surfed that so well.
That's
definitely
his best wave, would you say?
Yeah, best wave, I think. It wasn't maybe as critical as the first one on the first turn, but he had really nice flow.
Only needs a 1.67 to take the lead, but that's not the real score he needs, because Craig Bright is yet to back up his 6.3.
And Craig's had a great start on that heat.
Yeah,
with
so
the
actually,
6.
realistically, George is probably chasing, and here goes Eli, I think. Yeah, that's Eli.
Lovely first turn.
Yeah, this is good surfing. And then if you compare this to the wave of George, they're very similar.
And he's really done well to finish that off.
Judges will have their work cut out now to decide which of those 2 waves out of Eli and George would get the highest score, wouldn't they?
Well surfed, everyone. This is a stacked heat.
It's
I
really
think
stacked.
The semis are going to be quite the matchup between everyone.
Yeah. So Craig Bright has now posted a 6.17, and I didn't see it.
I missed it also, Tom. We both missed it, but he's got some really good combo there.
Yeah. Do we know? Can we ask Mark Vaughan if we know any more on the running order?
Just run off.
Wrong
so
type
no
of running.
Update on the running order, but surfing is guaranteed.
It is. Yeah, very good.
Do you think we'll see some lady action today?
I think it's possible.
Although we have a final for the ladies. I
but we've got. Yes, we do. No, yeah, if it's a straight final, it'll probably be left till tomorrow. But we've got. There is a ladies' category with heat still to run, and I think it might be it's under 16 girls
or 18s. Yeah,
I think there's still some semi-finals to run in that.
What about you, mate? Have you had any time to get abroad in the past few years?
No, well,
any big trips?
It's been COVID, and then after and then I've had a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old over the last couple of years.
Oh,
so
wow!
Now the 5-year-old, before the COVID hit, she went to the Algarve twice, I think, or 3 times as a a baby and a 1-year-old and a 2-year-old, and then she went to. I took her to Norway.
Oh wow, Norway! What a trip!
Did a surf trip to Norway.
You surfed in Norway?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
God, how was that?
It was pretty good. It didn't turn on like I know it could, but I did surf.
Is that George Schofield up and riding there?
That is Elliot Barton, I think.
Elliot Barton.
His
lovely whip.
Yeah, it was. His wave selection has been something he needs to try and tweak a bit.
Try and tweak a little. He especially when you're under priority, you want to hold fire on taking off on the
So I
on a
surfed
smaller
in
wave.
3 different places in Norway. Went up there with the family, and she was 2 at that point. My eldest was, and that was my last time away. Then my daughter and Bridge flew back from Norway, and I drove back. It took me 10 days.
No.
Well,
10
it took me
days back
10
from
days
Norway.
because there was a big storm as I was driving back. George, nice
Lovely turn underneath the lip. He's surfing super well.
He is, isn't he?
He's just come unstuck a little bit there, but he's stuck.
He was
kept
needing a
going.
score at that point because we'd had.
Wow. He's back down into 4th, which
yeah,
just seems
but
crazy.
There
But
is. Do you know? I
think we're waiting on a score
Do
off
you know what I
George.
think has happened?
Tell me, Tom.
I'm wondering whether a wave of yellow has gone onto a white, and we'll look into that, but we'll see. So we'll here we go. Right. Norway, so I surfed in 3 different places. Yeah, then they flew home. Then there was a storm, and on the way back, I was driving back on my own, and so the storm kicked in. I got my ferry from Norway booked. I got on the ferry from Norway.
Mm-hmm.
Then I thought to myself, I'm in Denmark now, and there's a storm. I bet I can find waves. And I did, and I
You
surfed
found
in
waves?
Denmark.
No way.
And then I drove down then for another 2 days through Germany. And then I went and surfed in Holland the day before getting on the
Wow.
boat in Scheveningen.
Wow.
And I tell you
Well,
what,
good pronunciation.
it was pumping.
What a trip that would have been.
Absolutely pumping. Marlon and Goni went there and
On the
and
left.
surfed, yeah.
I
and
saw
it
that
was
posted. Oh no, this was
A-frames.
years ago
This
now.
place was years ago. They
Okay,
went
not
there,
sorry, I'm on about a
Barrel
recent trip.
A-frames. No, that was Denmark.
That
where
was it.
Marlon did that. Yeah.
Recently.
So it was barrel in A-frames, but I tell you what,
Is that
the
the one and
Netherlands-
only time you've been to surf
the
that
Netherlands.
part of Europe?
It was, yeah, the one and only time.
What
And
a trip that would have been.
the oh, here we go on the
Oh,
back.
somebody-
In the red, Eli,
Oh, lovely first turn.
and this is gonna be probably a chance to move into first.
I mean, he's had 3 quality turns. The rest
Yeah.
are all soft, but I mean, what else can he do?
There we go. So we'll
He's
take
done-
a quick commercial break, and the heat will finish after that.
And we're back, guys, with live commentary here from Llantwit Major. So we're just checking on the scores. We're waiting to find out exactly how this is going to finish up. We will give you an update as soon as we know. But it's been a really active heat with George Schofield, Elliot Barton, Craig Bright and Eli Perrin-Davis really having great numbers. It's been a fantastic start to the day down here in Llantwit, with lots more competing coming up for the rest of the day. We have some viewers watching down here. We have Steve Poulton, Sean Cox watching from the side. A whole load of other Welsh crew enjoying the surfing. And live action up here, one big turn. So we have 5 minutes left of this heat. Just coming around to 5 minutes. And the next heat is also going to be a really difficult one for everyone. Ryan Thomas, Rudder Rava, Mark Vaughan and Rob Blythe. So here comes some scores on the screen for us.
So, as things stand, Schofield needs a score. There's gonna
Be a slight change, is there?
Well,
Tom?
they're gonna have a look. Is what's gonna happen. Because we can be wrong, but it's brilliant that we've got the advantage that this heat is entirely filmed.
Yes, so we have an opportunity.
So
to
nobody's
see.
going to get the wrong. Nobody's going to get the wrong result.
But we have a slight
There might
uncertainty.
there
on
might
the
be a minute
the
or two.
scores here.
Yeah, there might be a minute or two where they look into it.
Yeah.
So the waves are pumping, aren't they?
They
And
really
here
are.
we
Look at this
go.
bowl.
And that one is.
I think that was George actually. Oh no, it was
Or was
blue.
that
That was
Craig?
Elliot
It's
even.
That was either white or yellow.
It's probably even easier to see it on the video camera of who's up and riding.
Well, that's what they've
from
done
where-
first. Is they've spoken to Josh Vaughan,
Okay,
and then because he was filming it.
great.
And then I think they're going to do a rewind and they're going to just clarify. Because it's all right for us to be sitting here wondering
Calling
whether
out.
it's white or yellow and getting it wrong. But obviously the judges want to be sure
Yes,
about that.
which they will be. They are
Yeah, they'll
highly
get it
trained.
right. They'll
and,
get it right.
And actually, what fantastic scoring! They're so
Yeah.
accurate from my knowledge, and I'm sure yours. They really are within half a point of what you
Yeah.
think they should be on. So good job to the judges, everyone organising. Thank you to you guys, Tom and Vorney. Who else was behind the scenes organising the Welsh?
Well, I wasn't organised. I wasn't behind the scenes. It's all organised, and I'm just the rent-a-gob, I call it.
Rent-a-gob.
So,
that
but it,
and
but
that
it
you do
is,
quite well.
The podcast, which I
Yes, the
a
Crest.
co-producer of.
You and who?
So Crest podcast is produced by a guy called James Dodd.
Okay.
And he's Porthcawl based. So we got they're asking for the situation in the sea there.
No problem.
So we've got the James Dodd is he's a Porthcawl surfer. He's Steve Horn's brother-in-law. So you
Okay.
probably know Steve Horn. don't
Yes,
you?
yeah.
And he's a sound engineer.
Well, you guys are doing so well. I've
Well,
listened to quite a few
y- yeah.
podcasts. Do you get to see your views and where they are in the world?
Yeah, we do, and it
A
is.
few in
it is-
Portugal?
There's a wide diaspora, and there is Portugal. Yeah,
Good, I'm
there
glad
is
to
quite
hear.
a few Portuguese on there that listen to them.
Very good.
I-
Where's I'm guessing the predominant is the UK.
Yeah, we've got the listeners pop up in some pretty strange places.
Mm.
Yeah, UK, Portugal is actually up there. US and Australia.
US, how interesting.
Well, we've spoken to quite a few Americans on there.
Right.
Brad Gerlach, Buzzy Kerbox.
Very good. It's going well
so-
for you. Enjoying it?
Yeah, we're probably going to record the first episode of 2023 tomorrow when the Welsh finishes in here. We're probably just because it's all plugged in.
Why not?
So we're probably just going to
Get
push
it running.
record, sit down, and so if you're around, jump in with us.
I appreciate it. We shall see.
You might not be here by then, but
I mean, if the surf is good down towards Llangennith, I'll have a day's worth.
So what we'll probably do is a quick post show, and then we'll probably drop that, and then we'll look to sort of start picking the guests up through the year. Then
Very nice, very nice.
But it's
a lovely opportunity here for someone.
Producer Dodd, that's George Schofield on the inside. So producer Dodd had a baby.
Okay.
And he, so we sort of slowed down through the winter. Well, we always take the winter off. Oh, Perrins Davis on the one behind.
Turn. Even though that wave's died for him, he's really made a good mark there.
So yeah, so producer Dodd had a baby and then went, and then. So we've given him a bit of time to sort of get used to that difference in his life. But I was saying about I've been not having travelled for a couple of years. I haven't travelled since COVID because I got a young 2-year-old, and then obviously travelling with two of them is not quite as straightforward as travelling with one of them was.
No.
But where I was in that story was that I was in the Netherlands, and I got one more thing to say about the surf in the Netherlands. It was pumping A-frames, super hollow. So that's the end of that heat. Now, there might be a little bit of a break here because I think they're going to just make sure they've got the colours right in that one. So the Netherlands was the most urban place I've ever surfed in my life.
Wow.
Right? So I've surfed in, beach breaks around Los Angeles. I've surfed some of those spots in Australia, you know,
Gold
Coolangatta,
Coast and
things like
everything.
that, right? Gold
Seriously,
Coast,
I did not think.
Surfers Paradise, right?
And
I'm
this
just
was in
trying to
Holland?
think- yeah, I'm trying to think of other Biarritz, like Grand Plage or whatever.
Absolutely.
I'm thinking of cities, you know, Durban, I've surfed there, right?
Whoa.
Now,
And you're saying this was the most so you built up?
Scheveningen in the Netherlands is in The Hague.
Oh,
It's
okay.
literally like The Hague,
The
which is then
city.
joins like Amsterdam, and you know it's all there, right?
I'm
The whole lot,
I can understand it, but
Rotterdam.
you're building the picture.
right? And then you literally, if you got you're driving past government buildings and banking and all of that, and then it's just like, so it's like the way
People in
that Hong
suits.
Kong or Singapore are, right?
Wow. What a
But
place.
except it's a beach with waves.
That's
And
interesting.
but then also it's got like a huge fun pier, and there's like you suddenly step one road out of the city and like the trams stop going by, and it's like the smell of donuts
pumping
and,
swell.
you know, and pumping
Oh
swell.
my God.
And as a result of that, it was also think now Gold Coast, right?
I'm thinking.
It's the most think Swamis in California, I've surfed there at Trestles, right?
I
It
understand where
is
you're
the
going.
most crowded place I have ever surfed, where as well
Wow.
every single surfer in the lineup can catch a wave, pop up, do a
Well,
bottom turn.
I
right?
was not expecting that, mate.
It
was not.
was absolutely rammed. You and I are sat as close to each other now as you
Wow.
are with surfers. They're not ripping, but,
But
they're
they
like, but
can
they
all-
can all
they're all
catch the wave.
competent.
Yeah, they're all on the right equipment
Wow.
too.
But I guess on a day like that, is there such limited
It's
options?
because they don't get a lot of surf. It's right in the middle of a city, and
Oh.
it's not just in the middle of a city.
When it's on, it's
there's,
on.
There's 100 towns and villages and all
Wow.
around.
That's unbelievable.
There's people from Germany drive there to surf.
I'm shocked by that.
You know, it's
I
it's
really
like
am.
4 hours from Hamburg,
This is incredible.
and it was so. Here's where we are, by the way. Just saying this is
Hello, everyone.
me,
Hope you're all doing well.
and Rhys Poulton.
We are enjoying the day down here in Lantern,
Yeah,
aren't we?
we're just on a slight hold. Judges making sure that they can get some colours right in the last heat.
There's a slight bit of haze, so it's just getting a little bit challenging for us to see. But once we'll know when we're all back up and running.
Yeah, and so talking about surfing in the Netherlands. I mean, I wouldn't.
What a spot!
Yeah.
So the most crazy place you've surfed, or most just bizarre?
Yeah, bizarre place. I've surfed a few bizarre places.
I can imagine in your time, mate.
I quite like that kind of thing. You know, I had I quite like taking an opportunity to suddenly surf somewhere.
You
a
have
little
to
bit
do it,
bizarre.
don't you? You really do. Me and my dad, actually, we were in New Zealand about 4 years ago,
Yeah.
and we were coming up the west coast on the South Island, and people don't.
I think
We having a
I
change
think it
here.
does look like there's going to be a change
They're changing something. Just
in where those scores were. We'll
The
keep you posted. Go on.
judges, yeah. So people don't say that the west coast on the South Island is that much to rave about.
Right, the
in
west coast of the South Island.
Yeah. And we were in a place
Wow.
called I forget the name. I'll have to check and get back to you. But it was a crazy situation. We'd driven about 7 or 8 hours through the day, and we'd seen on Windy, the app, there was a small, like 1.5 foot by 10 seconds groundswell, and there must have been waves, but all the beaches we were passing were just dead closeouts and nothing of any substance. And about an hour before dark, my dad and I walked out to this groin, and in the middle of the groin, where the boats would typically drive out,
Right.
was a grinding 1.5, 2 foot
Oh,
peeler.
I
with-
love a grinding 1.5
you wouldn't have believed your
full
eyes.
Ben Gravy style.
And we had an hour of light left. And bear in mind, we're in New Zealand. We're thinking this could be sharky
Yeah.
out there. But we scored pumping waves with one bodyboarder.
Oh wow.
One bodyboarder.
What a
could you
story.
believe?
Now I can confirm that what's happening on the screen in front of us, and I know lots of people are probably looking at the live scores anyway. There are waves coming in and out of certain colours here, so the judges they're just making a little review, and I do think there's a possibility that the scores you see on the screen might change a little bit.
As we say, it was just that.
It might not necessarily change the result. I don't think it's going to change the result for Perrins Davis, but I think
There's a
as far as
possibility.
Craig
second
Bright
and third. Is it?
as far as Craig Bright and George Schofield go in this.
But
heat.
as we said, we've got it all videoed. We're just going to flick
Yeah.
back and double check that everything was right,
yeah.
because we weren't sure if we saw the same as what was posted.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. We're yesterday there was a lot. We were finding it very difficult to keep track of colours, And I think it's interesting. We learn how
with the haze.
yeah, it's that yellow and white are the hardest ones to tell between from that distance.
I had that issue when I was out there and looking back at the
Yeah.
screen. I was in yellow, and I had to ask the boys, "What's my priority?"
I got beaten once by a surfer in black who wasn't in my heat.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Well, that's a problem.
Yeah, I got
Luckily, we don't.
Okay, they're counting down. So we will have a result of that heat because they're starting the next one. So Ryan Thomas, Rudder Rava, Mark Vaughan and Rob Blythe. What a heat. And it's starting with a lull. So we're going to go to a quick ad break and then we'll
back.
start that heat. And so this heat has started with plenty of action already. Ryan Thomas and Mark Vaughan both opening their accounts. Rob Blythe then is going on a right-hander behind them, and he gets pulled in behind the foam, but I think this is going to reform and give him a chance. And then we've got behind that Rudder Rava, and Rudder unfortunate to pick the slackest of the four waves that came through at the start there, and that will cost Rudder priority. But I suppose, you do need to keep moving, and what worked for Rudder well in the last heat was to get moving straight away and keep moving. And whether or not that is what happens in this one, well, at the moment Rudder's gone for the same strategy, and it's not giving him the same start that he had before. So we got a lot of good surf coming through today now as well, and so here we see a surfer in white, Rudder Rava. He's going to get a second in the bank at least. So now Rudder will get out there and hold his spot and see if he can build a little bit. And so the scores drop in there. The first of Ryan Thomas was a 4.17, and they've given Mark Vaughan a 4.5, which is the highest score of the heat so far. So Mark Vaughan gets the nod in the exchange between him and Ryan Thomas that starts the heat off. And then we've got a little bit of a lull after that.
How's the swell looking out there, Tom?
Here
we are with someone up and riding.
Yeah, we had an exchange. Now Rudder's got busy in this one. So, because getting busy in his first round heat was what did well for him.
That was exactly what I missed out on.
Yeah,
was the getting busy
at
part.
the beginning, and in this one he didn't. He's got busy at the start, and it hasn't
gone the
so
same
well.
way. It's interesting, isn't it? The decision you have to make.
Yeah.
I thought I need two waves, and I'll wait for the set. I'm a bigger chap. I did not want to be groveling for the half footers, but maybe that's the key when it's slow.
So I've got a feeling the Grandmaster goes in after this one, which means it's actually 40 minutes till I'm in. So I might have to go and get ready after this one.
You do you. If we could try and get someone else in the booth, or I can
I
give
think
good chat.
We'll manage. And so that means that Mark Vaughan is only going to get 20 minutes off. So there's 3 heats in the second round of the Open, which does make sense because you had 6 heats in the first round.
And then they'll go to heats of...
And there goes Mark Vaughan in and out of the lip. Kind of...
unlucky, he came unstuck on the second one.
And behind him, Ryan Thomas paddles and doesn't catch. And then...
First turn here.
That's Rudder Rava
Bit
again.
of a tail slide there, nice.
That's probably Rudder's best wave.
He's looking good.
He
it's
is.
a shame that inside of that left isn't bowling as much as we saw in Patrick's heat.
That's probably Rudder's best wave, I think.
I think it's all about the sets, isn't it?
It is.
Getting an opportunity to become from behind the lip and vertical.
Yeah. Good looking waves. Wind has now dropped, I
It's
think.
done exactly what
Grooming things nicely.
exactly what the call was made for. Was this, just as the boys anticipated. Jamie Bateman, I believe the head of decision.
Yeah, Jamie Bateman of Surfline.
Good
And
man.
yeah, he's made
Some really good calls.
he has.
And
I mean-
yesterday, Tom, how was the grommets? Are they all ripping?
Ripping. It would have been better. The best surf of yesterday, nobody saw it because it broke behind a very thick layer of fog.
Okay. And that's when we had to have the hold.
Yeah. And then in the evening, they probably wouldn't have run in the evening last night. It would have probably been a lovely free surf for everyone.
Right.
But we came back at 6 and ran
Got a
load
few
of
more
heats.
heats done.
Yeah, and we had trouble with the internet actually. So
Not that
that
much was covered.
it was all covered, but it didn't appear online until sort of 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. At least there's a nice catch up for
we've
anyone
got
who
some.
wanted to read.
I think we've got
relive.
some running order information going on here now. And it goes like this. We're going to be doing the over 40s. 1:05 for the first heat of the over 40s. That was Rudder Rava again going, so really getting busy. But look, he's getting busy. Eventually, he's sort of built house to a 3.43.
Here we are with paddlebout. Oh dear, he better not be
Blythe.
careful to have interference there. Oh, lovely
Nice.
wrap. Blythe. Can he
Yeah.
get another turn in? It's okay. It's not a bad first start.
Ryan Thomas.
Gouged by
Spray.
Ryan. He really pushed that without even a bottom
He
turn.
did.
It was impressive to just get that much spray off.
So
that.
after the over 40s, we're then going to do the Junior Girls Final, the Under 16 Boys Final. We're going to do the over 50s Final, the SUP Men's Final, the Women Longboard Final, and then the Bodyboard
The bodyboard. Wow.
Final. And then
Hope
I
we
think
get to
it
call
looks,
that
it
one.
looks at the moment as though I think the prediction might be that would then leave most of the other finals to tomorrow. I think there's 20 in all,
20 finals.
something like that.
Wow.
And
That'll be quite a lot of surfing to be done.
so, yeah, I'm going to just clarify that. We've
Lovely
got the
set wave out here. No one
Junior
was even able
Girls
to be on it.
Final at 1:45, the Under 16 Boys Final at 2:10. Oh, here we go, Vorney. In and
Oh,
out of that lip.
vertical. That's a huge turn by Vorney.
And again.
Second turn.
And again.
Vorney is really linking this one together.
Yeah, it's going to be a score.
Can he just finish solid? Oh, that is just an absolute score. Look at him. That's probably the longest
Turning-
wave we've seen this morning.
Turning back the years there, isn't he?
That first turn was the money.
So Under 16 Boys Final 2:10. Over 50s Final 2:35 roughly. 2:10, the Men's SUP. 3:15, the Women's Longboard Final. And then probably we're looking at the possibility of the bodyboards at 20:4. That obviously they'll probably all lag on a minute or two here and there as we go. And another set coming through. So we've got 12 minutes remaining in this
12
one.
minutes.
And
Vorney with a 6.0.
yeah,
That was a lovely
deserved.
6. I thought it could have even gone a slightly higher.
And Ryan Thomas is actually in second because he got a good first one. Rudder Rava getting busy is just a
in
tiny bit outside of, only needs a 3.67. And Rob at the moment is in fourth, needs a 3.67 as well.
It's all to
actually.
play for, I think.
Yeah.
You know, that first place looks like it could be Vorney's so long as he gets another good backup.
So Rob and Rudder have both got a tied top score of 4.3.
Yep. Ryan Thomas needs to keep his momentum, get another backup and try and solidify that second position.
He does. And then here comes a set.
Ryan, one of the big faces from Pembrokeshire way coming down. We didn't get all the faces from Pembrokeshire this year.
No, well, Harry's on the boat apparently.
Harry's having to work.
Oh, and that was Ryan
Unlucky.
there.
That was a
and,
shame. That looked like it could have been a great
did.
wave.
It did.
Ha-
It gets a little bit difficult soon, doesn't it? Because I think the wave starts to go into some slightly deeper water.
you'll know better than I do. I've surfed this place only a handful of times.
Yeah.
But look at this wave. These waves are turning on. That right?
It's fantastic, isn't it? What a
Whoa, I wish I could have had a good go at that. Oh, I spy a Greg Owen. Is that a Greg Owen?
It is a Greg Owen. He's going to be in the next heat.
A rare breed.
In 10 minutes' time, Greg Owen is going to be in there with Gareth Bennett and Sam Johnson.
Oof, wow.
And Sam Johnson of LBR fame. So I think my first heat against Sam Johnson would have been in the mid-90s as juniors.
That is throwing us back.
And then he lived out in the Canaries for a while. I visited him there, actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Great time?
Yeah. That's a long time ago. That's probably 20 years ago.
And he's surfing well?
He's surfing well, yeah. And Sam is the guy who designed the poster for the Welsh that you see.
Ah, that's now makes sense.
For my poster for
Fantastic.
Welsh Nationals.
Thank you to him for the amazing artwork
Yeah.
and design.
So we hit the just over 9 minutes remaining mark, and we're going to take a quick commercial break at the midpoint of the heat, and we'll be back with the heats to Newmont in a minute.
All right, and we're back live with a commentary from the booth. Me, Reese Poltz, and we've had Tom Anderson manning the fort for most of the morning. And we might have a guest appearance, maybe Callum Thomas, Tom Fisher. We're not exactly sure who's coming in, but we'll have a good call for you nonetheless. Waves have got better here, despite some of the opinions, if we should have been running this weekend. Looks like Jamie Bateman has made a great call of getting it going. Slow start this morning, but we really have some good swell coming in now. So I think you have about 3 or 4 sets in a heat, with the priority running for one of the first times in the Welsh. Maybe I think they may have run it for the previous one. But it looks good. It's helping the surfers select the waves, and it gives an opportunity for those who fancy taking a slower approach to a heat.
Alright, situation for yellow. Yellow, you're in first. Red, second. Red, you need a 6 point.
All right, we are back. If you guys want to subscribe, get a comment into the YouTube channel, we most appreciate it, and we'll keep giving you all the updates, the live commentary from Llantwit Major for the 2023 Welsh Nationals. Always a classic, the Welsh Nationals. Very often, or a majority of the time, we've been running at Freshwater West. This weekend we have the amazing Llantwit Major, giving us 1 to 2 foot conditions, still clean with a choppy start to the morning, lots of heats going down, some incredible scores being laid down. Some of the standouts so far have been Patrick Landon Dark in the first round, and in the second round giving a combo of over 13-14 points. Callum Thomas just didn't squeeze through the second heat of his surfing, but surfing really sharp, Mark Vaughan, Rob Blythe, George Schofield, just to name a few. But all the grommets as well, the up-and-coming surfers, the under 20s, they're all surfing really well, pushing the older boys. So not too long left in this heat. We have up and running. We have somebody moving nice and fast. I think that's Ryan Thomas on the right. On the left is Rudder. A smaller wave. It seems to be getting quite challenging in the inside there. And back in the booth, Tom Anderson arriving.
How's it going, Reese?
Very well. We've had a bit of action. Ryan Thomas laid down a lovely hack.
Did he?
Lovely hack, but he sadly didn't have the opportunity. Is that Ryan again?
That's Ryan again. He is in second though, yeah, with 5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, he solidified that, but that was a small wave, a couple of quick turns.
So I got to make a board decision, Reese.
Ah, okay.
Because I'm going to be in there in 25 minutes. What would you?
How
it's
would I
going
go?
to come into slightly deeper water.
Okay.
So do I use the groveler board, which I've been on and been surfing for the last week or so, or do I go onto a round pin tail, which it'll only take me one wave to get used to?
It's a great question. The waves are soft, I would say. If you're able to go vertical with your groveler board, because I think you'll have one vertical opportunity per wave if you're lucky. Then stick on it. But if you have it depends how if it starts pulsing.
Yeah.
It's the semis, right?
It's the semis, yeah.
And you have what, 3 men?
3 guys, yeah. So it's
if you're in the final, I'd say take the performance board. But every heat's a final in a way, you know.
Well, I think if we look at that, it's starting to go into slightly deeper water. So I think
you're gonna need. You see
probably
what we
if
saw.
You look at some of those waves there.
Yeah, you saw what George Schofield did, what Ryan did in that last one. He needs something to get you going.
So I think it's just starting to slow down those waves, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think the best thing for any surfer going into a heat is having clarity on the board decision.
And I think if I'm on the board I've been on,
you feel a lot more confident.
And
and you do not want to be second guessing whilst you're walking.
Well,
down
the thing
there.
is, I'd be going from, if I changed boards, I'd be going from a board that I would use as a groveler board.
Yep.
I'd be going from that to a round pintail.
Okay.
Board.
It's a fair bit different there.
Yeah, which I do actually a lot of the time, right? I surf in the winter. I surf the round pintail surfboard in almost all surf all the time, because I just figure when the point gets good or somewhere and I want to go and surf great waves, I want to be used to that board.
Yeah. I had a slight struggle with figuring out to join me if you need to go for your.
I'm going to be going.
You don't want to be
into
rushing
the water, I'll leave at the end of this heat. There's 2 minutes left,
and then you'll have 20.
And then I've got 20 to get changed and in. That'll do.
Sounds like
and I'm doing the same thing here, really, as I would be doing anyway, which would be watching it and thinking about what to do.
I think it does look like your grovel board is going to be the one.
Yeah, and it looks to me also like the rip is. It looks like the rip is also.
Is the rip strong up
there?
Dropping,
I think. Well, the surfers don't look like they're struggling to hold position as much now, do they?
I can't give you much advice after my performance this morning, but I will nonetheless. I would suggest that first turn is crucial, because we are only having an opportunity on that first section.
Now, somebody from the Algarve has commented here. Have you come across Matthew Hapgood down there?
Not as of yet.
He's living in Burgau, I think, which is quite near.
Yes, I have indeed. He's in Burgau.
He's in Burgau, yeah. And he comments, "Nice feed, boys, man. When's Joe Turple doing his shift?" Well, we got the next best thing.
Yes, the next best thing.
Yeah.
Indeed.
So we're how are we looking now as we go into this last minute? Rudder Rava, he needs a 3.67. And it doesn't look like a wave is going to come. The surfers are asking for the scores.
Yeah, there's not much time left on the clock. Are they going to get an opportunity?
Yeah, we'll see.
It's a good heat nonetheless. I think Ryan Thomas did well to hold up to it on his second, and Mark Vaughan with a very solid
showing.
6.0. It really could have even gone into the excellent
There's
score.
another line coming through.
There is an opportunity here, Tom.
And Rudderava has got 4th priority because
It's an
by
issue.
staying busy,
No,
yeah, and
3rd priority, I
It's
believe.
gonna
Rob
go
Blythe is in
to-
4th priority.
there goes Blythe. He got one though, and he needs a 3.67 on this, so it's not impossible.
It's not. Could he get any
Gets on
vertical
rail.
action here?
Behind him goes Vorney, who's already winning.
Vorney,
really nice
lovely
turn for Vorney, and then the one behind that, yeah, I think
Vorney looking solid.
the one behind
See
that.
this, Tom? How this right is
Yeah.
breaking.
But
a
it is
little
a
now.
it's a shoulder wave though, still, isn't it?
Still
You
a
do
shoulder.
need-
You
and
definitely
that's
want
it.
the
So
flatter
Ryan
board.
Thomas, so Rudder didn't catch one right. So we'll go to a commercial break, and then
I don't.
you're
And-
going to be
And we're going to get the pleasure of calling yours.
Yeah.
All right.
See you soon.
All the best, Tom. Alrighty, and we're back in the booth. Where the heat has started with Greg Owen, Gareth Bennett, and Sam Johnson. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Gareth Bennett and Sam Johnson, but I've heard that they are rippers. And we all know Greg Owen, the man, the myth, the legend, hopefully going to give us some stylish surfing. It's a lovely day it's shaping out to be down here in Llantwit Major. Hopefully you guys are enjoying watching on YouTube. Really cool to have the live stream. And if you can, give us a like, a comment, a subscribe. We'd be super grateful. And share the stream on all the socials. Get everyone involved. So, it's definitely got a lot. Here we go. The heat is only now just starting. So the heat is about to start, and we are on. The first heat here in the Grand Masters. First heat up here, Greg Owen, Gareth Bennett, Sam Johnson. And then in heat number 2, Mark Vaughan, Tom Anderson, Rudy Perrin-Davis. Some fantastic heats for the Grand Masters. It's starting to spit rain down here, but it's nothing that we're not used to. Hopefully the boys get some good opportunities to show their best surfing. I'd like to say thanks to our sponsors. We're going to pop them up on screen here. We'll have Pura Vida, My Post, and we have some some waves coming in. Let's see who gets the first exchange of the heat. Look at that right rolling in. No takers there. Understandably, the waves are a little bit fat, and we are aware, for anyone who isn't, that if there is no waves ridden within the first 10 minutes and the head judge deems that there was no rideable waves, they will have a restart of the heat, allowing for a fresh 20 minutes. We have a lovely comment here from Georgina. Nice to still be able to catch the Welsh Nationals action while stuck home with the little one this weekend. Cheers for the comment, and I hope you're enjoying the action. We have a private message off Dan Morgan himself in Mumbles in Swansea. He told me that I had a voice that was fit for radio, but a TV that was only a mother would be proud of. So, Dan, the best comment of the day. Cheers, mate. Anyway, we've got some action here. Who's paddling? No, still no takers. Here comes Rudder up the beach. Just missed out on moving through to the semi-finals. Looks a little bit frustrated, but hey, it's the Welsh Nationals. We're all here for a good time. Rob Blythe coming up the rocks. Mark Vaughan here, soaking up the win. A second performance for him, a really good style. He's looking sharp and moved on to the semi-finals. Who knows what he'll be able to do if he reaches the final. We'll see if we can get Vaughan for a quick. All right, we're just waiting for Mark Vaughan himself. We're going to get him in for a quick interview of how he did. And up live, nah, still no one. Yeah, it's all right. He's just getting caught up. He's a busy man, Mark Vaughan, organising most of the Welsh Nationals here with a few others behind the scenes, which we're most grateful for. Waves have gone a bit quiet on us right now. We'll get some more opportunities. Vaughan, we just want a quick chat with the man himself. So, sit on down here, Callum. So, Mark Vaughan, we just wanted to get a quick 30 seconds with you. Thoughts on the heat?
I was furious at the end of myself because I didn't need to go on that last wave, and I don't know what I did because I had priority. I was like, "What on earth are you doing, you idiot?" So
well, we loved it. Vaughan, your second heat when you really dominated. We are loving the chances of you reaching the final for the Open. Tell us what you need to do to keep fresh.
I don't know. I like last night. I think I had about 3.5 hours sleep. So yeah, Welsh Coffee Co are doing me proud at the moment.
Man, what a good man. Well, I mean, organising most of the event and surfing that well, we are proud. Keep up the good work, mate. Thanks very much. And now we have the pleasure of Callum Thomas joining us. You're on, Cal. Right, just keep it pretty much touching your chin and you're good to go.
Just had a little brekkie after not getting through my heat. So
well, Cal, it's okay, mate. You smashed me. The boys took care of you, but I did give you a good shout out. I thought you were surfing amazingly well. You just got unlucky. What happened? Break it down.
Yeah, I didn't get the waves. I could see them. I was just always slightly behind the peak and not on the right sections. The right I had at the start, it had a good line, and it
Had a
just
good
kinda
good
hit
score for it, I think.
just hit a flat spot, and then I couldn't find rhythm from there.
It's
But fair play to Ollie, he was ripping.
Ollie got the first wave, I think, a 5,
Yeah.
and he milked it. And Tom and I were calling it, thinking that's not going to be enough against Callum and Patrick. And it happened to be a groveler that he just got through.
That was
But
the difference.
What also changed, I thought, Cal, you started having the sets, but then the inside didn't actually run through.
Nah, it was like hitting that flat spot. But Pat seemed to find them, and looking back, if I was just getting on them like ones that look like they're closing out, oh, here's a good wave now.
Look at this one. Nice first turn on the left there. That was Gareth Bennett.
And yellow at the back, or
I think
red
it's
at the
red.
back. Nice
That-
carve to snap.
That is Greg Owen. Greg Owen flowing. The absolute classic style of Greg Owen. In the booth here, we have Patrick Landon Dark. Patrick, do you have time for a 30-second chat?
Yeah, no worries.
So, Patrick,
Car keys, to be honest.
he's just come for the car keys, but he will not just get the car keys. Patrick making comment about this set. Look at the right. It even looked like it may have barreled on the takeoff. Patrick, any barrels out there today?
Oh, maybe for the under 12s.
Under 12s. Well, Pat, you're surfing. You're surfing well. Keep it up. When are you in next, mate? Is there going to be around 3 of the Open?
I think we're still waiting to find out.
Vaughney to make the call. See how tired Vaughney is. We will see. Keep up the good work, mate.
Thanks.
Good to see you. So, Cal, are you pleased the competition's in Llantwit, or would you have rather seen it at the Fresh?
I enjoyed Llantwit for an event. I think it's a good facility. I think if you have the waves, which we seem to have this, late this morning, yeah.
Surprisingly.
Yeah, it's a good place for an event. I think using the priority is really good. With priority, you've earned your right to having a wave. So it's rather than like it takes the scrappiness out of it and lets the surfing do the work.
Absolutely, you don't have to worry about somebody who like Patrick, who's fit as a fiddle, catching 30 waves or within reason.
Someone like chomping at you the whole heat when they're not
paddle battling you and coming at and
deep.
snaking under, because there's an art to snaking, isn't there? And in the heat, you're able to do that.
No, and I think Llantwit's good for that. Like if you can earn your right to a set wave or the better wave, then
it's going to be interesting to see how it all pans out with the tide as it all pushes up. It's getting a little bit soft out there right now.
Yeah,
was meant to stay roughly the same size today, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think the swell should stay similar. It depends on what parts of the beach it'll hit. So it's on the point now is quite a higher tide, and then it'll finish on this, and I'm not too sure if it's big enough for the other waves.
Yeah, it's probably just going to stay on this main peak, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you had a good one. I remember, Cal, a few years ago, you called one of the Welshes up here, no? And or was it the interclubs? Maybe, I'm not too sure. But you had a great load of commentary, and we knew that you were up to the mic.
Yeah, that was the Welsh last year, I think. Again, no, I do love like a nice weekend and fresh is good, but yeah, I think as a facility, Llantwit's probably better if we have the waves.
And the wave is quality. I remember years ago, you and I were gromming waves breaking all across the bay, different spots. You had some guys surfing up the this end, the other guys down on the left hand side.
Have you surfed the left hand side good?
Down here? Yeah, I've surfed it really fun.
Really
Well, here we go. The boats. I mean, look at these boats. This is a proper bit of local culture coming in here with the boats in the shot. What a stunning shot that is. Hey, we may even get a little ripple off these waves. Set on. Callum's called it. Here we are. We're having the scores coming in. Greg Owen with a 4. Gareth Bennett with a 2.67, and Sam yet to have any opportunities.
What's the time?
The time is just up here. We have 10 minutes remaining, just under 10 minutes remaining. Carl, what's your plans for the rest of the day? You're hanging out?
Yeah, I brought Pat up this morning, so it depends on the conditions, whether they're going to run it. What about yourself?
Yeah, I'll hang around. A big loss, but smiling nonetheless. Good to see everyone.
Yeah.
Really nice to catch up. Tom Anderson reminded me, or actually told me, it was 2016 was my last Welsh. It was quite a surprise when
You,
he.
James.
Mm,
Oh no, you and you got second to Jay Quinn.
Jay Quinn, thanks for reminding me. Yeah, that was the last time I
Quinn.
was up here. So nice to get involved. So much fun. Good to see everyone, and I think the level's gone up a notch since I was last here. Great to see. And the grommets.
Yeah, there's a lot of up and coming. You know, we had a stacked heat this morning with the youngsters.
Who was in white again? Remind me.
I think it was you and Buick.
You and he's surfing well. Where's he
Yeah.
from?
Pembroke.
Pembroke
Maybe
boy.
St David's and
That Rudder.
Rudderava.
Rudder just missed out in the last heat. He got third. He needed a 4.5 to push on.
He's a good surfer, Rudder is. He can grind especially. Like
Yeah.
the
The
less-
semis are going to be stacked.
Yeah.
Semis are going to be stacked. And the next heat after this is going to be Mark Vaughan, Tom Anderson, Ruddy Perrin Davis. That's going to be a fantastic heat.
Yeah.
And not long after that, I think it's the under 18
Look
girls.
right on this. Everyone's like sitting on the left. But,
Oh, that
quite
is a
nice one.
Callum Thomas right-hander right there, if I've ever
Here
seen
we
one.
go. In red.
Oh, it's a great decision to go right. Can he whack it? Greg Owen.
Bit under the lip, but he comes
Little
out.
under the lip.
Look at the one behind.
Greg Owen's definitely on to back up his score here. And we're just going to have a quick commercial break to say thanks to our sponsors. Here we go.
Out the back, we got a big
At
set.
the back, we have set coming in.
No one's there.
No one's there, Cal. What's happening in this heat then? Break it down. Do you think it's a matter of being out of position, or are they...
Yeah,
or
I
has the
think it's just-
waves changed?
Oh, I think it's just finding the finding where to sit. It's quite hard. 1 minute the peaks, go deeper, and that is it. I think the local knowledge here, is clearly paying off for
The likes of Mark Vaughan.
Mark Vaughan. Yeah,
Mark
this-
Vaughan.
Earlier on, I seen him when I was getting changed, like wrap into like 4 turns on a wave, and I was like,
Vaughan, he's surfing really well, hey? And also George Schofield.
yeah.
George had one. Was he in your heat? No,
he
just
can't.
after you. Surfing really well.
I do enjoy coming up here to surf. The waves are high quality. It's just the consistency's not quite as good as us.
Not as good. Do you think they have? Have you had done a few trips up here towards
Yeah.
Cardiff area?
I'll tend to surf up here with Logan or Pat if there's like a certain swell or whatever, or certain winds. and
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy it.
That's great. And let's talk about Logan for the moment. I saw his dad in the airport when I was flying over last week. He said that Logan's in Indo.
Yeah, he had a boat trip to the Mentawais, and I think he stopped off to Bali, and he's surfing Kahunas every day.
Karamas, wow, what a trip. Is he there alone?
Yeah, he's on his own. I think the waves have been really fun. He said he was pumping this morning.
Oh, amazing. He
I
must
spoke
be.
to him a few times. He said
Is he
he's
there
having a
for
good
very
time.
long?
He hasn't said. He hasn't booked a flight home yet. So
Has booked a return
don't
flight.
think
Well,
so.
that sounds like the trip that we all want to go on. A one-way ticket to Indo. Thank you very much. And Cal, have you been over to Asia and that side?
I've never surfed in tropics.
Callum,
yet.
you are yet to discover the joys. And we have someone up and riding here. I think that's Greg Owen.
That's yellow Sam Johnson.
Yellow. Thank you, Cal. My eyes have not got it
I
out.
help you earlier.
You did. Callum was giving me help with a priority. I couldn't see what was going on. So we're coming up here to 5 minutes remaining. Greg Owen taking the lead with this one. I think Greg has comfortably got first in this. And Cal, any big... actually, we'll hold the questions for now. We got sets rolling in. So interesting, this wave in Llantuit. It looks like it's pumping, but we can't see anyone on them.
Yeah, it's breaking a 10 yards further out when everyone's sitting.
Yeah, it really is. And those rights are actually going in now, Cal.
Yeah, here's Greg now on the left. bit of a shouldery one.
Yeah, I think the lefts aren't the one right now. Oh, he's done well to milk that. Greg Owen, one of Porthcurl's finest, a true legend if you ever got a chance to speak to him. And guys, if you're on YouTube, give us a favour and give us a like, a subscribe, and a comment, share it about. We're very grateful. Welsh Surfing is really doing its best to keep up with the WSL and the English surfing and everything. So yeah, give us a thumbs up.
Let us know where you are all over the world. You know where you're watching. If you're watching from somewhere in Wales or somewhere overseas.
Always good to see where we're reaching.
Yeah.
In it, Cal.
Someone's probably sitting in the tropics watching this, probably enjoying the beer.
It's not like a commentary from Pipeline, but we're doing our best.
Having a go
to get everyone engaged, watching the surfing. I think next heat is going to be stacked. Mark Vaughan, Tom Anderson, and Rudy Perrin-Davis. That's three good surfers.
Yeah.
Really, three good surfers. Not long, Callan, you and I will be in the seniors.
I know.
What age does a senior start at?
I don't know if they'd run a senior now at over 28.
It's done now. It's 35.
35 masters.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I think you've got a few years ahead of me.
And let's talk about a few of the competitors who aren't showing their face today. What about someone like James Jones?
Or he's probably sitting in the warm, dry caravan or the surf shop.
Probably having
watching
a beer.
This beer.
Will he even be watching?
He likes to watch. He pretends he doesn't, but he's got it on his phone.
He probably is.
He's definitely got the live scores on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see James Jones competing again. I think
he came back last year, and did he? He won the Masters and made the semis of the Open.
The man,
and he hadn't surfed in a while. He wasn't surfing. He was surfing well, but I've seen him surf so much better.
James,
when he's consistent.
One of Wales's finest. He just needs to get clicking into rhythm. We know what he's all capable of. And I was with him and his dad Pete yesterday, and the banter was flowing.
Yeah.
The beers were also. It's good to see them. Who else hasn't managed to make it up? Harry Cromwell.
Harry Cromwell's unable to attend.
Is he on the boats? I was
probably
told.
Working this weekend.
Harry missed. Alex Morris.
Al Morris, I haven't seen him in a while, but I've seen him in the winter and he's surfing well.
Surfing well as always. Not that much action going on out here. We only have a minute and a half remaining. Somebody's making a paddle. So
Sam Johnson.
Sam in third. He only needs a 2:93. Has he got time? 1 minute on the clock to get back out there.
How long are you at home for?
I am back for 4 or 5 days.
Nice.
For those who are listening and aren't aware, Stevie Poulter, my dad, had a small a stroke last year, and I'm making my best efforts to come back from Portugal and seeing him. And if anyone sees him about, give him a cuddle and a chat, because he's not short of words these days, but he struggles to find them here and there. So yeah, back for a few days, going back on Tuesday to work. Ellie, my other half, is holding the fort.
Nice.
Yeah, hopefully we can catch up for a beer, Cal.
Yeah, hopefully we can have one.
Always
before
nice.
You leave.
Are you off tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow.
Fantastic. We'll maybe find a little wave.
Have a goose around home.
We'll have a goose around home. We won't say it on live air. Dangerous. And that is Greg going up with Greg, am I right?
Just before the finish, yeah.
Just before the finish. It won't make a difference to him. And that is 20 seconds, guys, on the clock for Sam. Can he find anything? Yeah, we have obviously Logan didn't manage to make it, and he was the defending champ.
He's had 2 in a row. And
two in a row. He didn't want to make the triple. He focusing on other things.
Yeah, I think he's got QS commitments and.
Good job. Do you know when the schedule starts for the QS then?
I'm not too sure if it's Spain or Boardmasters is the first one of the following season.
Okay.
I can take a look now.
We'll just hold it there, Cal. We're gonna have a break, and we'll be back with the next heat. Thank you, guys.
He done started it.
Okay. So yeah, we're back in action. Cal and I on the live stream coming from Llantwit Major.
Yeah,
And
we're
we're
back. I've just taken a look before we start. The next heat hasn't started yet. I've just taken a look at the QS schedule for European Tour.
Thank you, Cal. You've done your homework. So tell us.
Big couple of months, basically. The European Tour starts in Boardmasters. Then that's 1,000. Then it goes to Lacanau.
And what month is this? Sorry.
So that is in August.
Okay, so this is when it all starts, pretty much.
And it finishes in. There's like 5 events between then and October, so it's a big 6 to 8 weeks.
Ah, wow. Okay.
Within like 3-day turnarounds.
Wow, that's a big one. So will Logan and Patrick be competing on all those?
Yeah, I think they'll be following.
Okay. And can you break it down for me, Cal? What do they need to achieve to try and reach a Challenger Series or the next stepping stone?
I'm not too sure if it's changed this year, but it's the top 10, as I remembered, men from Europe go on to the Challenger Series, and
Understood.
the top maybe 20 from the following year automatically stay on the Challenger Series, so they don't have to do the European leg.
Ah, that makes
So
sense.
say
Okay.
Joan Deroux's on the QS on the Challenger this year, and he does well, and he doesn't qualify.
He can
doesn't
still
have
stay
to
on
do
the
doesn't have to do
QS again. Okay. But Patrick, he had a great finish, didn't he, in the Challenger Series, in the QS?
Yeah, we got Tom Anderson up here.
Tom
and a
Anderson's milking
full
this.
grind through to that inside, and it didn't quite stand up for him. But,
But at least he got a length of ride and
A lot of
something on the
work.
board, because we've only just had, a minute and a half or 2 minutes on the board, and Tom's already going to post a 3 or a low score. But it's always good, build your heat, get going. As Cal will tell, you do not want to arrive. You do not want to wait and end up with a buzzer beater situation. Although
It's
he
not a good
did
feeling.
get, what was the score, Cal, on the first heat?
5-5 on it to
A
finish.
5-5, a vertical first turn, a cut back, and a foam climb, I think.
And a bit of a grind then to finish.
He
But
did well, and he went from 3rd or 4th all the way to 1st. I mean, a really good result. A shame we couldn't back it up in the quarters. We have Rob Blythe coming in the booth. Looking good at here. So Tom Anderson with the first score. So Tom Anderson with a 317 for that long wave, which is good to get a score on the board. Mark Vaughan with a 1.17. That's pretty much going to be a throwaway after the way he's surfing. Let's hope he gets an opportunity.
yes, there'll be plenty of sets now. It's just hoping they were on the right part of the reef. So yeah, going back to the QS, they needed to be in the top 10 to qualify, and obviously there'd be injury wildcards and alternatives then. So Pat last year managed to surf in a couple as he was one place off. So he was the alternate. So say he went to Sakurima, and like say people are injured or can't compete, and there'd be like all the other regions would have the same alternate, so they'd go through the rankings of,
Understood.
He was like 13th place in an alternate, and then he went to 2nd, and then 1st, and
So
then he got in.
he's really knocking on the door.
Yeah,
And he's already been selected for the ISAs by default, I believe, or something like this.
Yeah, I'm not too sure, but
We'll have to run it by him later
we'll
on.
have to double check.
But he's doing well.
He's surfing really well.
Surfing well,
He was the
surfing so
highest
much.
Brit in the QS the last season, and I think Alice was the girl. who
Amazing.
Finished the highest.
They're doing a really good job representing Wales down here. I'm sure they'll be having their eyes on the prize this weekend. But there's definitely the likes of Mark Vaughan.
Still chasing.
Still
titles.
chasing. Vaughan, I'm sure he's got a couple of Welsh titles under his name. Surely he will be up for getting another one this weekend. We've got a few snacks going on in the booth, which is quite nice. Just waiting for another set. With Rob Blythe behind us, I wonder if Rob can give us any insight with a bit of a local knowledge, if he thinks there will be a bit of a pulse on high. Are we going to get worse conditions as it comes up?
Thanks, boys. I think we've probably seen the best conditions for the day during Pat's heat earlier on. That was about the zenith of conditions for the day. But what we'll see as the tide pushes in is just across to the left on what the boys call the ledges. There'll be some very, very contestable conditions there in about an hour and a half's time, I expect. But for now, and certainly for the next hours, we see Mark Vaughan up and riding on a little right hander. That one goes under him. We're going to see a lot of what we're seeing right now for the next hour and a half, and then we'll see a little uptick in conditions maybe. What you'll have noticed, boys, I think it was certainly what I had in mind in that last heat, was everybody's going right now. The lefts look like they could do something, but it's just fat. It's fat wall. There's not much going on. The rights, however, are still reeling off, and this secondary peak just across to a little further left as well, a little further to the east, offers a bit of a steeper face if you're in the right place at the right time.
Very interesting. Thank you for the insight. That is very useful and pretty much what we're seeing, isn't it, Cal? Those rights are it's all rights right now.
At the moment, yeah, it's gone into that hole.
Yeah, it really has. The lefts were starting on low, and now the rights are working a lot nicer. I think we saw Vorney with a big whack. Oh, he's already had a post and a number for it. It's only a 2-3. Tom Anderson with the bigger score of this heat. Hopefully he can back it up, being patient. I was speaking with Tom before he went in, and he was trying to decide on which board to use, and he opted for the fat wave board. Do you think that was a good call, Cal?
Yeah, I think now it's flattened off and it's cleaner. That's the better option. Earlier on, I was going to ride my fishier board, but when I took it in first thing, the chops made it quite hard. So when I was going right into the chop, I found it really hard to surf, and the water was like coming over the board so wide. So I watched the first heat and noticed there was a bit better conditions.
Good breakdown. Good breakdown. So you swap boarder?
Yeah, I just rode a short board, and
yeah,
when the waves were there, you can surf it pretty fine. But now it's a bit fatter. I would probably have opted for a fish.
Yeah, I think I'd have done exactly the same. We saw that the heat before ours earlier in the morning. It was quite steep,
yeah.
And we thought, you know what, let's both take a short board. It paid off for you, Cal. Good job. Oh, we're up and riding
Tom's
here.
just had another long one. He's clicked
nice
the end
snap.
section.
A lovely little redirect into the white water. He's going to back that score up. That was quite a long wave for him. Not that the length of ride matters too much. We want speed, power, flow, a variety of manoeuvres, commitment.
The criteria over the past 20 years, haven't they? Like
they
back
have.
then, it was length of ride was a big factor in their scoring.
Yeah, the likes of PJ Days, they probably were surfing a wave until it was nothing left.
Yeah.
But now they're actually
rewarding like a one maneuver.
Exactly.
Section.
We see some turns that can get scores upwards of 7s and 8s if you really lay into it. But typically, if you get 2 solid turns on a wave, you're posting a good number in the 6 or 7 region.
Oh.
It looks so dreamy out there for a fish or a fat board. And guys, some tail slides. We'll say thanks to our sponsors this weekend. We're going to bring up one here. We're going to have
We're back. Last wave from Tom Anderson was a 3.2. He's just moved into first.
Good job, Tom. That's he milked that wave, and he had to do it because there's not been that many other opportunities out there.
No, and he's opted for the keep busy approach, and
it's working.
And utilize all that's in the wave, and I think he's squeezed every bit of water out of that sponge.
Yeah, he's nice analogy there, Cal. So, Cal, if you had the opportunities again, what would you done different in your heat?
In my heat, I just picked the wrong waves, to be honest. I was trying to find them suckier, on the rocks waves, and I was just seemed to be grinding on the fatter ones.
Yeah, okay.
Looking back, I think just try and be a bit more patient and put myself in a better situation.
You were patient in our heat. You did well in that sense.
Yeah, I was. Again, I'm just trying to sit on, trying to get the better waves and know what you're looking for.
It was interesting. You and I were definitely being more patient.
Yeah.
And it nearly didn't work for the two of us.
Yeah.
You got that last one, which is really interesting. But I think as the day went on, we saw that it was actually then it paid to be patient because the waves got way better.
Yeah.
And now I think the busy approach is back in going to play into your favour.
I think the key to being a good contest surfer is being adaptable and knowing how to change your approach, midway through a heat. So, for example, if you look at Pat, he knows how to sit there and park and wait for a good one. And
if he needs, yeah.
He knows when he's paddling back out, what he can do on a set wave.
That's exactly it. He trusted his ability to do it.
And that strategy worked for him.
Really worked. Here we are. We have somebody up and riding on the left.
Rudy. Tom, sorry.
Is Tom yet? It's just in and out for him, but he's in first. It's Mark Vaughan needs a 3-2 to go into first. Obviously, the top two go through. Rudy at the moment looking like he will be eliminated unless he can get a wave in the next 9 minutes. Still plenty of time. Seems to be a set every 4 or 5 minutes.
And he only needs a 4.3.
He could get that in one wave, yeah. He can certainly catch up. We have a few comments here. Liam, cheers for the shout out, mate. I haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're well. It's nice to have all the commentary, the live feed. Give us a like, a subscribe, a comment, share it about. We are very grateful. We got a bunch of different heads.
We got a set on out the
out the back.
Missed maybe a priority loss for.
Yeah. So Cal, tell me about the priority. Will they give up the priority if he paddled?
That was a paddle.
Oh, nice, Tom Anderson.
Tom Anderson
going for it here.
Up and down. Well, he's a busy boy. He loves long reeling waves as well. I've seen Tom surfing Rest Bay a few times, and he knows how to just grind them out.
He does indeed. He's quite the legend, Tom Anderson. Interesting. I think Vaughan won't be happy to see Tom pip him at the moment, will he? But the top two moving through, so those boys will be into the final of the Grandmaster, provided nothing changes. Callum Thomas, Reese Poulton, calling this one for you. Rob Blythe and Tom Anderson in here previous. We have a couple more guest appearances throughout the day. A lovely Sunday on the bank holiday.
Yeah, the weather's a bit drizzly today.
Bit drizzly, but what to expect in Wales.
Yeah, so with the priority situation, I'm not too sure who's got the priority. Is
Tom Anderson.
Mark Vaughan has priority at the moment, first priority. So if you have priority and you paddle for a wave, as in you're committing to the wave, and you don't catch it, you don't get it, and the person one below you will then get it, or if
exactly. And if you stop or deter another surfer catching a wave, you will instantly lose priority.
Yeah, and get an interference.
It works quite nice for people, as Karen was explaining earlier. We have a big paddle going on this wave. Oh, he just misses it.
The person inside might catch this.
It's gone so clean right now. Cal, if you pack up and leave by 3, do you think you'll get a surfing elsewhere? Or is that you done for the day?
I think I might be done, but here we got Rudy.
Oh, huge turn.
Big crack.
The second one. That is going to be a heat check
Advance
at 4-3.
That's the most critical surfing I've seen in the heat.
I have to agree with you at every word there, Cal. I think that was certainly the best wave of the heat. The highest heat at the moment, wave, is a 3-2 by Tom Anderson, and I think that's at least a point bigger. Does he jump into second to progress? Waiting for the judges' scores. and he's done that just in the nick of time. There's 5 minutes to go. This is going to be an interesting.
Last wave from yellow, Rudy. A 5.5.
We called it, Cal. Straight in. Rudy pushed up to first. Great skills. Now Mark Vaughan is chasing a 3-2-1. Can Mark Vaughan do it? I wonder if we seen the replay of that one for Rudy. Let's see if we can. Maybe it's come up for you guys. Let's see if we can get that up. Yeah, here it is. This first turn. Look at this. Whack. Surfing well. Groveling. I'm sure Rudy could make a lot more damage if he was on a bigger wave.
Yeah. And his forehand's really strong as well, so...
It's always interesting, Cal, watching everyone surf when the waves are this challenging. Do you think it's a fair representation of people surfing?
No, not at all. Like I said to you earlier, I would have loved to surf a heat where it was me and you teeing off on good waves and
just going
having a
back
good
to
crack.
back, yeah.
You know, that's a challenge. That's always fun.
Everyone's up for it, exactly. I mean, it's interesting though because you have the likes of Patrick surfing so well.
Yeah.
He can seem to do it on everything, but I guess it's not all conditions favours all people.
Yeah,
you can
exactly.
definitely shine in different conditions. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people didn't even fancy competing today, but
you probably haven't surfed waves like this in a few years.
Great point. I pretty much yesterday down in Llangennith was the smallest surf I've surfed in a few years, but no complaints from me. But it's just great to take part. But yeah, we've definitely got a lot of punch down there. I mean, you've made a fair few trips down to Portugal.
Yes,
we've had a few good waves, haven't we?
Come up with you a few times.
Secret
and had some
peaks.
Yeah,
that's been fun.
Had some sick waves.
So there's a set approaching with 3 minutes left.
9.1, yellow getting second, Rudy Togo at 6.67, white in third, Rudy Togo 6.67.
So this is super interesting. We now have Tom Anderson needing a 5.11. Seems like a very quick change, that.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough score to get, but we've got a set
we have
coming.
got an opportunity here.
And Tom's sitting with priority out the back.
Tom Anderson with priority. Here we go.
A nice left-hander coming in. Will he utilise his priority? This one slightly goes under him.
Is there an opportunity? No, and that is going to be it. We think 30 seconds. Doesn't look like there's much. So we have the under-18 Girls Final coming up next, Cal.
Couple of Langland surfers there.
Run us through it. Run us through the names.
I'm sure. So we got Josie Hawke, Katie David, Indy Lynch, and Charlotte Eels, sorry.
That is not enough time.
This is going to be a fun heat for the girls. Nice clean conditions.
Yeah, lovely clean conditions. Rob Blythe, you wanted to call one. Are you happy? Jump on in. Go on, you can sub me out, Cal. Are you happy?
Yeah.
Cruising here?
No problem.
All right, guys. Good to make a few calls.
Tom caught a nice
and
one.
I'm sure I'll be back in the booth shortly.
That was
We're just going to take a quick pause for Rob.
Yeah, cheers, Reese.
Welcome back. Hello, Callum.
Yeah, we're back. Under 18's final not quite kicked off yet, but ready.
Ready to go, and conditions very, very clean now as we look to start this heat. And game on.
That easterly wind has cleaned out west now.
Yeah, well, I spoke with Vorney earlier, and we were predicting variable wind conditions for this afternoon. And true to form, true to Jamie Bateman's forecast, the wind has died. And like you say, Callum, it switched from that easterly that making it tricky on some of the rights to a very, very light west-southwest wind now. So we see a set approaching. Coming up towards mid-tide now. It's the time. Perhaps nobody on this, but
no one
there
else
is
has priority. But
the big set wave is actually still to come. It's out the back. It's about 3 waves away. So in about 15 to 20 seconds, we're going to see a paddle, no doubt, because I can see this one rearing up from way outside. I think it'll be surfer in blue, Charlotte Eels, that will perhaps be in the best position. And she, as you see her turn.
first wave from Josie was a 6. I think that's a good score. It's a fair score. She surfed with flow, and yeah, I'd be happy with a 6 on my first wave in a this is a final.
Absolutely, and you'll see the judges giving a 6 for pretty much a one maneuver wave. So they're looking for big maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, and they are rewarding it heavily. A 6-point ride for basically one turn. I imagine Josie will be very pleased with that. A great way to kick off a heat. Katie David, just for that quick up and down a little earlier on, scored a 1.0. So the judges are looking for completed maneuvers in the most critical sections of the wave, as we indeed see a wave pushing into the bay. As we mentioned earlier, the ledges will come into play soon. The spot toward high tide here at Lantwit.
There's a couple of surfers over there now.
The boys call the ledges, and that will definitely offer some exciting action for everybody.
The next heat's the under-16s final, and we've got Elijah Jones, Arthur Buick, Tom O'Leary, and Luke Rowan. So that's going to be a good final. I'm not too sure on all the boys surfing. I've seen Luke Rowan surfing Porth Galway by you, Rob, a few times, and he's a good surfer.
Yeah, Luca, of course, son of Greg Owen of No Limit Wetsuit fame.
Developing his surfing, I think, over the next few years, as he grows and matures, he's going to become a good surfer. And yeah, there's Tom O'Leary, I've surfed with him a few times. He's a good surfer, up and comer.
Yeah, Tom puts in a lot of time at Scare.
Arthur Buick from Pembroke. He's brother of Ewan and also an absolute ripper. I've seen him in some heavy surf and sending it.
Yeah, the Buicks have really started to make names for themselves in the past couple of years, haven't they?
Yeah,
I think it was you and I watched at the Interclubs a few weeks ago.
Got
And
smashed.
Was
Ewan smashed me, didn't air, and got barreled.
yeah, and was he the surfer for Pembrokeshire in the under-18s as well?
Yes, probably.
Whoever was, I'm pretty sure it was Ewan Buick in the under-18s, was surfing exceptionally well in that one heat.
And
Very
that was challenging
impressive, good to
conditions.
watch. Yeah, certainly in challenging conditions, he made the most of it on that high tide when we first arrived.
I surfed with them in January in Pembroke, and they weren't wearing boots, the pair of them. So
Yeah, that seems to be a feature of our westerly line counties here in the UK. Lots of the Cornish boys do the same. I know it is a touch
especially
warmer.
south.
It's a touch warmer down there, no doubt. But I don't know if it's warm enough for no
A
boots
bit of wind chill.
during the
can
middle
write
of
you off.
winter. No.
Whenever I tend to go down there, it's normally cold and stormy and windy, and the wind chill can do enough to send me out. So yeah, they're brave boys. They're weathered surfers.
As we see perhaps the biggest set so far in the under-18 girls final, making its way.
I think we've got Red at the back.
Red is stroking into this.
Oh,
And I really thought she was going to catch that, but
But
instead it's Blue up and riding on a really nice looking right-hander. So Blue on her backhand, trying to get through to the inside on that, to make it to the inside section once the wave feels the cobbles once again.
doesn't quite double up for it.
What's happened as the
get
tide has
into.
come in, it's filled in one of the pools here at Lantwit, in amongst all the rocks, leaving an area of very deep water marooned between shallow water. So you see the waves start to feather out the back, gives an opportunity for our surfers to get into them. And then they need to make the most of the momentum to let it carry them through to the inside, where it steepens up again after having indeed passed through that pool. So our surfers in the water, you see them waving their hands there. That's
To be a bit suckier now and it's hitting some sort of reef. So if anyone can understand from out the back that there's something going on the inside, adapting that out the back's peak and coming into the inside might be a good idea.
So the shout-outs I made a little while ago, Callum, it turns out both of those people had logged off in the meantime, and they've now logged back on. So we've got Jack Hardman watching. He seems to be enjoying himself. Probably having a nice lazy day on the sofa, a rainy day. And so he's tuned in and is enjoying the action. And coming all the way from South Africa, tuning in from Jeffreys Bay, is Jordan Williams. We'll see what Jordan makes of it. Perhaps he'll text back in. Surfer in red up and riding. This is heat leader Josie Hawke. She posted a 6.0 on her first wave. Headache-inducing material for poor old Mark Vaughan, contest director, who had to keep calling it on and calling it off. But it was the right thing to do, because they wanted to try and get the heats underway and try and whittle their way through the 19 or so hours of surfing that they had to get through over the course of this weekend. But in the afternoon, the sun did come out, the tide dropped back, and there were some heats surfed in the afternoon. I left, actually, Callum, at about 11 o'clock, half 10, 11, and went to play some cricket. As we see surfer in blue, Charlotte Eel. She's currently in fourth, looking to replace a 0.73. That wave will absolutely do that. So we might try to see a change of situation, with Charlotte maybe moving in to third position. She's actually comboed at the minute. Both her and Indy Lynch require a 12.10 to move into second. And we do see a slight change in situation. Charlotte Eel, surfer in blue, as predicted, moves up into third, posting a 1.53 for that last wave. Tricky conditions for our competitors, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah. I'm glad I'm not surfing a heat
Yeah,
right now.
There are waves out there. However, it's all about picking the right one. Local knowledge would come in very handy, I think, for our competitors right now.
Yeah. And if we look, there's a little wave over the ledges at the minute. Small, but it looks like there's something starting over there. But yeah, with the fog, I was speaking to local supervisor lifeguard Tom John, and he was saying how the fog's so common here at this time of year. It's due to the air being warmer and getting hotter, and the sea water being so cold. And with the lack of wind, this makes us sit over our area.
That's it. Well, we're in a valley here in Atlanta, and obviously the dense vapor-laden air sits a bit lower than the clear air, and so it tends to stick around in the valley. Whereas if you would just walk up one of the cliffs, you'd have been in
Clear.
beautiful, beautiful sunshine.
Yeah, I surfed Llangennych on Friday night, and there was fog like travelling above my head and going onto the hill, which I couldn't really understand. It was super sunny on the beach, and I went to the top of the hill after, and I couldn't see. So that was a mad
The
one.
old marine layer, as we see Surf It in White looking at a really, really good looking wave. If she manages to get into this, it will give her plenty of scoring opportunity, and she is up on and riding on her backhand. This is Katie David. She's currently in second. She requires a 9.27 to move into first, and she's making a good go of it, putting together three really nice
So I think she's got a good score now, I think.
Well, it's gonna reduce her requirement. I don't think it's gonna move her into first, but I think she will have replaced that 2.83 or 2.50 rather. And I'm gonna suggest that's. In fact, you know what? I'm just gonna leave this one to the judges. So, Callum, how do you fill your time when the conditions don't allow you to surf?
I try and train, but at the minute, me and my girlfriend and her dad are doing a house up for us. So, been doing a lot of work, and I've been surfing so much in these challenging conditions. But yeah, last year I was training in the gym and enjoying it. I've kind of let myself slip a bit lately. Had some beers. You play cricket?
Yeah, play a bit of cricket. I like to play. There's a game called Chipping Norton as well. I like to play. It's probably too complex and boring for our audience to explain it now, but it basically requires. It's a game of agility.
Yeah.
It's a game of anticipation and reaction. As we see, Callum's certainly the best wave of the heat coming into the lineup now. Who will be in position? I think it's Surfer in red that's right at the back, but blue's going to turn and go on the first of this set.
Look how glassy it's gone.
Beautiful, isn't it? Oh, up on the inside, yellow. Surfer in yellow, that was Indy Lynch with a quick up and down. It's not going to change the situation for her. But if anybody can get into one of these waves, it's going to be blue, who's sat in the perfect position for this right. Will she make it around the section? Just a little bit hung up there. That wave not going to offer her much scoring potential. Yeah, so I played cricket yesterday, actually, Callum. That's why I abandoned ship here, so to speak, early on. I think cricket was the real winner. No,
Long day, or
it wasn't as long as we'd hoped. No, my team Pontier lost. Unfortunately, we were playing a very strong Landaf.
I haven't played cricket in a few years, but I can't bowl anymore. My shoulders are too stiff from surfing and
Oh, really?
playing
I
rugby.
find the surfing loosens them up a bit.
Oh,
You available Saturday?
no, sorry.
Here we go. Surfer in white. Taking a look at this one. This is a really nice looking wave. It's walled up. Unfortunately, she felt a little bit out of position, so opted not to go on that ultimately.
Prefer batting or bowling?
Bowling.
Bowling?
Yeah, well, I have more success bowling anyway. I'm trying to rebrand myself as an all-rounder, but it's not going well based on yesterday.
You got a 20-yard run-up, haven't you? Definitely.
No,
got 20
13.
yard. 13.
Yeah. I lose count otherwise.
I'd settle for 6. No, I'd prefer batting. I was ambidextrous, so I'd sometimes choose left or right hand.
That's good stuff. Well, the person I referred to earlier, Callum, our South African listener, Jordan Williams, is actually the groundskeeper at my cricket club.
Awesome.
Sterling work this week to get a game on. It's been such a wet March and April. It's wet March and April, and it's made it nigh on impossible to get a fixture. We had 7 fixtures cancelled before rather a flurry of waves at the conclusion of that previous heat, the Under-18 Girls Final. Up next, as mentioned, it's the Under-16 Boys Final. We're sure to see some exciting action. And during the break, we mentioned food.
Good talking topic is food.
Well, the mere mention of it's made me hungry.
I had a breakfast just before coming in and filled up. A 1 o'clock breakfast.
I'm looking to see who I can hail to go and send to get me something. It's George Schofield down there. Perhaps he'll go and get me a coffee or something.
Oh, look at this.
Talk us through this, Callum. There's a set approaching. Someone's certainly going to go, surely.
The heat hasn't started.
Oh, dear me.
So
I
they
got
gotta
distracted
watch
by
this
food.
go through. It's the worst.
Here we go.
3.
Right, will anybody be in position for it? We can see our surfer in white. It's Arthur Buick having a quick look at that. Decides not to go, but there are still lines pushing in. So if you've just joined us, Croeso, welcome to this, the Welsh National Surfing Championships 2023, live from Llantywyt Major, South Wales. A huge shout out to our many sponsors with us today. mysticboarding.com, MyPost, the Welsh Coffee Co, amongst many others. You're sure to see some ads pop up throughout the day. There are plenty of people backing and supporting Welsh surfing. So for that, we are eternally grateful. A slow start in this heat after a flurry of waves just before it kicked off.
Had a little bit of a FaceTime quickly with Logan Nicol, who's currently in Bali.
Oh, how's he going?
He looks like he's enjoying himself.
Oh, perhaps we can get a quick word with Logan.
We can get a quick word.
So Logan is our defending men's open champion, and he looks to be in bed at the minute. Logan, you're missing out this year. Any words of advice for any prospective winners?
Watch the rip.
Watch the rip. So Logan, I'm not sure if are you following online? So Logan's just confirmed he's following online. He's watching. So he's got a pretty good idea of conditions. He says, "Watch the rip." It's the under 16 Boys Final in at the minute, Logan, and the waves are few and far between. And when they come, they're a little fat. So what should our surfers be looking to do?
So is it that high tide kind of car parks wave right now, isn't it? Yeah, that's a super tricky wave because both directions run into pretty deep water. So
out the back we got a paddle from.
We're going to leave you for a second, Logan, as we see surfer in yellow. This is Thomas O'Leary.
Nice.
Up and riding a great opening 2 maneuvers. Looking to link that third. Unfortunately, coming unstuck, drifting over the back, and out the back, it's surfer in red. That's Elijah Jones up and riding on a left-hander moving into the deep water. So that wave's not going to offer an awful lot as it pushes into that deeper water that I just mentioned, kind of forcing the wave to taper off and not offer much. I think all of the big scores we're going to see in this heat, and certainly for the rest or for the foreseeable future, are going to come from the right. So surfers looking to position themselves on the right. We heard a bit of information, some advice from Logan just a moment ago. As he said, it's towards that high tide, kind of deeper water zone at the minute.
He enjoys the keep busy attitude, Logan. He's not the most patient boy in the world, but he knows what to do when the opportunities come. And just come back from the men's hour. He's currently not really back, sitting in Indo, enjoying yourself surfing Kahunas. Just like Lantuit, he said. Surfing with all the pros, seeing the likes of Leo Fioravanti and the Coffin brothers. It's not quite surfing with me, but it's not far off.
I'll leave you to it, boys. Good job at the booth.
Thank you. See you later.
Cheers, Logan.
Yeah, boys. Good luck. See ya.
So the stream, the team behind this is Craig Nicol and co with Survival Stance, and they've done an awesome task in getting this all together, working hard behind the scenes to make this happen and allow us to have a broadcast. And where better to have a broadcast than Llantuit Major? I think the facilities here to have an event broadcasted is a lot easier than the Freshwater West, which we've used for years. The waves would maybe be better down there this weekend, but there's still waves here.
Well, I've got to say, for the second round of the Open, certainly the back, in fact, for both the first and second rounds of the Open that we'll run today, the conditions were actually really good, I thought, for the vast majority of it. There was the odd slower heat, but by and large, very, very contestable with some big scores being dropped.
Yeah. I had Pat in my heat, and it was pretty impressive watching what he could do.
And talking of scores being dropped, we got the first 2 scores in. Surfer in red, Elijah Jones, posted a 2.17 for his first wave, as we see our surfer in blue. This is Luca Owen up and riding on a right-hander, choosing the right direction to go here. This wave's going to offer plenty of scoring potential. You see Luca weaving back and forth and deciding to kick out of that one. So we're going to wait for a score from surfer in blue. But surfer in yellow, Thomas O'Leary, has posted a 4.33. 4.33, so that is a great opening wave for Thomas. He'll be very, very pleased with that, and he'll be looking to build now. So Thomas sitting out in first. That's surfer in yellow. Thomas O'Leary is in first position. Surfer in blue, Luca Owen, posting a 3.0 for his opening ride. That moves him up into second straight away. Elijah Jones, sitting on a 2.17, is in third. And Arthur Buick has yet to post a scoring wave, so he's in fourth. But that will almost certainly change as the waves continue to roll in. As spectators on the beach applauding our under-18 girls finalists as they make their way back up to the beach marshal to deposit their Pura Vida My Post WSF rash vests. Oh, I've just been handed a food voucher. Good, I say.
Perfect. Do you know what you're going for?
Well, I'm not sure. Does the CAF accept card anymore?
No.
Or no, ever? I mean, does it still not accept card? No.
No.
So it's a good job I got the food voucher.
No signal down here.
It's a good job I got the food voucher.
Cash is king.
Cash is king. Well, Sean Ryan would agree with that.
Oh, wind's gone so still right now. I've got the window right open and there's not a breath of wind coming in. We got a little bit of an inside bowl coming. I'm not too sure if Blue, Luke Rowan, scratching for it. Didn't quite catch.
Can see it with such glassy conditions. It can, when you're in the water, it can be quite difficult to spot what's coming, can't it?
Yeah,
Because
it's
the
an
waves tend to
illusion.
blend in with the horizon. However, from our slightly elevated position, our vantage point, it's possible for us to see when the sets start to make a few ripples a long way out to sea. And I spy, in fact, Callum, a set approaching. Will our surfers clock it early enough to get themselves in position? That remains to be seen. All of our
Swinging in from
surfers,
Treacle Bay.
I've noticed, Callum, our surfers are sitting quite a long way in at the minute. Perhaps in response to the previous heat we saw where some of our competitors were sitting a little bit far out the back and unable to stroke into those bigger set waves. But a set wave cometh, and I think it will be surf in yellow. Hard to see again from this position, but I think it's surf in yellow that will be in the prime spot. Surfer in red is sitting quite a long way to the west compared to the rest of his competitors. However, he is furthest out, so if the wave happens to jump up just in front of him, he will be into it first. As we see Surfer in blue, Luca Owen sitting much further in than everybody else and managing to get into this wave on the inside. This one's standing up for Luca. He managed to put one turn together, two turns together, and he'll look to end this wave, and he kicks on out of that one. So Luca, I suspect, will jump up into first position once the judges post that score. Luca being the only competitor to have two waves under his belt thus far. But it's Surfer in yellow. Taking a look at this one, Thomas O'Leary, who's out in front. Not going on that one, but Surfer in white on the inside. This is Arthur Buick looking to post his first scoring wave, and again, not managing to get into that one. So we not
It's a busy 5 minutes, but not many waves ridden.
not to make the point too often, but conditions are tricky. There's
They get 'em
very
harder.
contestable, and there's plenty of scoring waves, but it requires every ounce of talent that these guys have got to make the most of them.
Yes. I've just had a tweet in from Meredith from the Cotswolds. It's a question for you, Rob.
Okay.
If you had to make a band consisting of vocalist, drummer, guitarist, and a bassist out of the competitive surfers from Wales, who would you pick?
Yeah. So what jobs do I need to fill?
A vocalist,
Yeah.
a drummer,
Yeah.
a guitarist, and a bassist.
Okay. Right.
And someone on the triangle.
Well, I'm George Schofield on bass
Cello, you got yourself a bass.
because I know he's a bassist. He's a good bassist
Yeah.
too. I'm gonna have. Do you know what? I'm having Max Tucker as my front man. And I have Max Tucker as my front man just because I'm not sure he's all that good a singer, but boy, does he has charisma that a front man needs.
Yeah.
I think I would have drummer. Who can I fill the drumming spot? Leave that one with me for a second. And guitarist. Does it? I mean, is this grounded in reality? Here we go. Surfer in red, up and riding. This is Elijah Jones again, looking at these lefts. The first one not managing to stand up, but that one did a little bit more, and it's Thomas O'Leary in yellow up and riding on the right, on his backhand, putting together a nice turn. That wave shutting down, though, and not allowing him an awful lot more scoring potential, but it will be his second wave. And as predicted, Luca Owen has moved up into first position, posting a 2.83 for his second scoring ride. Thomas O'Leary will be looking to leapfrog him, requiring just a 1.50 to move back into first. I think he'll probably get it with that last wave. So we'll see a reset of the situation.
Yeah, and a nice set approach in.
Ooh, so I've got my front man and I've got my bassist.
You're looking for your drummer.
So as I was asking, is it grounded in reality, or does it?
However
Do
you
they
want.
do they have to play this
No, they
instrument
don't
in real
have to
life?
play.
Ah, okay, that changes everything. I'd have James Jones as my drummer because he gives me strong Phil Collins vibes. And my guitarist. Tricky. There's a set approaching. This is the biggest set of this heat so far. It looks like Luca Owen might well find himself in the blessed position for this one as we see him spin. He's going to paddle. Not sure.
Good arms.
It is
really
Luca
big
that has
arms.
priority as well. So Luca uses that first priority, gets into it, a nice up and down to kick that one off. That wave shuts down on the right. And up on the inside,
Tom
moving on the left, it looks to be, I think that might have been yellow actually. Yeah, it was Thomas O'Leary. On his way back out, he looks into a third wave. So, as predicted, again, Thomas O'Leary, his second wave being posted at a 5.0. So he's leapfrogged Luca to jump back into first. Luca, we are waiting for his third score. He requires a 6.33 to move into first. I'm not sure that last wave of his will do it. And we are waiting for one more wave of Thomas O'Leary to be dropped. So the judges will be thinking
Look at
back
the set.
to what they've seen so far. As you rightly point out, Callum, a beautiful set approaches the lineup. Surfer in white. Arthur Buick looking to get his first score on the board. He's up, but unfortunately comes unstuck. So for now, he will remain in fourth, but he'll look to get back at the back with over half of this heat left. Luca Owen up and riding on a nice nippy right-hander on the inside, wheeling its way across the bay. Luca getting a strong turn to end that, but again coming unstuck. And on the inside,
Tom splitting the peak of him again.
Surfer Thomas O'Leary in yellow, who's currently in the lead, looking to bet a 4.33. That wave will not do it. So again, Tom will reset, but the thing he's got in his favour now is that he's sitting furthest west. Actually, no, Red's furthest west. Red's quite a long way off the peak at the minute, so he'll look to get back onto the peak. But it does leave Thomas O'Leary, surfer in yellow, with a nice paddle back at the back. He'll take full advantage of the channel and look to avoid the rip, which I must say seems to have settled down considerably as the tide has pushed over that bank.
Oh,
up and
Red
riding.
just took up and did a nice little foam climb.
Yeah, so that's surfer in red. Elijah Jones with, as Callum described, a nice little foam climb. Unfortunately not managing to make anything else on that wave as it fizzles out underneath him. We have 10.5 minutes remaining, there or thereabouts. So over half of this heat left. Plenty of work to do for all of our surfers and plenty of time to do it. I dare say it feels like the sun is about to poke its head through.
Breaking. We got
Through the
white
clouds.
paddling. Maybe should have opted for the left. Got a little bit stuck on the right then. You got coach and dad's Greg Owen giving the instructions to Luca, as Tom O'Leary now in first and Luca in second. Luca needing a 5.36 to move to first, which I think he's got it in his bag. But I think Tom's dominated the heat, staying busy and getting the best waves.
Now this is really interesting. Elijah Jones, surfer in red, as we mentioned, is sitting quite a long way to the west, and he finds himself in a very nice spot for a left-hander, and he's into it. He's up and riding now on his forehand, cutting back towards the whitewater. He's very far west, but somehow manages to stick with this wave as it makes its way into the deep water.
No stress, you can have the food.
So Elijah looking to replace a 2.17. I think that wave might well do it for him, but he requires a 7.1 to move into second. So both surfer in red and white probably looking to replace all of their scores so far if they want to get up into that second position. But as predicted, Elijah Jones does better his situation. That last wave of his coming in at a 2.87.
Gonna give a little shout out
into
to
the booth.
Nathan Phillips, who's resting up at home, a new father, just had another new baby. So he's had a bit of an accident a few months ago, really nasty surfing, but hope you're on the mend and send you loads of love.
Yeah, rest up, Nate. It was really sad to hear about his Nate's accident.
Yeah, such a good surfer. I stayed down with him in Cornwall last summer, and he showed me the ropes and got me some set waves in one of Cornwall's famous reef breaks. So he's really well respected all around the UK and probably all over the world. To be honest, he's a great surfer.
Do you know what I met somebody I was driving through New Zealand. A random spot, I can't even remember what it was called. It was somewhere on the east coast, north of Gisborne, and completely random. I'm not even sure it was like a recognised surf spot, but I saw a little wave from the road and decided to go in. And another guy joined me in the lineup, and I was chatting to him, and he asked, as all New Zealanders are so friendly, he asked me where I was from. I said Wales. As we see, surfer in white. This is Arthur Buick, looking to get his first substantial score on the board. Nice little tap off the top there. This wave really fast, running through the inside. Not offering anything more, though, for Arthur. And you can see from his body language as he kicked out of that one that wasn't best pleased. So Arthur, a very, very good surfer, not managing to get into any waves so far that have offered him an awful lot of opportunity. But with plenty of time left on the clock, we'll see him paddle back out and reset. So as I was saying, this guy paddled out into where he's from, Wales. And we got chatting, and he knew Nate. He said, "Oh, do you know Nathan Phillips?" "Yeah, I do." And he said he'd met him in a bar in Sri Lanka, and had complimented Nathan on his boardies that he was wearing. And so Nate, and again this speaks volumes of Nate's character. Nate took him off and gave him to him.
Classic.
And that's how the Welsh are known around the world. Consummate givers. I'm going to have to put my sunglasses on soon. The sun is poking its head out. It's getting bright. This is Surfer in Red. Elijah Jones up and riding on a left-hander. So Elijah sticking with his game plan of looking for those lefts into the channel. That wave was nice and long, but again, they're kind of petering out into the deeper water. We'll see what the judges make of it.
Oh, look at the lineage coming in. Up and riding, we got Tom O'Leary again. Weave to snap. Pumping, trying to find some speed. But behind, we got Luke Rowan. Oh, he's got himself a bowl. And if he can get momentum into that snap, he's happy with that. It was a no claim.
Well, I think that's just a claim. It was the fist pump, look down at his fists. That was a claim.
Gave his dad the nod. He gave his dad the nod.
He'll be really pleased with that. So Luke is currently in second. He's looking for a 5.36. He felt that turn was really strong. And out the back on a beautiful looking left. This is Surfer in White. It's Arthur Buick.
And if he can draw up here, he got a nice foam climb, but it kind of hit the trough too quick.
There we go.
Still managed to squeeze a snap in.
See if the judges determine whether he rode out of that one or not when they put their scores in.
I've surfed with Arthur plenty of times, and in better waves I've seen him do some really good turns, and he's not scared. He'll throw himself over anything. So look out for these guys the next few years. The under-16s is the future, so they're going to be battling in the 18s in the Open over the next few years.
Do you know what? Surfing is such a funny sport, isn't it? Obviously, what you can do is dictated to you by the conditions on hand.
Yeah.
And competitive surfing is an even stranger beast in that contests have certain dates that they must run on or run by. It's a jam-packed contest calendar, so organisers really have their work cut out to make sure that they can get the event run at all for a start, but then run in good conditions on the days that they pick out. And conditions have been really, really good today, I must say. Much better than forecast, certainly much better than I expected. So we've been really, really lucky in that regard. but everybody has certain conditions that they favour, don't they? So you just mentioned that Arthur enjoys kind of perhaps larger conditions, or he's certainly not afraid to go in waves of consequence. And I think everybody at some point in their surfing career, I suppose, has come across to conditions, whether it perhaps not being big enough or being too big for certain people in certain places. I know I've had my fair share of heats in very small conditions which don't really suit me, and it can be a bit disheartening, but I think you've got to be quite philosophical about it and just recognise that it's a snapshot on one day, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm happy to sit in the mediocre range of waves. I've paddled out in Thurso for an event and got absolutely shafted. Knowing I could surf bigger waves, I think that just stress got to me, and not being ready for them type of waves a bit younger. Maybe now I'm a bit older and a bit heavier, I'd probably manage that type of wave. But yeah, when I was younger, I've been beat up surfing. But we've got a little set coming now as the last few minutes remain. Luke Rowan on that last wave was a 4.27. He needs a 5.06 to move to first. And he's sitting with second prio.
Oh, so Luca's bettered his situation quite a lot there. Made the requirement of just a 5.06 now well attainable, well achievable for Luca.
Yeah. And there's a set coming in from Traco Bay, swinging round. But I've just had a little email from Dean from West Yorkshire for you again, Rob. He's asking, would you rather have to surf switch foot for the rest of your life or never surf a wave over 2 foot again?
Switch foot.
I said switch foot. There's plenty of left, so I'd happily surf.
100%.
But you're switch foot now, not like you had to. Your switch foot was natural. You had to surf your switch foot.
So I wouldn't be.
It'd be unnatural. It'd be an unnatural switch foot.
Yeah, still definitely.
I think I'd learn it as well.
100%.
I've seen Pat do like a round.
Could I still surf? Could I still hang on? So,
this is it.
So I could, if I just surfed regular foot, whatever's natural, it could only be 2 foot. But I could surf bigger waves, and I'd have to surf. Oh gosh.
It's your switch.
Definitely bigger.
Same. But I remember once Pat tried surf switch. He can surf switch quite well. He tried it in Thurso switch stance. Fell, and he thought he was going to drown because his body was all the opposite way.
As we see, up and riding. This is Surfer in White, Arthur Buick. A beautiful
That's
opening.
Yellow.
Oh, I beg your pardon. So this is your heat leader, Thomas O'Leary. Hard to see in this glare, but putting together a series of nice manoeuvres there. So he's looking to distance himself from Luca Owen, who's currently in second.
Luca's got a chance. He's scratching into this nugget of a double up.
This is a beauty.
Pumps no bottom turn. Straight up. Sorry, he did a bottom turn. Trying to climb round and doesn't quite offer anything, but he's showing that he's willing. He's found something. It's
going to go through to the inside.
Between him and Tom Anderson, they're sharing the longest waves of the day.
That's right.
The grind off.
So what do you reckon the vibe in this heat is, Callum? So this is the.
I don't think there's any talking out the back.
And the under 16 boys final. So it's not a heat filled with funny comments and asides.
No, I think that
there's a sense of decorum in the heat. You reckon?
Yeah, they're enemies when they hit that water's edge.
Oh, so okay, perhaps arguing then.
They got prior, so with the priority, it's whoever's got the number can go. But I always find that when there's a no priority heat, it's a lot scrappier and it's harder. I much prefer the priority system that's been brought in.
Definitely.
It makes you have a challenge. So congratulations to Tom O'Leary, who's just won the under 16s, surfing really well.
That's great to see. He did put on a bit of a show there, didn't he? I feel like his opening ride actually scored him a 4.33, and depending on what the judges do now with his final score, no, there he goes. He's replaced it with it. There we go. So Thomas O'Leary solidifying his position as heat leader and indeed under 16 Welsh champion for this year by posting a 5.53 with that final wave. And we'll bid adieu to Callum as he leaves the booth. Thank you, Callum, for your efforts this afternoon. And I'm rejoined in the booth By Tom Anderson.
Yes, with a very quick announcement, which is that we're about to start a new stream. So we're going to go off air for 2 or 3 minutes because the system needs a reboot. So that's going to happen, and then we'll be back on air very shortly.
Welcome back. We've just had a refresh of our YouTube stream. And if you're just joining us, welcome to this. Day 2 of the 2023 Welsh National Surfing Championships. Currently in the water is the Grand Master Final featuring... beg your pardon. Currently in the water is the Masters Final. Okay, so in the water we've got the Grand Kahunas Final featuring Steve Charles in yellow, Neil Newman in red, Mark Jones in green, Craig Burrows in white, and Stuart Jones in blue. The situation as it stands is out in the lead is Surfer in yellow, a stalwart of Welsh surfing. Hailing from Porthcawl, it's Steve Childs sitting on a 2.17 and a 2.07. In second is Surfer in red, Neil Newman, sitting on a 4.0. That's the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He'll be looking to back it up when conditions allow. In third place, it's Mark Jones, a local here at Lantwick Major, sitting on a 1.67. So he'll be looking to better that with 9 minutes remaining in this heat. Conditions going a little bit slow as the tide pushes up towards high. In fourth, it's Surfer in white, Craig Burrows, yet to post a scoring wave, and in blue, sorry. Surfer in fifth is Stuart Jones, again, yet to post a scoring wave. We do have a bit of movement in the lineup, though. Local Mark Jones and Surfer in white, Craig Burrows, paddling feverishly to the east, and now spinning back to the west as a wave approach. It looks to be Craig Burrows that will be in position for the left-hander here, as we see Surfer in green, Mark Jones up and riding. Unfortunately, that wave not offering much, but it's Surfer in yellow, Steve Childs, surfing a very nice-looking Channel Islands board. I'm not sure which model it is. We'll quiz him when he comes out, but it's very wide, very short, and it looked like he had a twin fin setup with a little trailer fin just to add a little bit of stability. And there is a veritable bomb on the horizon. It'll be Surfer in red, Neil Newman, that's going to be in prime position for this, or perhaps Surfer in blue, Stuart Jones. They're both paddling towards it, and it's going to, like I thought, it's going to be Surfer in red that's in the spot, but will he make it onto the wave before it breaks? He won't, unfortunately. He's going to have to drift over the back of that one. But surely there'll be something behind for him as we see wave after wave making their way into the bay. And it's the right-handers that are really standing up now. Some beautiful waves on offer in these very, very calm conditions this afternoon here at Lantwick Major. You can tell that the sun's on its way out. We're seeing lots of flip-flops and a few pairs of Birkenstocks on the beach. People shedding their winter clothes as the warmth of the sun radiates down on us. So it looks like the judges have updated the scores as we see our surfer in white, Craig Burrows, waving his arms, asking for a situation update from the beach commentator, Timmy Aylett. He'll let Craig know exactly what's going on and what he requires. But the situation as it is, Stuart Jones still sitting in fifth. That's the surfer in blue, yet to post a scoring wave. In fourth, it's Craig Burrows. That's the surfer in white. He scored a 0.80 for his one and only wave so far, so he'll definitely be looking to replace that. In green, Mark Jones, local legend of Lantwick, sitting in third with a 1.67 and a 1.13. In second, it's Neil Newman, surfer in red, still having posted that 4.0, and out in front is Steve Childs, surfer in yellow, improving his situation further with his last wave coming in at a 3.50, his highest scoring wave so far. It's nice to see texts and tweets coming in from all over the world. People watching in Australia, South Africa, amongst others. But we're in Wales at the minute. And if you are tuning in, you can subscribe to our channel by clicking on the button there, as demonstrated by that lovely pop-up put on screen by our producer, keeping us in check this afternoon. So like I say, people tuning in from all over the world, so welcome wherever you're tuning in from. You're seeing some lovely conditions on offer here in South Wales, Llantuit Major, as we see surfer in white Craig Burrows pushing his board down in frustration there, as he didn't quite manage to get into it too far out on the shoulder, and leaving surfer in blue Stuart Jones in the spot. But it's surfer in red Neil Newman, currently in second position, sitting on a 4.0, up and riding on the left-hander, cutting back into the white water and managing to stick with that wave somehow as it moves into deeper water. So, like I say, live from Llantuit, a beautiful corner of Wales. A country filled with many beautiful corners, from the coasts to our lovely mountains, which have been in the news recently. Perhaps you've seen it with the name change of the Brecon Beacons to Bannau Breceniog. I'm sure Tom will have something to say about that shortly when we speak to him. So we see our heat leader, Steve Charles, closing that wave out on the cobbles. I hope he's wearing boots, otherwise he's going to have some nasty slices on his feet. Those barnacle encrusted cobbles on the inside there. Very sharp indeed, and a great set approaching the lineup now, and it's surfer in blue. Stuart Jones posting his first scoring wave with that one. Unfortunately, that one shutting down on him, not allowing him an awful lot of scoring opportunity. And I'm rejoined in the booth by the lovely Tom Anderson. Tom, how are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm nursing I'm nursing a bit of a broken heart from my Grandmaster heat. I don't know if you were watching or not.
I was.
And yeah, if the heat had been and you know what? If the heat had been 10 seconds longer, but it wasn't. So I've just been involved in watching what they're doing about running orders. So there's going to be big announcements on running order.
Ooh, there's not any longboard today, is there?
I think there might be.
'Cause I promised Elliot.
I don't know.
Elliot, there's not.
Yeah.
Texted a little while ago. Better update him.
Yeah.
Tom, just before you rejoined us, I'd mentioned to our viewers, we've got viewers from all around the world tuning in. And I was saying what a lovely corner of Wales Llantuit is, in a country filled with many beautiful corners.
Right.
And then I touched upon the newsworthy topic of the name change of a certain
the Brecon Beacons to the Bannau Breceniog?
That's them.
All right, yeah.
And I said you'd wax lyrical on it.
On the Bannau Breceniog?
I promised our listeners you would.
Yeah, well, I think it's the right thing to do. Brecon Beacons had a nice alliterative ring to it, didn't it? I suppose those who are strongly vocalizing their opinions against have a point. There are lots of places in the world that are named after strange things, and to me, I didn't have such an issue with it being called beacons, because I know a beacon is supposedly a burning pyre that is used to transmit a signal, isn't it? So before electricity, you could send a signal very quickly using beacons. You could probably get a signal from South to North Wales of a warning of some kind within an hour or two, couldn't you? But And that, the idea, that you name a mountain range after burning hills in an age when we don't want to burn piles of wood. Well, I don't really mind that something's got the wrong name. And then, but the reason I'm just all for naming places in Wales with Welsh names, and I mean really all the Bynau Brycheiniog means is the peaks of Brecon, or the mountains. Well, I'm assuming that it's from Mynydd or Mynau with a mutation in front of it to make Bynau Brycheiniog. I'm assuming that that's what the word is, and so therefore all it's doing is saying that let's call them the Brecon Mountains in Welsh. Now, what I would say though is to those who are unhappy with it, taking umbrage with it, it would be because they, well, most of the time it's because they're angry about too much Welsh, which I haven't got a lot of time for that viewpoint, but I would also point out that countries and places all over the world change their names all the time. And I would be surprised if the same people had taken any complaint about renaming Wootton Bassett Royal Wootton Bassett. But that's a different story for another day. The SUPs are going to be going in next, and there is a legend. Oh, someone on the backhand there. Who's that on the backhand in the blue? Jock, Mark Jones, and Steve Childs styling on the inside. Very nice. This is a final, right? So Neil Newman, who's been down here all weekend, watching and thinking, is now in a position where he's in a lead. How long have we got left? 4 minutes left, and now Steve Childs needed a 3.84. I haven't been tracking the scale, so I don't know what the chances of that wave going in at the 3.84 would be. I suppose we'll get the result pretty soon. It would be Steve's highest scoring wave if he was to do it. And we're going to be running quite a few more categories today by the sound of things. And we've got the SUPs going in the water, and then we've got the bodyboards are going to go in, I think either after that or two more away, and we've got quite a few big names surfing in the bodyboarding as well. We got the defending champion, George Bevan. And we've got a young up-and-comer, Ty Jackson, who's a youngster of Pembrokeshire, but from Caerphilly originally. And one of them, I believe, that Elijah Jones is also a stand-up surfer. I don't know if he was in the event earlier or not.
Yes,
he was.
In the previous heat. It was in the under-16 Boys
He was
Final.
in the under-16 Boys Final, and so he's now going to go and surf on a bodyboard as well. You can see now that the SUPs are in the lineup, ready for their heat. And this SUP heat has got in it one John Lugg. Do you know John Lugg, Rob?
I know John Lugg very well.
What a legend.
What a legend.
And John Lugg's wife is a famed primary school head teacher of Bridgend. She's the Anne Blythe of Bridgend. And so John Lugg will be out there. Former rugby player, John Lugg. Played for Llanelli. Going through onto the inside there. That was Neil Newman looking to seal the deal here. Steve Childs didn't get. Steve Childs went really close with that one. He got the score. He was 0.1 short. So Neil Newman and Steve Childs, it's actually gone to a count back of which of the two has got the highest single score, and it's Neil Newman at the moment. So it couldn't be closer. I'm not sure that Steve Childs has ever had a Welsh title before, and I don't know that Neil Newman has either. So either or, somebody's going to be stoked. Craig Burrows And Burrow's wave selection letting him down slightly there on that one.
Looking at these conditions, Tom, it's glassy.
It's glassy.
It is liquid glass. And we've, funnily enough, had a question in. If you had to choose another liquid and it couldn't be water to surf on, what liquid would you choose?
That's a really good question. Milk.
Milk. Why?
You'd float better.
Ah.
And it wouldn't do you any harm.
Ah.
Although, could you surf on the... Well, sustainability would be an issue, though, wouldn't it? Could
No,
could you
it
surf
wouldn't.
on this milk?
It would go off.
Well, it would go off, and also, in order to get the milk, you'd have had to have done a lot of dairy farming and flattening a lot of fields and producing a lot of carbon. Liquid methane, although you need a gas mask, and you'd have to be on Saturn. Or is it Neptune? The waves pump in both Saturn and Neptune, apparently.
Yeah, is that where they like the giant super wave is or something like
well,
that? That's enormous.
Some of the scenarios you can imagine on these planets that are greatly perturbed in terms of their atmospheres. So Neil Newman has done it, Robbo.
Congratulations.
That is fantastic.
To Neil Newman.
So that was the.
I wonder what he'd rather surf
Grand
on, if
Kahuna.
not water.
Well, you'd be surfing on air all the way home, buzzing with his Welsh title there.
I suspect he might be surfing on some Madry later tonight.
And so here we have now then, in the water, the SUPs, and this is a real art form. And we're going to take a quick commercial, and then we will be back, and we'll be seeing the hottest of the action from the Welsh Nationals. We shall see you soon.
So whilst you're enjoying that action, we had the first wave on a SUP ridden in a Welsh final this year. The stand-up paddle boarders joining the party, and that was Duncan Sheldon, another legend of Llantwit, and a teacher, Tom.
Is he?
Taught Elliot Dudley.
Did he?
He did.
So that would be in Baysleg.
In Baysleg Comp.
Now there's another teacher in Baysleg Comp. I think his name's Rich.
There's several actually. There's quite a few of them.
Who's a teacher, surfer, and Duncan Aggleton. Is he also a teacher in Baysleg Comp?
Yep.
So there's quite a surf crew there, and we're talking surfers, aren't we? Jim Richardson on the inside there. And here goes Oliver Ladman in the red. A nice bottom turn. Oh, and that's a real stylish snap there from Badman. He can't quite get back onto the section. This leaves Lug. Now, John Lug, he's on the inside, so he's ridden one. I think that was during the commercial, and that was a couple of turns.
Yeah, Tom.
We're going to learn about the scale in a second, aren't we?
We are, and can I just point out our drone
is in the air.
Has taken flight, and we are set to deliver you some beautiful scenery from above. In fact, I think you're on now, so you can see just how glassy it is. You can see our stand-up paddle boarders in the final, standing tall and proud, ready to shoot their shot, throw their dart. Arrows. So it seems that our updated running order has now been made official. So coming up at the conclusion of this heat, we'll see the women's longboard final take to the water, followed by the bodyboard men, the under-14 boys final, the under-14 girls final, the SUP women's final, and the over 40s final to finish, or to close out the action for the day before we come back tomorrow to finish off everything else. Loads left to get through today. Loads of action for you viewing at home or indeed at the beach. We have a beach full of spectators as we see from our drone angle a set approaching the lineup. Great shots there. How lucky are we to have such a brilliant team setting all this up, making sure we're delivering you, the viewers at home, the things that you want to see.
Now, in the SUP Women's Final, and we see Oliver Ladman, not on an SUP, is going to be Breege Rob. Oh, sorry, that's not a name, Breege Rob. Breege, Rob. And so what they're going to do there is she's going to surf as the ladies' master, which will be an inaugural category. Oh, and look at that! Now, I tell you what, the way that Jim Richardson, I don't know whether we might have a replay of that, uses the oar to do the turn there. That's because this is it's a new art form to me, really, and it's seen on the drone. I think our replay is a drone replay, is it? Here he goes. Now look at this. So watch the way the oar is used to get back down there. So it's kind of almost like it's a kind of combination between a re-entry in surfing, a hand plant on a skate ramp, and there's like a kind of element of pole vault in it as well, isn't there? And look at this. Styling. Look at the layback snap from Oliver Ladman. I'm quite impressed by that, Rob. I don't think I could do that on my shortboard, and that's an SUP. And then if anyone were to then say to me, okay, well, maybe it's a very small SUP, well, that would then be just as impressive, because Oliver Ladman is now paddling back out on that board, standing, and I'd say exactly the same thing, which is that I can't even do that on my inflatable 10'6" HIKS play on the beach with the kids SUP. So their ability to stay balanced on SUPs of that size as they paddle around, and then so we've got a paddle going on from blue priority, so John Lugg has to eject. I did go on one of these smaller fiberglass SUPs. Rob, you ever been on one?
I have. I find it enormously difficult. Really
hard. I went on one with Luke Young, the shaper from Plymouth, and he took me. We were on a beach somewhere, as you'd have to be, and it was there was a little island about a mile out to sea, and if I'd been on like a nice inflatable HIKS jobby, I would have got out there and back easily, but it was really windy. There was a bit of chop going on, and Luke hands me this like 8-foot SUP or something, and I thought we were going to need to call the RNLI for me to get back in. And Andy decided we were going in our board shorts, and I was freezing the whole way round, and I was filled with a new admiration for what these guys do, but the way that these guys can just simply be as maneuverable around a heat as anyone.
And it's so glassy, as we've mentioned already, and you can really pick it up on camera angles, but
incredible glass.
Do you know what? It's actually a good job that the SUPs are in, because they, again, being elevated, standing up, they can probably see the waves coming, whereas I can imagine it's been very, very difficult for our surfers who are lying down paddling to be able to see any difference between the waves and the sky. As we see Surfer in red, this is Oliver Ladman up and riding on the left, and on the right hander it's John Lugg ejecting out of that in quite an impressive fashion. At the back, however, it's the professor, as I'm now calling him, Duncan Sheldon, looking to finish strongly again. Unfortunately, coming a little unstuck.
Looking to the left, Robbo, is the mist about to threaten to return?
I'm going to say no.
Are you?
I think we're safe.
Well, I suppose we're further up the tide as well, aren't we? Craig Burrows. How are you? Knackered. Oh, knackered. It's hard work out there. Yeah, it is.
I've got to go back in the judging booth, so I'm going to get changed. But just like to say hello to people out there on the internet.
Well, do it, Craig, because they won't be able to hear you. It's a stereo mic, so you'll have to cut your mouth nice and close. It's Craig Burrows.
Hello, people on the interweb.
There we are. Craig Burrows' words of wisdom there. Jim Richardson, meanwhile, the heat leader, has just put together a really nice closeout Rio on the inside. Now we're learning a bit about the scale. Ladiman, with the sort of those laybacks, the languid laybacks, posted in the 4 range, and Jim Richardson then has been 1 wave in the 5 range and 1 wave in the 4 range. So there's quite a similarity between the sorts of scores the judges are giving these two guys, but I think their surfing is very different because Ladiman is a lot busier in terms of the sort of volume of manoeuvres, and there is a kind of a fins-free vibe to his surfing, isn't there? You know, he's popping the tail and things like that. And then Jim Richardson has really nailed those closeout sections nicely. And so I think it gives the judges something to choose between. The judges seem at the moment to be siding with Richardson's approach. Now on the very inside, with second priority, is John Lugg. And he's going to change to go left and then evens out on the inside section. Behind him in the blue, it's Duncan Sheldon, and he goes for a big closeout Rio, and he sticks that, so that'll be a score. Ladiman, and this is probably the best wave he's been on, another one of those layback cutbacks that he does, and then a Rio, but blows that one. Oh, now, wow. I say blows that one. Now that's wow. We will see that on a replay. That, surely, I mean, not knowing anything about the scale and about this, how it works, is going to be something. We'll have a look at the replay of that, Rob, and it's, for me, that's a radical manoeuvre, isn't it? So there's Lugg ejecting. Now here we go, watch this. So we've got Ladiman's wave, beautiful drone angle, and then there's a first Rio. That there. How did he stick that?
The Ladiman is looking to be a ladderman and climb the rankings in this heat.
Oh, isn't he just? No, a ladderman, yeah. He's going up the ladder. He's going to be getting... I think that's the wave of the heat. I'm usually wrong when I say that. 7.17. We're learning fast, Rob. 7.17.
Wow.
So, Ladiman there then takes the heat by a massive stranglehold with that manoeuvre. And I mean, that really was radical. We'll have a little look at that again, I think. Ladiman, the last of red. And just have a look. It's about this manoeuvre here on the inside. So he goes onto that little layback snap. Then this. Shades of a sort of 90s Taylor Steele vibe there, you know, with the foot. I'm not even sure that foot remained connected to the tail on that. The paddle, or do they call it the oar, or do they call it the paddle? The oar. It's a paddle. The paddle was key, I think, to buoying him up as he came out of that turn. And it is interesting to see the way these guys use the paddle. They use the rail, they use the paddle, and they also use a lot more weight and speed, you know, from the craft on the wave. So they've got a lot of momentum, so direction changing.
Well, I believe, Tom, that the use of the paddle to change direction and to initiate maneuvers is highly encouraged. So it's not just a case of using it to get into the wave.
Yeah.
It's part of your apparatus as you're actually moving down the line.
Yeah.
It's not just a case of paddling in and surfing it like you would a normal shortboard. So impressive paddle skills there from the Ladiman on that last, his 7.17. It certainly was finger licking good.
Yeah, he's with how long have we got left of this 25-minute final there, Rob? You're sitting nearer to the clock than I.
So we've got 12 minutes left. Plenty of time for everybody in this heat. Not least John Lugg, who's currently in 4th, surfer in white, looking for a 9.67.
Wow.
I dare say that he might need to replace both of his scoring waves, a 1.27 and a 1.9.
Sheldon in the blue as well. I suppose 7.8 isn't quite tantamount to a combo, is it? Because we've seen Ladderman post the 7.17. You get the feeling he'd really open up if he was given a right-hand point break. So I've seen these being used well in Ogmore Rivermouth, the SUPs, and Aberystwyth Harbour Trap. There was an SUP hoovering up a lot of good set waves and surfing them very well. And I later learnt when I interviewed Glyn Ovens, the big wave rider from the Central Coast who lives in Portugal now. I recognised him immediately when we came face to face for the interview, and I thought to myself, "You're the SUP from Aberystwyth that day." Glyn Ovens obviously isn't in the country at the moment. I do believe Glyn Ovens is newly a father as well. And in fact, he was in Aberystwyth earlier this winter, and
I have to go get my sunglasses in a minute.
it's we've got a bit of glare to contend with. It's interesting. It's either too gloomy to tell the colours, or there's too much glare to tell the colours. We need the sunglasses. We need proper skiing ones as well. And we got a paddle here from the surfer in yellow, Jim Richardson, who's in 2nd, and he needs a 6.25 here. And nice closeout Rio. I don't think, from looking at the last of Ladderman, that will go there, but there is a possibility that would replace the 4.33. We'll see. And although replacing the 4.33 won't lower the requirement, he'd have to replace his higher score to lower the requirement, which would be a 5.33. I reckon, from the limited number of waves we've watched in our SUP commentating lives, Rob, that I think I know enough to know that probably won't get that. So I think Ladderman, and look at that for a direction change. He swishes back towards the power source, and now he's going to build up a bit of speed and goes early, goes for the layback, foot in the air, but this time doesn't stick it. No, I don't think Richardson would have improved his situation with that wave. If it's not more than a 5.33, it wasn't worth taking off on. And we'll see now. The score of John Lugg is a smaller score, so that doesn't figure in at the moment. Duncan Shelton, he needs a big score of a 7.8. But if he was to improve on a 3.77, he'd at least push himself in the right direction. And there's going to immediately be another paddle for John Lugg. And he's got a screaming wall in front of him here, and a chance for a closeout Rio. And Lugg in and out of the section there. So Lugg was a rugby player for Llanelli, I believe a front row rugby player. Later a fitness guru.
I think he still is a fitness guru.
Yeah, and very friendly fella. You go down to Ogmore Rivermouth. He's very friendly, but you are left with the feeling that he's somebody that you need to appease to get much joy in the lineup of Ogmore Rivermouth, wouldn't you say, Rob?
I think so. I think that's a fair thing to say. He regulates the lineup well, and from his high vantage point on the stand-up paddleboard.
Yeah. Is he resident of Ogmore by Sea, John Lugg?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, thereabouts.
What a nice place to live.
It's a nice place to live. Well, the sun is out with a vengeance. It's very difficult to see, having become used to the dim light of earlier in the day. Reason to celebrate, Tom, this sun. Hullabaloo.
It's a fantastic word, that is, Rob.
Hullabaloo.
So, earlier on, I understand that a comment was read out. I'm not sure what the comment was, but that it was from So I'd like to make a little shout out if she's still watching. It was from a former Welsh ladies longboard champ, Georgina Lutus. And she's not here, but she might be watching, because the ladies longboard for this year is taken to the water straight after this heat. And they are faced with dreamy conditions for what they've got. And then I think I'm just going to have a quick look at the running order from there. So then we're going to have the bodyboards. And then we're going to go to the under 14 boys and under 14 girls. Then we're going to have the SUP women and the over 35s women. And then the over 40s men's final will finish the day, which is the one that I will find a very sore experience to watch, as I was but a 20-minute and 15-second long heat away from being in it. But those 15 seconds are everything, aren't they? I'm told that there is going to be no formal sanction on behalf of the WSF against me for finishing my after the buzzer wave by an inappropriate hand gesture to Mark Vaughan. But what I can tell you is that as I finished that wave, Mark Vaughan was laughing, cackling at the top of his voice from the foam behind me, because he knew exactly what had just happened. He knew that I'd just ridden after the buzzer. And five-minute flag is about to show. So Ladderman still in a reasonably commanding position now, because Jim Richardson would need a 6.28, which would be his best score so far. So he's chipped away at the requirement a little bit. Richardson, by improving his best score from a 5.33 to a 5.83. So that then, of course, reduces the requirement by the difference. So the difference of 0.5, so it drops the requirement by 0.5. So he had formerly been needing a 6.78, and now he needs a 6.28. So if you take your highest of your two scores and you improve it when you've got a requirement, then what you're doing, of course, is you're improving what would go on to become your second score should you get the higher score that's needed. And then, of course, that means that improved second score reduces the requirement for the first score. But when you're in a situation where you need a score and you need replacing your second wave with anything lower than your first doesn't change the requirement. So the ladies longboards are now making their way out. Suddenly we've got afternoon glass, and we may from there then we could end up with some similar evening hues to those that we had last night. We had some gorgeous conditions last night, really beautiful. And we've got a change to the running order now. At 5 p.m. there's going to be a judges break and a conditions assessment. And then the SUP women, Masters women, under 14 boys and over 40s final may or may not run. So we'll see. It's there's a slight lull going on. And the clock is running out a little bit here, I think, isn't it? What have we got left? 2 minutes.
No, I think it's just 20. Oh, sorry, I missed that. It's so bright, I can't see anything.
So we've got 2 minutes left. And we're waiting here then for so Lug, of course, would need, now I think because this is a final that the computer is set to tell you what everybody would need to go to first, isn't it? So I think the 9.57 for Lug would take him. Yeah, it would. It would take him to the lead. So at the moment, actually, it means all 4 surfers in this heat could win the Welsh. The first Welsh Nationals, the first, I think there's been a Welsh Nationals SUP before as an individual contest, isn't there? But the first time that the Welsh Nationals is, the SUP is in with, under the caring umbrella of the WSF, the Welsh Surfing Federation, who are celebrating their 50th year this year. So there, John Lugg is on the closeout in the middle. Out on the right in the blue was Duncan Sheldon, and then going left, Jim Richardson looking for the 6.28, which I think he won't have got. So I do think we're going to have Oliver Ladiman being crowned in a minute, Robbo. And so that'll be the second champion that we've crowned today. And we'll be moving on there to the ladies longboard bodyboard. So we're anointing champions pretty much every time now. And as spectators are now having a better time of it, with a beautiful sun glinting off the ocean. 4 SUPs. And now next to them, Rob, in the water there, you might be able to see that in the image, is a seabird. A swimming seabird.
Is it the cormorant that
It's the cormorant.
Yes.
And now answer this question only with yes or no rather than the answer. Do you know what the nickname given to the cormorant is, or its sort of more colloquial name that the cormorant carries in bird culture?
No.
Okay. Well, it's rude, so I'm not going to say it live on air. But it's so answer it with a yes or no. Viewers at home, of course, you'll know.
Whisper it to me.
Or well, actually, I wouldn't necessarily. Maybe it's rude of me to think it's rude, because it is actually a perfectly benign word when used to describe.
I do know exactly what it is.
It's actually a perfectly benign word when used to describe the cormorant.
It begins with an S.
It does, and it is, and it's the first 4 letters of the supporting protagonist of Scooby-Doo.
And the singer of It Wasn't Me.
Yes, it is. It is the first 4 letters of the singer of It Wasn't Me, and bombastic. Which bombastic, by the way. Anyone know who invented that word?
Oh, I think I do.
Do you? Do tell.
Dickens.
And there it is. We're just going to take a commercial. We're going to give you the answer afterwards. It wasn't Dickens. We're going to go to a quick commercial between these 2 heats, and we'll be back shortly. So welcome back. We are into the ladies longboard final. Rob, before the break, I asked you who invented the word bombastic. Well, I might not actually be. I heard camera anchor Craig Nicol shout what he believed the answer to be. I don't know if this is invented actually, or whether it's first recorded use, but I'm going to wager invented. It's from Act 1, Scene 1 of Othello. The war captain is described as having spoken at a political meeting with something that this would probably be a description of somebody like Donald Trump nowadays. He's described as having spoken with a bombast circumstance, horribly stuffed with the epithets of war. And that's a way to talk. I think of like, you sort of your Ian Paisley or something, a bombast circumstance horribly stuffed with the epithets of war. That's the word bombastic. And we owe, of course, lots of first coinages of words to that collection of drama. Not least, willy-nilly.
He probably will.
Willy-nilly. Well, you are actually answering the question that willy-nilly originally meant. Will ye, as in archaic for you, or won't you? Nil. Nil being no, 0, not. Will ye, nil ye. So whether you do it by intent or not by intent. So behaving in a willy-nilly manner is to behave in a manner where it's impossible to tell whether you've got any intent to what you're doing. Anghara John going to the nose there and not quite recovering it. I think, well, it would have to be will she, nil she. I think it was will she. She did will it. She willed her way to the nose, but she didn't get back. And it'll just be a throwaway score for her to start the heat. Jasmine Sager has posted a score, and then we wait on Fee Campbell. Now, the ladies' longboards, Rob, have had a habit, I think here goes Ange again, of lucking into conditions at these events. At the Wilkinson Sword in Langland only a couple of weeks ago, the ladies' longboard was absolutely pumping. It was they had a dreamy point break to themselves for about half an hour, didn't they? It was the only point in the day where the waves looked really, really good, and they were out there cruising, styling, shredding, doing it all. Craig is going to take the drone back out to have a look. And we're going to get a beautiful view of the Wales coastline. So we can confirm that tomorrow the under-16 girls semis, the open men's semis, the over 35s final, so that's the Masters, the longboard men final, the open women final, and the open men final will all run tomorrow. So if you're in these categories and you're watching, under-16 girls, open men's, over 35 men's, longboard men's, open women, or open men, then you can relax and carry on watching the TV. Carry on watching the great surfing that's going on. And enjoying our coverage. Jasmine Seeger has taken an early heat lead, and she's in the first priority and will use it, although that'll be a paddle, and I would imagine they may well take that priority away for that one. And Jasmine then has another look again. So priority drops down to second there. They're not going to strip her into third priority because Fee Campbell's still sitting inside of where she was. So we've got one of those situations here where the waves are coming through in two different places. And so Jasmine and Fee clearly both debating whether or not to take up some of the insiders, which are going a bit faster. Anghara John, meanwhile, goes to the outside. She's chasing a 2.27, which is entirely gettable. And Jasmine Seeger is going to go on one here. The natural, the goofy foot. She cross steps a bit, looking for an inside junction. Won't get the completion on that, but will get the completion on the cross step beforehand. Heat leader already, 2.33. At the moment, she can back up her second wave of a 1.4 by anything and improve her situation. And she gets a 2.53, which means that she moves into the lead a little bit further. And Harrod John now chasing a 3.39. So by attrition, Jasmine is putting together a score that a heat total that means Angharad will have to do some surfing. And here we go, a fade takeoff, and then goes for the cross step and falls. So you could see exactly what she was looking to do there. Takeoff fade. If I remember rightly, that was even a cross step bottom turn, so she'll get something for that. But she's looking to replace a 1.47 to improve her chances. So she'll have to do that. And she'll have to do that. And a cross step from Angharad goes to the nose but sinks. We've got joining us in the booth Tristan from Welsh Bodyboarding, and so is Tristan going to call a heat with us?
He is indeed, Tom. Mark Vaughan here, just checking in. Yeah, Tristan's joined us from the Welsh Bodyboard Club, who have been great, fantastic new membership that and formation and partnership that WSF and the Welsh Body Club have formed. We had a fantastic bodyboard final last year on the little slab to our left, but unfortunately not quite big enough for that today. But Tristan, being an expert in the art of bodyboarding, is going to assist Tom with the commentary as we continue to see these beautiful glassy Californian-like conditions at the moment. And that's usually the curse from the commentator, that the wind will come up, the rain will come up, and all those nice things I said about the weather will end. But yeah, hope you're enjoying the show, and just giving Tom a moment to take a breath after a long stint in the booth today. And how's it looking from the drone, Diana? Spot on. Look at those little silhouettes reflecting beautifully off the sun. The sun reflecting beautifully off the sea, indeed. So I'm a little jaded. Look at this beautiful looking right. And Harrod John, nice little bit of footwork there. Up on the nose for 5 and brings it round. Thank you very much. That looks like a decent scoring wave. And I'm right in saying that was red. I know those who've been listening will understand that I'm struggling to pick out the colours through the windscreen of the cabin. But there we go. Straight into the booth and called that one right. And Harrod into first place with some very, very nifty footwork. Up on the nose for 5, brought it back. Nice little drop knee approach to that as well. It was very pretty on the eye. All in all, it's all looking very pretty on the eye today. As we see out the back, nice glassy, what looks to be a shoulder high set. This looks to be, yeah, where this literally what's a 1.4 meter swell? Yeah, I suppose it's not a million miles off, but this looks like best wave I've seen in some time. And the girls are having a look. Oh, just caught out there. So that one, whilst it had a bit of size, it didn't really offer a lot of wall unless you're right over on the right-hand side there. And then again, that one did run off quite quickly. So perhaps not a bad thing nobody's had a look at that one. Well, look at this. Blue sky, I see. Rob and I were talking about that it wasn't cricketing weather earlier on, but it's well, the wicket would certainly need a little bit of time to dry. Well, yes, the covers are on, as I understand, but the covers would certainly be coming off. And white, is that white or yellow then? I think it might have been yellow, just come off there. But again, some nifty footwork from our competitor. Jasmine, I believe that was. Let me just see if our judges are locking in the score. Yep, that is yellow. Certainly, Jasmine. She was just caught between screens and looking at the live action. And that score is yet to lock in. So, and Harrod's nailed the best wave of the heat so far with a 5.33. And we'll wait to see what our judges made of that one, whether they deem that finish complete. Again, there's like a little pulse going on at the moment. Another set on the horizon as the girls are going for this one. Who's this? We've got, ooh, and white. This is Fee Campbell. Ooh, there's some pretty shallow rocks there to be falling on your back. Hopefully she seems to be okay. That's good. But say, corduroy to the horizon. And we're just waiting still for that last score of yellow. And the fact that it's taken a little bit of time to come through would suggest that the judges have been given something to think about here. And white is getting another quick up and down on the inside. I'm not too sure that's going to affect her scoreline. Maybe a little bit. And yellow score still to drop in. So white's last wave, it does improve a tally slightly, 1.57 for a quick up and down. And we have in red and Harrod opting to go front side with a float. Oh, she does make that. That looked for a second that she was on her tippy toes, but she managed to come down with a lip and pull that float of re-entry off. So great surfing again from Anne Harrod, and I would dare say that's going to improve upon her second score of a 1.47 to really give her a stranglehold on this heat. But again, I say it's still waiting for the score from yellow to drop, and I'm sure Jasmine is also waiting for this score to drop because it's going to affect the results of this heat. Well, the results of this final, indeed. And it's funny when you're in the booth on your own. It's kind of like you call in, and I keep mentioning the cricket. I enjoy a test. I'm a bit of a purist, but there's many similarities between cricket and surfing. That's mostly that the elements have such a great deal to play in whether anything goes on. And surfing, obviously, no waves, no surfing. Cricket, if it rains, it's off, especially in a test. So, hang on, here we go. Okay, so well, we got two more rides for. Okay, so yellow has certainly improved her situation with a 3.07 and a 2.7. But Anne Harrod, who was sitting on a 1.47 alongside her 5.33, has bettered the second score with a 3.63. And we had another ride then. So I was glancing at all the scores and technology that's in front of me with white sat at the back with priority. I say beautiful conditions for longboarding. A little bit of shoulder, a little bit of taper, a little bit of lip. And I'm going to just introduce our next co-commentator, Tristan from Welsh Bodyboard Club. Tristan, good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you very much for having me.
Not a problem, Tristan. You are most welcome to be here. I've just been given a nudge that one of our officials is starving. I'm going to say this off air where the secret food voucher is. Put an orange sticker on. So hopefully nobody picked that up in Web World and making off with the food vouchers for the WSF officials. It's been a long old stint the last 2 days, even though we had a fairly lengthy break yesterday. Tristan, were you down yesterday? Did you see the surf?
I didn't see anything yesterday. I was tied up with the family issues, but in a way I'm glad the bodyboarding was postponed to today. I came down last year, saw the competition on the mini chopes on the reef.
Yes.
And the guys were really throwing themselves at that last year in quite shallow conditions.
They did indeed. And Tristan, you are now live on the webcam, if your camera's just up in front of you there. So good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
And last year we were treated to that slab in action, and there was some fairly tasty wipeouts. I mean, it was only, sort of shoulder high, if you like, it was sort of, 2.5 foot. But that wave does throw, pitch and lip onto a slab of rock. It's a short ride. It's an intense ride. It's a tube ride. But if you get it wrong, it's barely a foot of water. So,
it'd be interesting to see with the conditions today now how they adapt to surfing on these less intense rides.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very clean today. It's another beautiful day, like it was last year actually. Less wind. It's even cleaner this time.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. So we are into the what time do we have left here, Diana? I can't quite see with the sun reflecting. We've got about 7 minutes remaining, and the disc is still on yellow and in the water. Some scores still to drop for Anne Harrod in red. And again, Jasmine, who's snapping at her heels here. She's not going to just let her run away with this. And she's given it a real good account. And be interested to see what scores drop here. Yes, mini chopes. I think mini chopes is probably not doing justice to the proper chopes. I think mini chopes I don't think there's an ounce of resemblance apart from the fact it's very shallow. But it can give you a clout. A few of the boys that surf here have come away with a couple of nasty bumps on the head because say you cartwheel over the falls there, and you are risking injury. I've a couple of run-ins with that slab, but it is a smooth slab. There's no barnacles on it as there are across the rocks here. So
some nice set coming in now.
There is indeed, Tristan. Well spotted. What can you see?
Well, I think that's what that one's going to develop. He's going to get a good ride on this one.
This is the ladies. Who's that? Jasmine. Is that Jasmine there, or was that a Fee? I didn't. Again, my colour blindness with the glare and the cabin, slightly dirty windows. Oh, we got Anne Harrod. Oh, a little bit of tube time. Well, that's the first and only all weekend. So I really hoped somebody was snapping on that. And if I was her, I would bring this one right the way in, get up on that nose. She has. There's a 5. Well, that'll encourage the bodyboarders, Tristan.
There's some nice
that
lines.
mic up tight.
There's some nice lines coming in now. I mean, I think it's definitely building from the last half an hour. It's picked up.
It's almost like it's hit this, and that section there was shallow. They say we saw a little mini cover up there for Anne Harrod. Certainly looked pretty for a moment, and I'd be really fascinated to see where the judges go with this one.
It seems to be offering up longer rides now so that they can develop some of the perhaps back-to-back moves.
Yeah.
Link
something in, they're able to come through. And that, the bodyboarders, of course, they'll be looking for that lip line to throw some barrel rolls, etc., and air S's.
We'll be looking out for things like potential inverts or 360s linked into an invert. I think that'll be achievable in these conditions.
Now I understand why I brought you into the booth. Clearly, know your trade.
It's probably a little bit slower than what they would like, but certainly potential there to put something together.
Indeed, and putting something together. And Harrod John with a 6.33 for that last ride. And whilst Fee Campbell is and Jasmine have been biting away at Anne Harrod, she has now put herself into commanding position with that 5.33 and 6.33 total. Jasmine needs an 8.59 to go into first place, and Fee, she's in a combination situation with under 5 minutes remaining. You can get back on a longboard pretty quick, as you'll know. But who's got priority? Well, Fee Campbell's got priority. Jasmine C as well. She's second priority. And Harrod, after that long ride, understandably sitting down there in third priority. But she can probably have a little potential victory lap before the hooter has gone here, I would imagine. But just feel a little bit of breeze there for a moment, Tristan.
I thought the wind was due to change direction at about 3 o'clock.
Well, I tell you what, mate. What's it now? 4:10?
Yeah.
And that I've noted looking at those flags, and all of a sudden,
it does seem to have gone on shore, doesn't it?
They've totally gone the other way around from where they've been coming from the east. They're now kind of like a west-southwest direction, and that could be linked to what looks like a very nasty weather system to the right. It's just creeping around St Donat's Point, and that looks some pretty dark and very wet conditions coming our way. So let's really pray that that doesn't ruin the day's surf and it's just a squall. Well, as I'm being given the... Sorry, Tommy, my eyesight, I've got my lenses in. You'll have to hold that about 10 foot from my face.
What it is, I got a broken phone screen.
Oh. What's that saying? I can't see. Weather says good. And what about the wind? Good. Wind is good. Okay.
I can see the bodyboarders paddling out now, ready for their heats to start.
It's the sign of a man who can't drop into a skate ramp properly. A broken phone.
Indeed. Well, speaking of dropping into skate ramps, our sponsor, Mystic, one of our co-sponsors, Joe, was showing me some footage from his college days of dropping in, to I think it might have been beyond his college days actually, or his university days, and he was dropping into a half pipe on what was the equivalent of a Boris bike somewhere in Holland, and it didn't go very well for him. He did survive to tell the tale, but the footage was brought much amusement to us as we were enjoying a few late night beers and a wonderful chili cooked by my better half. So
last wave potentially coming up.
I think so, Tristan, and I think once this heat's wound down, I mean, how long do we have left now, Tom? Can you point me to the screen?
1 minute exactly.
Oh, here we go. Victory lap. I thought it might happen, and Harrod John put it on a clinic now, right up on 5. That's beautiful surfing. Absolutely lovely smooth style. She's going to come in from that, and I think...
Are they going to have time to surf this one coming in?
Quite possibly. We're going to have to focus or turn our attention slightly to the as this one seems to be wrapped, and a massive congratulations to Anne Harrod and our two other competitors, Jasmine and Fee. Superb surfing. I enjoyed that, really did. And as far as the bodyboarding, Tristan, you're going to give us some intel on who you think might take this one and who the favourites are and what kind of conditions they prefer. So I'm going to let you advise what you reckon. Oh, here we go. 7.5 for Anne Harrod on the last one. Well, that is one of the top scores.
Nice.
Yeah, it was beautiful surfing, wasn't it? And I think that's the thing. Doesn't matter your craft. When you see something done with style and grace, no matter what you're riding, it just looks good on the eye, and that certainly impressed the judges. Beautiful 5, 7.5 the score. Title in the bag for Anne Harrod, and we're on a countdown shortly, Tristan. So, who have we got in the final? Tell us about them, and who you think might win.
Well, they're paddling into position now. So you've got George Bevan, the reigning champion from last year. Comes from North Wales, likes to surf over on the Llŷn Peninsula over there.
Nice part of the world for wedges.
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm not going to name anything, but he does get to surf very nice waves up where he comes from.
Yeah, he certainly does. That's I'm quite envious. They had a hell of a swell recently, but anyway, I'll let you carry on.
And he's the only representative from North Wales. And you've got 2 from Pembrokeshire. So that's Rich Liverk and Ty Jackson. Ty Jackson, he's a lifeguard over in Freshwater West in the summer.
Yeah, I've seen him performing his duties admirably.
He's even pulled me up
back online.
once I was swimming, surfing in freshwater, he came over and gave me a row. That's how I met him.
There's nothing like introducing someone where you introduce to someone when they're giving you a row.
He just wanted to come over on his jet ski, I think. But and then you've got Alex Clark. He's the Welsh Body Club chairman and founder.
Yeah.
He's recently recovered from quite a serious leg injury, broken leg.
That's right. That's right. He couldn't compete last year, could he?
I won't say how he did it. I don't want to embarrass him, but he couldn't compete last year, so he's been surfing quite a bit recently just to get back into fitness. And he told me earlier that he's nearly there with it now. So hope for a better performance from Alex. We didn't see him obviously last year, so we don't know if he's going to be competitive against George and the other Rich Livick from Pembrokeshire.
Rich, yeah, I know Rich well.
Well, he's a really stylish bodyboarder. He's got you can't emulate that sort of style in the water with Rich. It seems to flow naturally with him. Most people tend to be quite envious when they see him in the water. He's just got such sort of poise and grace. And then the unknown is the young Elijah Jones. Now, obviously, the future of bodyboarding. I'm not sure how old he is, but he doesn't look.
Looks like he's a very young man. Yes.
Early teens.
I can't remember if he's in the under 14s now off the top of my head. I've had a bit of heat overload this weekend.
No older than 13, 14.
Yeah, he's a young kid.
And obviously that's it's great to see somebody that young in the water representing our sport.
Yeah, and you know, he's stand up as well as bodyboard. And I'll let you into a little secret here, Tristan. Is in 1990 we had an event here called the Welsh Open. We hosted it here a number of years.
Yeah.
And one of my very good friends, Jason O'Brien, was a very avid and very good bodyboarder, as there was another friend of mine. We're not underway yet. Still got disc yet to turn. Martin Cullen. Martin, rest in peace. And I was convinced to. I did a little bit of bodyboarding now and again, not very often when it was small, but I was convinced to bodyboard, and in that event. And then that led on to 2 national caps, I would hasten to add, when we were short of competitors on European duty. And that's why I think the relationship between Welsh Surf Federation and the Welsh Bodyboard Club is so important, because we've had a number of years without representation from the bodyboarding community at Welsh team level.
It's been something we've been trying to address as a Welsh Bodyboard Club. Recently we've got up to about 100 members.
Excellent.
And it's something that we get a lot of interest in, and one of the things that have sparked our interest is the wave. I don't think the founders, the owner of the wave, realised how influential it was going to be to resurrect bodyboarding. I don't know if that was his intention, probably not.
Yeah.
But it's really had a positive impact on bodyboarding, and you've got the Bristol Bodyboard Club now, who we do. We hook up with a lot of the bodyboarders from Devon and Cornwall.
Yeah.
It's quite a good community, and we're developing it all the time. So you've got Alex then doing a 360.
Yeah, I think the wave has brought a lot of, especially if you reside as close as we do here at Atlantic Major to the Bristol wave pool, where it's an easy sort of 45-minute drive from here on a good day. Although the Bringlass tunnels have I can say otherwise, but
we've had a couple of bodyboarders now learn to surf exclusively in the pool.
Really,
which
wow,
is really unusual, isn't it? Because obviously they don't get the skills you need for the ocean, but it's why not? Why can't people learn to surf in that way if that's the future for some people?
Yeah, no.
And you're guaranteed to surf. But for me, I much prefer the ocean, to be honest. So.
Yes, indeed. The wave pool is fun, and obviously we have Surf Snowdonia, who have been fantastic support to us. Welsh Surfing will be hosting the Adaptive very soon. And while we're just waiting for the event to start, the bodyboarders, we're obviously doing a change of officiating. We're just going to go to a quick ad and then get ourselves ready for this 25-minute final.
building up his points.
Well, what did he need? Let's have a look. He needs a 4.21 to go first. 4.21. Was that a 4.21? Oh, hang on, we got
Nice
red, George.
red.
And finally, someone has eyed up the rights.
So I think they'll. He did a roll then, and he's still going. So I think they'll count that, even though he was in the white water. And he's desperately trying to get back out now because there's a big line out there.
Do you know where George is at the moment with that tide? The rip will assist him now, and he will be fairly surprised how quick he makes it back out.
He's seen that. He's spotted, so he can see a big wave developing out there. And I think the other boys may just be in the wrong position.
Yeah, he's got 1.5 minutes left, just under. And there, look, he's already, as far out as of any as his competitors, and it does look like there is something approaching the lineup which resembles the first decent set. Well, we've had one decent set, really, haven't we? Maybe 1.5. Oh, he's gone into first. Look at that.
First. Well, he'll be pleased with that. And I think he's got this knack of being in the right place at the right time.
He has,
and which he's demonstrated there, I think. And there's a nice wave coming through here, and I thought. Oh, this is one of the best sets we've seen all session. If this one just behind it comes through,
it's not sure.
I don't know. Is the wind affecting that?
Well, there's still some scores to drop in here, and Ty Jackson is awaiting a score. Who was just pipped, taking his first place position, which he's held almost throughout this final, has just been ripped away from him in the last moments, and we got 20 seconds remaining.
And I think this storm is developing now, isn't it?
Elijah there just to the right, just whipping in a spin and a second. Oh, and now this could make a difference. Oh, it's George again.
Of course, Rich Livick was pipped last year by George. So, what is Rich's score at the moment?
Well, it's all happened fairly quickly in those dire moments, didn't it? There was a flurry of action. Yeah. Again, I do feel for the guys there because we had literally maybe 1.5 sets that whole heat, but that one set that did come through was a beauty and nobody was on it. But it looks like there's still a score to lock in here for Elijah, and all scores are in, so I can confirm Mr. Bevan, congratulations.
Retained his title for the second year on the row.
He has indeed, and I'm sure he will be very, very pleased about that, especially given the manner in which he just literally ripped that trophy out the hands of Ty Jackson, who will be wondering what on earth he did wrong there.
So it's first for North Wales, second for Pembrokeshire.
Yep.
And Alex, who represents local area.
2, 3, 4 for Pembrokeshire, and Elijah is his place of residence.
He's local. He's a Llantwit boy, is he?
I'm not sure actually. It might be Atlanta. I think I'd know of all people, wouldn't you?
Somebody said he's fairly local, so.
He's in everything, Elijah. That's the issue, and he's in stand up. I know he competed in the under 14s. I thought Elijah was further west, but Tristan,
there's some nice lines coming through now.
There is, isn't it? I was just going to say, I appreciate you joining us in the commentary box to call that. And as we predicted, with a almost flat ocean for 25 minutes, we can see some lines for this under 14s and under 14 Girls Final. Welcome back, Tom, Rob. I'm sure you guys. Well, I'm looking forward to you taking over. I need a drink. I'm feeling a little parched. We're going to go to a quick ad break as we hand over, and look forward to joining you for our under 14 final. See you in a bit, guys.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
So we're back. It's the dream team reassembled after pies, chips, coffees, board caddying, catching up with kids. My kids have now arrived at the beach because Bridge is going to be surfing her heat in a bit. So I'm going to be on daddy, well, I wouldn't call it daycare because I've been here all day, daddy heat care, while you, Rob, will you'll be calling the ladies SUP and ladies master, which are going to be running in together. And before that, we got the final of the under 14 girls, which has got Josie Hawke, Caitlin Baisley and Taylor Shelmerdine in it. And Josie Hawke earlier surfing very well. S turning back and forth really nicely during that difficult part of the day. Caitlin Baisley. I don't know Caitlin Baisley, and Taylor Shelmerdine yesterday grabbed a heat by the scruff of the neck, didn't she? And so we move on. And we've got just a small ride in the bank for Shelmerdine. Still some really nice peaks coming through. And there's going to be a paddle here for Josie Hawke, who was ripping earlier. Hawke looks at the possibility of giving that one a crack. Abandons the idea. She'll get half a point or so, I'd imagine, in the bag. Well, a full point, actually. A full point and a 700th of a point on top of that, too. So 1.07.
Well, as Vorney alluded to, during that last heat, the ocean went a bit sleepy, didn't it?
No, I have a good question.
A bit sleepy, but it's time to wake up because I can see some sets coming in.
Did Vorney allude to it? Or did he indicate it?
He alluded to it.
Because to allude is to infer or to not mention fully. Because I wasn't listening to what he says because he's been talking all day. And so
he alluded that the ocean had become sleepy.
There's a dreamy looking peak there right now. Oh, look at that.
He indicated that it had slowed down and alluded that it had become a little sleepy.
Yeah.
But now is the time, like I say, to wake up. I've had a coffee. I feel more awake.
Have you?
Hopefully our viewers are wide awake as well.
Good coffee?
Not snoozing on the sofa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did the trick.
Was it granulated or freshly ground?
Alas, I fear it was a
Nescafe.
A dehydrated Nescafe number, but I just needed to wake up a little bit.
I watched
That's sun in my eyes. It was sending me off a little bit.
I watched a How Does, a Maddie's How Does It Work earlier. I'm gonna attempt a feat. I'm gonna attempt a feat of an incredible feat in a second, Rob, because we've got a lull going on. I'm gonna pull someone into the booth. I've just spotted someone outside. He's gonna open the door, isn't he? Oh, he's going around there. Come and speak live on air. Come on. Come and speak live on air. Come on. Matt Red. Matt Red is he's a film writer and producer. He's coming into the booth. He's coming in. This is a real impromptu one. This is Rob. Hand him the mic for a second. This man, Matt Red. Now you've got to put the mic right on your chin.
Right.
Hi, Matt. I don't think I've seen you for a few months, have I?
It's been. I think last time I saw you was here last year.
Oh, was he? Yeah. In the booth with me now. This is Matt Red, and he is a good-looking enough man to go straight on camera.
Am I in?
I'm going to introduce you to who Matt Red is. Look at this. This man here, Matt Red. Just saw him walking by. He's the man responsible for my movie acting debut /career. Did you know that, Rob?
I didn't. No.
Well, you do now. So this man here, Matt Red, is the writer of Toll Booth.
Or the toll.
Or the because
toll booth in North America.
Toll Booth in North America, the toll in British regions.
Yeah.
And bought up by Film 4. Premiered, was it at Edinburgh it premiered?
Glasgow,
that's it. And so Matt's a writer. He's a film writer, and among other things, and surfer from out west, isn't it?
Yeah, well, bodyboarder.
Well, we've just watched the Welsh Bodyboarding Final by there just then. And Matt's movie has a scene at the end. I won't tell the exact contents of it, but it involves a police officer who's been skiving to go surfing. Is that the best description for it?
So I wonder who could have played him.
Yeah, and Matt thought about who that could be. And lo and behold, I was on a film set for an evening. And it was quite hair-raising, actually, because our scene was meant to be filmed in dusk, wasn't it?
Yeah, we were sort of behind it with the weather, really, and the light. So we sort of squeezed you in right at the end.
Oh, look at that drone.
Some lovely footage there.
It's beautiful. Matt, you're a fan of the Vale Coast?
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? It's not quite Pembrokeshire, but it's probably, it's probably at least in my top 3 or 4 coasts.
So this film shoot, it was down in Pembrokeshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we shot mostly around Dale.
Yeah.
But sort of up and down the sort of Pembrokeshire coast, really.
Yeah.
You know, not quite as far as.
Oh, are we going to have a priority battle here? We could end. Oh, and this is Josie Hawke, and she smacks that one, and riding behind her was Taylor Shelmadine, and Shelmadine, I think, had the priority at that point. So it might be interesting to find out whether there is any shenanigans behind that now. And then Caitlin Beasley drops into one just a little bit behind the section. So Shelmadine out in front. So Hawke needed a 1.6 then, would have certainly got it, but who had priority and was all okay? I don't know whether there was a replay on that one. Was there director Diana? So we won't be able to look back at that one because we got the drone up at the moment. The replay function is one that we'd have to sort of expressly call out at the moment. So yeah, Matt. So it was Dale, wasn't it? And then what we were it was hairy because it was a winter time.
It was November, yeah.
November and getting dark quick.
Yeah, and it was wet. I don't think it was wet the day that we filmed with you, was it? But it was a very
wet and cold, yeah.
Yeah, wet and cold shoot for
it was dry.
3 weeks down there.
And I recall getting all my makeup done, getting dressed up as this police officer. I recall seeing the naked dead. Oh, I'll give it away if I say the name.
Yeah, that would be a spoiler.
It
would be a spoiler.
I saw a corpse. Anyway,
film's been out for 2 years, so I don't know if it's.
I saw a corpse, and then all of a sudden, the bloke whose corpse it was walked past his own corpse. We're in this dressing room, incredible. And then we got in a car, rode out to the site where we were going to film, and then there's Matt standing there. And you were like, now talk about the cat that's got the cream. You were in a daze. You were kind of like, because I remember you telling me when you'd been writing this movie script, and then you were talking about Tracy Spottiswoode at Film Wales had picked it up and all that.
Yeah.
And then you were like, you said, "Isn't this unreal?" And as I spoke to you, see the way that like all things come together at the same time. I'm sitting there, I'm chatting to you, and going, "This is unreal." This car comes round the corner with a load of masked people in it.
Yeah.
They lean out the window with guns. They all start. It's like, and. Obviously, it's the movie.
Well, yeah. Well, it's just a normal day in Pembrokeshire for some people.
It's a normal day. There's a woman dressed as Elvis.
Yeah.
If I remember rightly, was there a short fella as well with her?
Yeah, in a sort of army surplus gear.
Army surplus gear.
It was a bit surreal.
Yeah, this was a scene from a movie, and I'm like, and then they're like, right, you're up. And yeah, that was my movie. Rob, have you seen the movie?
No, it sounds like I want to.
If someone was going to watch it now, is it still on? Would it still be on all 4, or would it?
I think it's just come off all 4 last week, but it's on Amazon Prime.
Amazon
Prime.
Prime.
On
so
Prime.
And on Amazon Prime, it will be called The Toll.
Yeah, The Toll.
So Amazon Prime, The Toll, directed by Matt Red, starring Anas Elwy, Iwan Trion from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, he was in it.
And Tom Anderson. And I got a credit at the end, which was I was very grateful.
You're on IMDb now.
I'm on IMDb. Yeah, but it was fantastic. And now the other thing I wanted to say about that, Matt, because you and I know each other well through circles we can't mention on air from the political realm.
Yeah.
Because there's no politics here on air. but we also know each other from Wales football because Matt is a former member. Now you're about to be starstruck, Robbo. Matt is a former member of the
yes, the Barry Horns. Good stuff.
And now, if you're listening, you'll know the Barry Horns. And where was I going with that one? Sorry, I'm just looking at the scores a second. So Matt's a former member of the Barry Horns, and oh yes, now that was what I was going to say. That movie. Now this is what I think is amazing. If you want, as like personally for you to show like how switched on you are, Matt. What's the toll booths 2020?
Well, we shot it in 2018, but it came out in 2021.
Oh, because of COVID delay, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it features very prominently and expertly used a song by one David Iwan, Sinenu Yma o Hyd.
Yeah. I think we sort of got ahead of the zeitgeist.
You got ahead of the zeitgeist.
Yeah.
And I remember, I think, seeing that song in the movie, and Bridge and I were commenting on how wonderful it was that Yma o Hyd had been used in the movie. And it was only about a year later that it gained. Fantastic bandwagon for Yma o Hyd. We're delighted about it, aren't we?
Absolutely, yeah. So I wrote it in the script probably in 2017. So it was a good few years before that it sort of took off in terms of a Welsh football perspective.
Yeah.
But yeah, such a great song, and it's something I've always like really been into. And when I wrote that scene, I thought, right, that's the thing I want to happen right there.
Yeah.
And luckily we got the rights. Mr. Iwan was forthcoming with the rights.
Wow.
We had to pay, but
yeah,
it's art and business.
So that does that mean you've sort of got chorus from David Iwan somewhere in your files?
Yeah, I guess it must have somewhere. Yeah.
Wow. And and then of course you got to know Iwan Rheon and
lovely people. Yeah, really good people. And
here we go to Shelmadine. She's now down in second, so there was no interference, and Josie Hawke got a 4.27 for that wave, by the way. So she's out in front. Shelmadine would have needed a 3.18 on that one and didn't get it. We were at 10 minutes 47 remaining. Beasley's in third and he's a 4.28. Ocean's gone a little quiet, but there's a set out there. Yeah, so how are you doing? You just come for a stroll, have you, Matt? And then I just roped you in.
Yeah, I came down to watch the bodyboarding, and then I went to watch Cardiff City at lunchtime.
Oh, how do they go? We haven't heard.
Lost.
But they're safe, aren't they?
They are safe already, so it's a bit of a dead rubber, really. Well, dead rubber for one team, but not for the other.
Yeah.
So then, before driving back west, thought me and the girlfriend thought we'd pop in and see the bodyboarding.
Oh, so she's lost outside now because someone because camera anchor Craig Nicol grabbed you and dragged you in.
Yeah, she's just steering over into the distance.
We won't hold on to you too long. I really appreciate your suddenly walking into a commentary booth on your Sunday afternoon stroll, Matt.
Oh, it's nice.
But I also knew you were good for it as a natural performer. Are you involved in music at all at the moment?
No, not music really. Sort of hung up my drumstick and literally
drumstick.
Yes, stick singular. Yeah, so sold the drum. The bass drum is now £100 more in my pocket, but I'm one drum lighter in the back of the car.
Right.
So it's given all the sort of drumming side of it up. But still writing, still hoping to try and get another couple of films made. Yeah.
Really?
So hoping to shoot another one later this year.
Is there? And that's moved along a little bit.
We've got some of the money in place, but not all of it. So got some cast attached as well.
Yeah. Anyone exciting you can name?
No one I can name, sadly, because of the way these things work.
I know the way these things work because I know at the time you attempted to attach me successfully to the toll. Simon Russell Beale was involved, wasn't he?
Right, yeah.
And that was the only reason I signed up. Of course, it was nothing to do with you. Simon Russell Beale, the greatest living Shakespearean, possibly apart from Mark Rylance or Judi Dench.
We've had a complaint in.
Oh, have we?
Yeah.
What?
We've just had a complaint in about the nature of this conversation. As we look and see, I think I was Surfer in Yellow with a quick up and down. Yeah, the nature of this conversation is from an avid Cardiff City fan saying they've tuned into this to forget. And you've just brought it up. It's avid Cardiff City and Wales ultra Jack Hardman. He's in the stands with you boys every week, or every time Wales play at home. Yeah, he's rather cross with you, so there you go.
I don't blame him. It was a horror show of
was it?
Afternoon, yeah.
So what? They rebuild. There's one more week of the championship season. Is there,
Yeah, away next week at the champions. So looking forward to an easy 3 points.
Well, on that note, with 8 minutes remaining, I think what we'll do is we'll say a massive thanks to Matt Red, and there is going to be a set actually here, so we'll stay from commercial breaks while we wait for this set to come through. The Toll. So if you live in UK shores, now there are actually people watching. We know from at least the Middle East. We know from the continent of Europe and from the US and South Africa. So if you're in now, we don't know what the rights would be in those others, but so if you search out Toll Booth as one word without the definite article in front of it, or The Toll,
Yeah, that should do the trick.
starring Iwan Rhion and Anes Elwy, and yours truly. Don't get your hopes up, guys. I am in it for 30 seconds.
I think it's more like 15, is it? Got cut. Some of it got cut.
It did. Some of the bit with me got cut on account of my acting quality. Well, I didn't have any iambic pentameter in front of me was the problem, but there we go. Yeah, and also featuring Mohid. Matt, diolch yn fawr iawn
Croeso, diolch,
am
Tom.
ddod I siarad. Yeah, absolutely stoked. And
Good to see
I'll
you.
try and I'm around. I'm going to be out in a bit, so come and say hello in real life.
I'm still here.
It's a bit bizarre, this, isn't it? Saying
quite
hello in a
surreal.
broadcast. We're going to go to an ad break, and we'll be back for the denouement of the ladies, the under 14 final, very shortly. Thank you. Here we are, we're back. Matt Red. See, you're sitting there and your movie producers, script writers, the movie industry is just walking past us.
That was my favourite part of today's commentary, listening to that.
Just pulling
That
them
was
in.
excellent.
Well, I do everything I can to make sure people know I am in a movie.
Well, I've never heard of it before. And
But
I've
look now,
spent
do you know what?
many an
he's
hour
also,
listening
look,
to you.
he's getting to show off to his girlfriend now. See, because he's walking over there and he's going, oh, I just pulled in to go on air quickly. Yeah, only Tom Anderson and Rob Blythe. He's a listener. He's listened to some Crest.
Oh, great.
Because he thoroughly approved of the Punks of Harlech tune.
Yeah.
As a Barry Horn, of course.
Of course.
But not a Barry Horn at the moment.
Am I right in thinking in the Euros in 2016,
Yeah.
they were employed by the
They went out there.
Yeah, by the Welsh Football
Yeah.
Association.
Yeah.
To go and write songs. So they wrote the Gunter one on the spot. And is it right? They turn up at ahead, 2 or 3 days ahead of wherever the fixture was going to be
and
placed
do
to teach people the songs.
Teach people the songs. When there's something strange in your 6-yard box, Ghostbusters, who are you going to call? Chris Gunter.
Oh, Gunter.
Here we go. Josie Hawke, and this is going to be the wave of the heat. Look at the way she transitions between them there. And that is a fantastic wave. That's going to be the wave of the heat by a mile, and you can hear people cheering, and it's the right end of the heat in which to score it. We're going to see a replay of that one. Look at this from Josie Hawke here. Goes in, and look at this. It could have gone right, but turns. 6.5. Look at the way she comes straight into the bottom turn there and up again. Whack! Look at that. The drone angle there. Fantastic. And a third. So that was absolutely ripping there, Josie Hawke. Yeah. Yeah, he's had a life, Matt Red has. He's about my age. He's had a life. And yeah, I was at the Wales-Slovakia game in Bordeaux. And at that point, it's just like the way Matt was impressing his girlfriend then, I'd been saying to Breed, I know the Barry Horns, I know a few of them. And then we were outside the ground, and suddenly the Barry Horns were getting walked in, like as celebs, through the ground. And then Matt and Gavin Fitzjohn, the guys I know through political stuff that we won't talk about. Not anything shady, by the way, just we don't talk politics in a sportscast. They came over and said hello, and then at that point, Breed was very impressed, and I was delighted about that. And they're Gavin Fitzjohn, the other guy, who I think Now, Gavin Fitzjohn, he made some of the music on that award-winning Radio Wales documentary that I was involved with. Sorry, I'm bigging myself up here. This is with Steph Guerrero, now of the Socially Distanced podcast. Yeah, so Steph put this documentary together, and he did these sort of 4 different stories of the Euros, and ours was one of them. And Gavin Fitzjohn did the music for that. But Gavin's a trumpeter, and Gav is no longer in the Barry Horns because he's now in the Manic Street Preachers.
Ah.
And travelling around, playing big gigs. Also plays with Paolo Nutini. Yes, it's a life. So they're characters really within Welsh culture. Matt, Gav, those boys, and they care fiercely about Wales, and they care fiercely about they want to see. Well, I will go this far. I'll say they want to see an independent Wales one day. And here we see in the closing moments, Caitlin Beasley, she's going to get stuck up there now. There might well be another chance for Josie Hawke, and this is going to end up a victory lap here now because it's an 8.6 needed to take the lead for the others, and it's a closeout for both. Taylor Shelmerdine doing what she can to the very end there. There is still enough time actually for her to dash back out, but she does need an 8.6, which is arguably going to be done over 2 waves, really, isn't there? And with a minute and a half remaining, it does look like we're going to be seeing Josie Hawke take down this heat. So there is going to be a set. I can see it just coming in to the right of them. Or if you're looking at the drone angle on the TV there, it's going to be to the sort of upper end of your screen that you're going to see this wave start to appear. Here it is. You see those lines? And I think it is going to get there in time. 1 minute and 10 seconds and counting. And all the surfers are going to go again. It's going to be Baisley with the priority, needing a 9.14. So it still exists as an option, as a possibility for her. She's going to go into it and doesn't quite get the section there. And then Hawke takes the priority from there. Now she's got to be careful here, Hawke. Well, no, in fact, Hawke hasn't because she's got the priority. You've got to be a bit careful at the end there. You wouldn't want to have a result suddenly changed on account of a priority difference. And that's going to probably be that. 30 seconds remaining. And I think the ocean has decided that that's the result. And here we go. 10 seconds counting down. Josie Hawke, deserving Welsh champion. And I think there's every chance that Josie Hawke, Rob, is going to leave here by tomorrow with more than 1 Welsh title. So let's be excited about that under-14s title there. But let's also temper our excitement with the acknowledgement of the fact that it could well be the first of many, because that was a really impressive performance from Josie Hawke. So what's going to happen now is we're going to go on hold while the judges make an assessment of the conditions. It is very likely that we're going to then see Kerry Baker and Breege Lawrence take to the water for the SUP Women and Ladies Master. And then that may be the last heat of the day, or there may be one more on top of that. So look, what we'll stay while we stay on hold. We'll have these incredible views of the Vale. You can see the kelp. That kelp is relatively new here, isn't it? That river's been running strong through the winter. Does it go in the summer, that kelp?
Not sure.
It's not something I'm conscious of seeing that often, but then when I surf land to it, being from Porthcawl, it's always low tide and down there on the left. And so I wouldn't go anywhere near that part of the beach because I'd always run over the cobbles the other way. So I couldn't tell you if that's there all the time or not, to be honest. So Breege will be thinking about what board to take in. Rob, you're going to be calling that one because I'm going to be looking after the kids. And then I think we'll probably leave a wide-angle footage of the waves up, and that next heat will be up. So we'll have a commercial, and then the next heat shouldn't be too far away.
Sending post just got simpler. Despite the growth of email and other digital media, printed letters are still critical for most businesses. Even the largest companies still use time-consuming ways to create and mail letters. When reviewing these methods, the whole process is inefficient, disruptive, and more costly than first appears. Letterheads, envelopes, printers, post rooms, it all adds up. What if there was an easier way to mail your letters, making the whole process quicker and cheaper? There is. MyPost, a digital print and mail solution. Simply create your letter as normal, choose MyPost, and relax. From simple one-page letters to complex multi-page packs, MyPost can reduce your carbon footprint, support compliance and brand integrity, all while saving you money. Data security is a major concern for any business. At MyPost, we ensure all documents are processed securely. Letters are transmitted and received as encrypted PDFs, ready for production to ISO 27001 data security standards. For urgent jobs, Royal Mail First Class is available. But if you want to further reduce costs, you can use MyPost DSA, the equivalent service to second class, but at a cheaper rate. And Royal Mail still deliver your letter. So, is MyPost right for you? Well, it is already saving money for businesses of all shapes and sizes, from high street estate agents to huge international insurance companies. So, give your business a simple solution for your print and mailing needs with MyPost. Post made simple.
If you are out there watching online, then welcome back. We're here live from Lantwick Major, South Wales, on day 2 of the 2023 Welsh National Surfing Championships. We've had a little lull in action as our contest organisers gathered together to determine the running order for the rest of the day. And coming up next, it will be a bit of a mix of a heat between the women's stand-up paddleboard division and the women's masters division. So it's going to give our competitors, Kerry Baker and Breege Lawrence, a chance to showcase their skills and, I should add, surf for 20 minutes in an empty Lantwick lineup. A tantalising prospect for our competitors and a rarity for sure. And I can see both Kerry and Breege making their way down to the water's edge, so they'll be coming up in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Hopefully those free surfers in the water will start to vacate the lineup and leave it to our competitors. Coming up after that will be the U14 Boys Final. And we'll keep you updated. I think we've probably got about 3 heats left today. Conditions becoming a little bit temperamental, a little bit slow as the tide starts to drop back out after high tide, which was actually about 2 hours ago now. So we're 2 hours into the drop, and I must say, considering that, conditions are holding up really, really well. The tidal swing having an enormous impact on conditions here in the Severn Estuary. We have the second biggest tidal range in the world, second only to the Bay of Fundy in Canada. But this weekend, we're benefiting from the neap tides, very small tides relatively for this area. They'd be huge anywhere else. But what that means is we've got a substantially reduced amount of water moving in and out throughout the day. And thus, it's not sucking too much of the swell out to sea with it. Instead, we are graced with 2-foot glassy peelers. I'm told that our competitors are making their way out into the lineup, so we'll be with you very shortly. Our judges are gathering in the booth next door. Judges gathering in the booth next door, and I'm just going to send it to an advert for 1 moment, and we'll be back with action shortly afterwards.
Sending post just got simpler. Despite the growth of email and other digital media, printed letters are still critical for most businesses. Even the largest companies still use time-consuming ways to create and mail letters. When reviewing these methods, the whole process is inefficient, disruptive, and more costly than first appears. Letterheads, envelopes, printers, post rooms, it all adds up. What if there was an easier way to mail your letters, making the whole process quicker and cheaper? There is. MyPost, a digital print and mail solution. Simply create your letter as normal, choose My Post, and relax. From simple one-page letters to complex multi-page packs, My Post can reduce your carbon footprint, support compliance and brand integrity, all while saving you money. Data security is a major concern for any business. At My Post, we ensure all documents are processed securely. Letters are transmitted and received as encrypted PDFs, ready for production to ISO 27001 data security standards. For urgent jobs, Royal Mail First Class is available. But if you want to further reduce costs, you can use My Post DSA, the equivalent service to second class, but at a cheaper rate. And Royal Mail still deliver your letter. So, is My Post right for you? Well, it is already saving money for businesses of all shapes and sizes, from high street estate agents to huge international insurance companies. So, give your business a simple solution for your print and mailing needs with My Post. Post made simple.
And here we are back, live from the booth. And I'm joined by Mark Vaughan.
Welcome back to the flat. Good to see you, Rob. It's been a little while since we were last together.
Great to see you.
In the booth. I did a bit of bodyboarding commentary earlier with Tristan from Welsh Bodyboard Club. And I got to say, I mean, I did feel for those guys because it literally went really poor. Not quite sure what's going to happen with us wind-wise over the next... What have we got? An hour and a half of surfing, or just under. But swell's starting to push in again, by the looks.
Yeah, well, actually, just before you joined me in the booth, I was waxing lyrical about the tidal swing here in the Severn Estuary and about how it's a smaller tide today and it's not having too much of a detrimental effect on swell conditions. But I then checked my phone to see how long after high we were, and I was surprised to see quite so much swell.
Yeah, it's I'd say these very small tides we've enjoyed this weekend are optimal for this part of the world, depending on the swell and the wind, of course, and the other two factors. But tide plays a huge role in what goes on these beaches, and I guess having clean conditions, as we know, if the wind blows strong, it'll take a foot or so off the swell, and you take a foot off the swell and then apply the wind to it. It'd be pretty nasty. It's probably one of those days where you just pull up in the car park and think it's a bank holiday. Might just slip back home and tuck into a couple of cold ones. But we've been relatively blessed because I think there was a lot of people with a lot of concern about whether we'd even have any surf, yet alone enough surf. But where are those doubters now? Although we've still got tomorrow to go, so let's not curse.
Yeah, don't jinx it.
Just don't jinx it.
How many hours of surfing have we got left?
Well, we've got, say, these next three heats, and in the water now we've got Kerry Baker on the SUP and in the red vest, and it's a little bit more of a speciality heat, this, because
I've termed it an exhibition.
Yeah,
and I talked to our listeners and viewers through that earlier, saying that of course Kerry on the stand-up paddleboard and Breege Lawrence on, I think Breege has taken a longboard in. I can't quite tell by here, but we'll soon tell when she stands up. And I was saying it was a bit of an exhibition heat, an opportunity for our competitors to show us their talent, show us their skills, as we see Kerry Baker looking to paddle into this one, and she is riding along.
Up and riding. Lovely stuff, Kerry. Oh, she'll be... Oh, nice. Whoa!
Coming
crikey, that shallow by there.
Coming unstuck after quite a critical cutback.
She's...
you can see Breege, surfer in white, paddling for this one out the back. She might be a little bit stuck behind, and indeed she chooses to duck out of that one. So I think Breege is actually on a shortboard, which is her preferred option.
Yeah, I mean, Breege is an exceptional surfer. She's blessed with the talents of being able to ride
a longboard or a shortboard, which it's not everyone can do. It's not that easy to switch on. I think we're
She's very graceful, is Breege, and I think that
yes,
her grace on a shortboard is equally matched by her grace on a longboard.
Yeah, and funny enough, when we were watching the longboard ladies final earlier, we made reference to Anne Harrod's 7.5 hang 5.
Great, wasn't it?
Oh, it's just it was so nice on the eye, and it as I was saying, doesn't matter what craft you're riding, if you've got style and grace.
Well, do you know that lit up the Welsh Coast Surf Club group chat?
Oh, you bet it did. Because there was I'm sure there's a few of her male counterparts who would have been quite envious of the way she approached that particular section with such finesse. Panache? Finesse?
Both. So, looking at this heat, like I say, it's an exhibition. It's an opportunity for competitors to show us their skills, show us their talents, but it is also an opportunity to surf empty Lantwit for 20 minutes.
Yes, indeed. And we've got Kerry riding again. I know she does enjoy surfing down the coast at Ogmore. That one's not going to match her first wave, but I was a little relieved that she, after that first fall in the shallow water there, that she came away unscathed, because that was quite a fall in, I suppose, on an SUP, or that slightly, it's not a lot, but it's a couple of inches high when you fall in, that little bit of extra momentum when you hit the water. But say, despite it being a rocky beach, and despite certainly yesterday some very shallow conditions, it's one of those places that's still relatively forgiving. Not so much on the feet if you choose to go bootless, but certainly don't tend to have too many incidents.
You just mentioned Ogmore a moment ago, Mark, and I had a text message earlier from the most hard done by surfer in Wales, or as he'd have you believe, Elliot Dudley, who was being forced, how dare Marie Claire, his wife, how dare she make him look after his own child while she went surfing at perfect Ogmore.
Goodness gracious me.
No.
What happened next? And of course Elliot only got to surf once today.
And of course we're talking very much tongue-in-cheek, because Elliot surfs more than anyone in Wales.
Yeah, apart from Logan Nicol. Yeah. Who Logan Nicol surfed more in January than I have surfed so far this year. And that is no lie. I had surfed 36 times. I got that one little wave last night when I went in for a dip. So I surfed 36 times up until this morning from January the 1st. And I think Logan had maybe did 34 in January. But he's just been on a boat trip, and I can only imagine, and he's now in Bali.
Yeah, that tally's going to be.
Yeah, he must be on like 80 for the month of April. Although it's May next. Tomorrow.
It is May tomorrow.
1st of May tomorrow. And we got Kerry up and riding again. Well, I say up and riding. She's obviously up and riding. She's on SUP, but riding along the face. Yeah, exactly that. And a little bit of a re-entry close out there.
And we see a nice looking set wave approaching here, maybe for Breege. I think maybe it needs to paddle a little bit further east. She's been just behind it once or twice so far.
Yeah, what happens here now, as you'll know, Rob, because you're a bit of a part-time local, is that you've got like almost two peaks. You've got this one that Kerry's been kind of nudging into and getting those quite nice right-handers, and then just to the right-hand side, you've got the what is traditionally the main peak on the push of the tide, and the swell kind of bounces between the two, and the tide is still a little high yet for the traditional peak to start breaking. But as we can see, it's just jacking up there on the outside.
It's quite deceptive as well, isn't it? Because I think when you sit quite far over to the left or a bit further east, you see feel the bottom much further over. So you paddle in that direction instinctively, and then you're left behind the section on the peak you're actually sitting on.
Do you know, there's a wave I've surfed in Ireland, which is a very good left-hander, and it does exactly that. I was watching all the locals, and they were paddling in the opposite direction to which I was. They were paddling towards the curl, and I was like, "What are you doing? It's obviously going to break over there." But it just came back on itself so much that it took me a while to suss that one out. It's quite such strange sort of like oddity of that particular break, that it curves and bends, and
there's a lovely looking wave approaching the lineup here.
Now Breege might just be in play here. Can we, if Kerry burns her, can we do her for a drop in? Well, she looks like she's going.
the only yeah, well, there's a great example.
Great, perfect example.
Looked like we were going to be in for a heat winner, and it just disappeared.
So I think you
didn't
need to be much further across to the left-hand side, don't you, to get on those?
Indeed, and what's not probably assisting the girls at the moment, which they might be unaware of, being relatively new faces to Lanta. I know Breeze has done a number of heats here, but different tide, different conditions, different things happen, is that rip.
The reverse rip.
The reverse rip, but it's not only reverse, it runs out to sea. And that, on a small tide, is pretty manageable. Here we go. To be fair to Kerry, she keeps herself busy, doesn't she? Nice looking right-hander here. Rob, what do you think?
Well, she managed to find loads of speed on that beginning, the first section of that wave, and didn't quite manage to get back out in front of it, of the whitewater after a little turn. It's a weird wave, that one, because it looked like it had a lot of promise at the beginning, and it just kind of ran off a little bit too quickly.
Well, she got a 2.5 for the first one. Oh, there we go. I was going to do the Martin Potter quote, which is, "I'm not a judge, but I am, because I'm an ISA qualified judge." So, and I feel that first ride, that she did that kind of... Did she complete that turn? Do you remember she did that kind of slashing turn? Or was that where she fell?
Up, she fell over the front.
Okay. So, say multitasking.
Do you know what this exhibition heat, as we've termed it, is a great opportunity for our surfers to surf without any pressure, but in a heat environment. So you're still hearing your scores.
Bit of practice, yeah. And you know, for our viewers, in case you're wondering why we're in this situation, well, we had a fairly major couple of SUP paddle races events, the Dart and the Cardiff Bay today, Dart on Saturday. And a lot of the SUP community that kind of, sort of flits between flat water paddle and surf. A lot of them are already committed to the flat water races, and you may say, well, why hold the nationals now? Well, plain and simple, it's there's 20 categories for us to get through, and we have a very, very busy schedule and calendar for the year. I think last year we had 4 overseas events for the Welsh team to attend, and there were more that we in the end we kind of said that there's only so many of these you can organise and attend to, and in that period of time with a bunch of volunteers. But the SUP Euros was attended by Wales last year, and Emily Evans, who's not here today sadly, but was in the surf category there, came away with a bronze medal.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah.
Where was that?
That was I want to say Denmark, and I believe I'm right in saying Denmark. Yeah, pretty sure it was Denmark. Hugh was there, you'll recall. But yeah, she came away with a fantastic bronze medal at European, and that was a race event. So again, say, excuse me, SUP listeners, for my lack of technical knowledge on the different race formats. And I don't want to say something that's not true online. So, but I know Emily came away with a bronze. And my old brain is a little fried.
Here we go. We see Breege paddling for this one again. Just stuck a little bit behind. It's very tricky to position yourself correctly out in that lineup.
It is right now.
The wave looks like it's going to do one thing and then does the other.
I'm just going to have another look at this one.
She might be in the right spot here.
She's got to be in here. Ooh. Decides not to go. So, yes, Emily Evans, fantastic result. I regularly see her training just on the bend before you reach the Maclay's My Post building. And
on the Taff.
On the Taff, yeah. In fact, it's become quite incredible the amount of people that are at SUP and just behind that salmon jump and the weir. It's absolutely rammed on a sunny afternoon.
Can't say I've noticed.
Oh, I noticed because I see all the cars and people getting changed as I'm driving past in my suit, and it's a kind of remnant, very similar to a beach scene on a summer's day, but obviously just under the M4 by the beautiful Castle Core. So I think, how long's gone here, Rob?
So we've had about 8 minutes so far.
Okay, so still plenty of time.
Plenty of time.
Yeah, those sets kind of probably needs another. We've got the under-14 boys following this. And that's going to be a full hit. And we'll be looking forward to seeing what the lads can do in these conditions. And really hope that those sets that were peaking up and just not quite breaking get, the tide backs away sufficiently that the waves will give some opportunity to the boys to showcase what they can do. And we can see those rights that have been running off that Kerry's certainly been enjoying, and I suspect that these grommets,
keen young lightweight whippersnappers.
I think they probably weigh as much as one of my legs. I think looking at the under 14s, they are very small in stature, but not in heart, because I've seen some fantastic surfing.
I think that's Elijah Jones going in for his 23rd heat of the day.
Yeah, he is a bit of a Chris Gus Griffiths type, which
he's prolific.
Colin Bright,
he's everywhere.
He's everywhere. Multiple disciplines, and it won't be too long before we see him on the longboard, I'm sure, in an SUP. He's already done the bodyboard.
Oh, it's a great looking set approaching the lineup. Briege is in a good position for this one.
Yeah, she's going to go here, Rob.
And that wave not quite playing ball, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Briege.
Look.
At the back, we've got Kerry Baker having a look at that slightly bigger wave. Not managing to get into it, but Briege is going to have a look at this one as well.
Yeah.
Gets to her feet, but that wave racing off really, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I know Briege will be. She's a mum of two, and no doubt with husband Tom being in the commentary booth and having a few surfs for the last couple of days, she's probably been flat out looking after the kids.
So I made a funny comment earlier. He said he was going to be on daddy daycare duty, and then corrected himself and said, to be fair, it's not daycare, it's heat care.
Heat care.
Because Briege has taken on the bulk of responsibilities this weekend, and I can see Tom just in front of us with his children now.
Yeah, if only our camera anchor could pick up on Anderson struggling with his two young children. And he seems a bit of a natural there, to be fair to him. But here we go, Kerry. What she got for us?
Carried loads of speed into that wave.
Nice little crank off the top there. Pretty happy with what I'm seeing there from Kerry. She's, I think she's enjoying that.
Making the most of it, like I say, an empty Lantwit lineup.
Yes, not something that is. A lot of people see the conditions here and think, "Oh, wow, I must come here more often." They forget there are about 200 surfers that live in this village, and most of them are very, very good surfers. If not all, to be fair, they've got a command and understanding of this lineup like any local has of his own home break. And this one certainly presents plenty of intricacies and variables that often flummox the visiting surfer and bemuse. And we...
I think I spy a set.
Yes, we both cranked our heads to the right then, didn't we, at the same time?
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. It feels the bottom a little bit earlier out there, doesn't it? It's kind of an indicator for what's to come.
Yeah, if this is Haleiwa, and we were watching the first of the Hawaiian Triple Crown events, we'd be looking at it's Avalanche, isn't it, to the left?
I'm not sure. You're the
Pretty sure.
You're the Hawaii expert.
I've only been not really.
You talk about it enough.
Or is it indicators? Oh, God alive.
Well, you presume it would be indicators.
Well, you know what? Again,
it's indicators at Raglan, isn't it? As we see Kerry Baker up yet again.
Pretty sure it's Avalanche.
Lovely change of direction there. Using that paddle to stay with this wave as it goes a little bit flat through this section.
Yeah, whatever it's called anyway.
There is an absolute
the indicators of land to it is... Good grief. That is done. Yeah, the avalanche indicators, whatever it's called, that sits to the left-hand side of Haleiwa. If you look at it in Hawaii, gives you an advance warning of what might be coming. But
so how long have you spent in Hawaii, Mark?
Oh, yeah, 2 days.
And how long have you spent talking about it?
200 years. One of the greatest experiences any surfer should have. That's why. And I think... I'm not referencing my own trip, just that I've watched probably more events online from Hawaii than probably any other place. And when you think there's a triple crown there, so there's 3 events. Then you've got Pipe Masters, of course.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This set is looking extremely promising. Let's hope our surfers are in the right spot. This one's going to be shoulder high on a dropping tide.
Yeah.
With a, as you said earlier, not the most promising forecast, but my goodness, conditions have shown up for us.
But that literally has died that wave. As you said, that was really promising.
I really jinxed it.
But
wait for it to get further down the line.
Yeah,
it's a grower.
It is. I'm trying to stop myself saying something I shouldn't there, but yeah. So I think as us surfers, if anyone's keen on this World Tour circuit, we watch a lot of Hawaiian events, and you start to pick up on all the little relevances to each spot. And say there must be at least 5, probably 6 online events you watch. You know, there's the kind of backdoor shootout. There's the Pipe Masters itself, and you've got Harleva Sunset, and then you've got an Eddy to throw in. There's
all high octane stuff.
And a couple of other speciality events, haven't you? So it's all plenty to watch. But yeah, I guess a wave peaking up and perhaps suggesting what a set might do in a minute or so's time is about where the relevance ends for Hawaii and Llantuit Major. And how have you enjoyed your day at the beach today, Rob?
I've had a lovely day. I enjoyed surfing in some of my heats earlier. I've enjoyed sitting in the booth. I had a lovely cheese and onion toasty.
Oh, did you?
It's been pleasant, just hanging out, seeing some old faces I haven't seen for quite some time, as is always the case at the Welsh.
It's the best part, isn't it? You know, I mean, the competition's one thing, but the catching up with people you haven't seen for ages, that's slightly more difficult when you're in the commentary box a period of time.
So we see our beach marshal spin the disc to indicate just 5 minutes remaining. We'll see Surf It in White hopefully take a look at the wave behind this, but it seems Kerry Baker is in the spot again. That SUP providing
the entry in, isn't it? It's clear.
I think it just allows Kerry to see the wave slightly earlier and also get moving just a touch earlier as well and generate that momentum that is required to get into these waves, because they are backing off a little bit at the moment. Hopefully we'll see a slight uptick in conditions as the tide continues to drop out.
I got to say, I know Breege, she's had the the stress of getting 2 kids into a car, driving 40 minutes down the road, passing them on to husband Tom, and then putting a wetsuit on, all the pressure of the world watching her, when she's normally competing, right the way through the rounds in the open surfing and longboard. And to be fair to Breeze, she does enjoy the conditions when they're overhead and clean. I know we've got clean conditions, but they're a long way from overhead at the moment.
Breeze spent an awful lot of time in Central America, honing her skills in Costa Rica in some pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah, she's a very competent surfer, and I think she's probably had that frantic parental dash to then go and do something that you then think, my goodness, that was an awful lot of effort. So, but we're very pleased to see Breege here, and if nothing else, she's going to walk away with a Welsh title, and that's not to be sniffed at. And just hoping that Breege gets the opportunity to show just how good a surfer she is, and that.
Well, I'm sure lots of our viewers, if not all, will be well aware of Breege's.
Yes, of course.
Breege's ability and her pedigree in surfing.
Just watching her children doing endless spins round and round and round. Obviously, budding little gymnasts ahead. Father Tom nowhere to be seen. I can hear his voice somewhere in the distance. I'm praying that nothing happens to these poor little girls while Tom's on watch, because we've now recorded this, and that Breege, when you listen back,
Tom's just out of your shot, just behind you.
Oh, is he? Oh, right.
Whilst there's a little break in the action, Mark, and whilst you're in the booth, because you'll know better than me, I'd like to thank our sponsors that have been with us this weekend.
Yes.
Now, am I correct in saying we've Barty D-Rum?
Yep. Well, we've a host of sponsors. We're attracting for the Welsh nationals, Welsh companies, which is a really nice fit, obviously. Barty down in West Wales.
If I list off a few, and you can tell me if I've missed anybody. So Barty D-Rum, who've been fantastic, as have Welsh Coffee Co.
Yeah, indeed.
We've Pura Vida.
Yep, Jim.
I saw Mystic board riders earlier.
Yep.
The tent's gone down now, but it was very helpful during the rain earlier.
The Mystic tent, yes.
Some goodies. And not to mention My Post, who've been enormous supporters of Welsh surfing and indeed many other sports over the years, and they remain with us. Have I missed anybody off that list?
There's a few other supporters. I mean, Power to Go have been, as we typically, as we start to get into a bit of detail about what's going on, the first indicators wave has broken. So that should give our under-14s some a little bit of encouragement that things will only improve as this tide drops back. But Power to Go have been with us a few years, providing clean energy packs, which are really key to us when we're, we're unable to access power and to back up some of our quite considerable technological equipment that's around us. I've got screens galore. Co-producer here, our producer rather, Diana, is constantly beavering away all these different screens and laptops, and so we're very grateful to Power to Go. Welsh Coffee Co, we've attracted a sponsor, a local business. A fantastic blend, and I say that's not just me being
it's good stuff,
waxing lyrical, because they've supported the event. I actually, as I say, I think I said to you yesterday, stumbled across Welsh Coffee Co by chance, bought some beans, loved them, ordered them on a monthly delivery, and then I realised it was Sol Williams' dad, Hugh, whose business it was. So welcome on board, Hugh, and Welsh Coffee Co, and Alison, his wife. Thank you very much for your very generous support.
At the conclusion of that heat, so you can hear the horn going in the background.
Yeah,
we're gonna jump to an advert, and then
good call. Be ready for these under-14s.
Straight back for the under-14 final.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks, Rob.
Sending post just got simpler. Despite the growth of email and other digital media, printed letters are still critical for most businesses. Even the largest companies still use time-consuming ways to create and mail letters. When reviewing these methods, the whole process is inefficient, disruptive, and more costly than first appears. Letterheads, envelopes, printers, post rooms, it all adds up. What if there was an easier way to mail your letters, making the whole process quicker and cheaper? There is. MyPost, a digital print and mail solution. Simply create your letter as normal, choose MyPost, and relax. From simple one-page letters to complex multi-page packs, MyPost can reduce your carbon footprint, support compliance and brand integrity, all while saving you money. Data security is a major concern for any business. At MyPost, we ensure all documents are processed securely. Letters are transmitted and received as encrypted PDFs, ready for production to ISO 27001 data security standards. For urgent jobs, Royal Mail First Class is available. But if you want to further reduce costs, you can use MyPost DSA, the equivalent service to second class, but at a cheaper rate. And Royal Mail still deliver your letter. So, is MyPost right for you? Well, it is already saving money for businesses of all shapes and sizes, from high street estate agents to huge international insurance companies. So, give your business a simple solution for your print and mailing needs with MyPost. Post made simple.
Yep.
There we are.
We're back. Well,
we're post my post.
We're post my post. I'm guessing a few people might be over my post, but we certainly aren't at the Welsh Surf Federation because critical to us, and must produce a more watered down version of that advert. I think for 2024. But nonetheless, if you're interested in the services, please feel free to contact myself at any time, Mark Vaughan, and I'd be delighted to hear from you.
Very good at making fixtures cards.
Yeah, shh, that's a freebie. What have we got now then? We have the under-14 Boys Final, and conditions hopefully should now, as this drop in tide, should get better and better throughout this final. So maybe a slow start wouldn't be the worst thing if you've got priority.
Well, I can see some interesting tactics at play already. 3 of our competitors have paddled over to the right-hand side. To the west and much, much further over to the east is our surfer in red, Elijah Jones, who we spoke about a little earlier.
Look at this set, Rob.
Surfed a lot today. Yes, the indicator is lighting up.
Do you know what? It's
I think Elijah might be in the spot.
I think he is.
Much further down the beach to the left, further east, but it's the surfer in blue that's going to kick things off. It's Bobby Hooper.
Bobby Hooper.
Up and riding, trying to make it through to the inside of that. Not successfully as that wave faded underneath him, but he got a bit of work done at the back, and it's now our surfer in white, arms flailing to get into this one.
That is commitment.
Powerful paddling from our surfer in white, Ted Owen.
Fair play to Ted. He wanted that wave.
He was good. I think his arms were dragging on the bottom to get into that.
Crikey, I wish I had that sort of
energy,
paddle power and energy. That was.
When did you last have energy like that? 93.
Yeah, around then. Yeah, it must have been in that sort of energy of that level that was displayed. Certainly. How about yourself, Rob?
Oh, I'm fully energized at all times.
Yes.
Although when that sun came out earlier and it was quite glary, I must concede I had to go and get a coffee. I was starting to nod off in that post lunch. It was the post lunch sunshine snooze. As we see, surf in red. This is
lovely turn.
Is that red? I can't. It's
it's red.
So that's Elijah Wood surfing his 87th wave of the day.
That was the highest scoring wave of that heat from so far, from what we've seen.
So we've had a 1.5 drop for Bobby Hooper, a 1 for Ted Owen, and
this could be a 3, I think.
3 of Elijah.
It depends how they view this.
But it's going to be all 4 surfers on the board as Kobe Williams, our surfer in yellow, up and riding on a nice looking left. Looking to cut back into the whitewater. Unfortunately, coming unstuck.
He set that up so nicely as well.
It looked like it was going to be a brilliant manoeuvre. And there's Ted going down again.
Yeah, I didn't. I'm not sure he'll be classed as that as a wave. I'm sure those hands and left the rails with him still with any sort of position that he was on his feet, really. 2.5. There we are. Okay. Just a fraction off the 3 that I thought it might have been, but yellow Kobe. Then he really lined that up, didn't he? He came racing in, and you just were waiting for that rail to be engaged. And as surfers, we all know every now and again when you sort of put it on rail, you just slightly mistime it, and then it all goes horribly wrong. Yes. Oh God, a little shiver there for me.
I'm thinking about closing this window.
Yeah,
so
I think I might just
we've gone from beautiful sunshine earlier this afternoon. Like I say, it almost made me have a little snooze. It was a taste of summer, taste of things to come, hopefully. But now our cloud has returned with a little change in the wind conditions as well.
A little misty out at sea again, isn't it? But look at this one, Tom.
Right. That's number 3.
That's number 3. Done it. I've done so well.
Lucky I know you so well. Maybe you start to get offended. Right, so it's Elijah Wood that's going to be right in the spot for this one. Here he goes. He's paddling, and he is into it on a really nice looking right. He's going to cut back into the whitewater, try and stay with the power pocket on this wave. And
he's got an inside as well.
It's reformed. It's doubled up, leaving him plenty of room for another manoeuvre. And that will certainly be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far.
Very, very well served.
So you were pondering where Elijah was from
yes.
earlier on, and judging by the spectators on the beach and his support crew, I would hazard you were correct in saying a little further west.
Mm-hmm. That's further west.
We got the O'Learys over there.
Yep.
who are clapping and watching avidly.
Well, perhaps
Elijah's
they were
every
just
move.
enjoying the show.
They could well have just been enjoying the show.
Because that was a very well put together wave. And interesting to see the scores here. If that 2.5 for that one, I'm talking a 4.5. There we go. 2 off the tops on the backhand.
I think that's
probably a fair reflection.
yeah,
I
it's a
think
point
we're-
of difference between that and his first.
Yeah, for sure. But say
For sure.
I just realised it's not too long before I have to be in the sea, so I may have to because we've got the old man's division to wrap up the
to
day's
C2.
action.
As we see surfer in yellow, this is Kobe Williams, currently sitting on a 0.90, getting busy on that one.
Yep. You can see Kobe's he's definitely got some flair, hasn't he? He's got that like.
Look at these. You must be getting excited seeing these waves line up.
I've seen this break too often. But you know what? Last night we saw some quite dreamy little 1.5 footers that had me and co-commentator Anderson oohing and ahhing as to their perfection. Here we go, up and riding. White, Ted Hooper. Is that white? Or was it yellow?
Yeah, I believe that's white.
So the disc is in the way, so I can't quite see.
Oh, that was yellow.
There was yellow, yeah. Yes, that's definitely yellow because it's on the backhand. So that was Kobe. And then we got white, which is Ted Owen. What's he got for us?
Nice up and down there.
Yeah.
Poking the lip.
Ooh. So, interesting to see what
Got
Kobe gets for
a
that
little
one.
exchange there.
That's-
Don't mind it. I can see, Mark, several of your fellow competitors in, as you termed it, not me, the old man's division. That's the Grandmasters Final, suited and booted and ready to pick up their rash vest. So,
I'm not panicked by that, to be honest, Rob.
no,
I reckon I could probably suit up. How long we got?
we've got 16 minutes. Oh, you've got ages.
I've got ages.
I saw you do it in about 2 minutes earlier.
Let's see if we can like really. This is
Get in their heads.
getting their heads because Owen, who's renowned for his warm-ups, is.
I wonder if he's had his lettuce sandwiches yet.
I would have thought so, and he's. Hugh John just roamed into the commentary box and suggested that it doesn't look like Greg's been eating salad sandwiches lately. I think it's a little harsh, but maybe a fraction of truth in that. Sorry, Greg.
Wow, look at this wave.
Yes.
And up on the inside, it's our surfer in blue. It's Bobby Hooper, currently sitting in 3rd place, weaving his way down the line, looking to bank off the foam at the end, and unfortunately coming unstuck. And we see now our surfer in yellow. In 2nd position is Kobe Williams. Like you say, plenty of flair, this young lad. Bouncing his way off the lip twice there. A solid score. And do you know what? I think that our spectators applauding on the beach are just enjoying the show rather than supporting anyone individually.
I believe they are. And you know what? It's great when you watch the Groms, isn't it? Because you can't help but be enthused by what's going on, and they are putting on a show for us, and it's fantastic to see. And yeah, and as we predicted, conditions just getting better and better, and we just keep seeing more and more lines. And out the back at the moment is quite possibly one of the best sets we've seen in many hours.
Yeah, you got to feel for Briege in that last heat.
Yeah, it was. I'm sure she will.
It was. If you look at the conditions now, they are infinitely better.
Yeah, they've improved. They have improved. Well, that set that I was calling the set of the day is done.
You jinxed it again.
The commentator's curse hasn't really amassed much, but it's peaking up on the outside, which is good news.
So the situation as it stands with all scores locked in, and with 14 minutes remaining, surfer in blue Bobby Hooper is in 4th position looking for a 5.67. Surfer in white Ted Owen is in 3rd position requiring a 4.87. Elijah Jones is our surfer in red, currently in 2nd looking for a 2.77. And Kobe Williams out in front after the conclusion of that last wave, sitting on a total of 7.27. So this being a final, our screen in front of us is showing the requirement to progress into first.
Yes, and
whereas earlier in the
caught me out that one earlier.
Yeah, earlier in the competition when surfers are simply looking to progress, it shows their requirement to move into second, doesn't it? So the lower of the two requirements.
It did catch me out earlier. I think I was commentating on a heat and I was suggesting, or maybe even on the announcing job. Yeah. Well, Greg's just sussed out and sat in the commentary. Yeah, I'll be there now.
So Mark's fellow competitors have clocked him in the commentary booth and are telling him to get changed. He's in next, but he knows. He's playing mind games with them.
Greg
That's a win already for you.
Greg is spun out. He's got his red vest. Now, he's going to be happy with that.
Because it's the seeded vest.
He loves the red vest, does Greg. That's a mental bonus for Greg. And he and I have been competing against each other since we were children.
There, actually, the red vest.
Yeah, doesn't he look... It's a nice snug
Well,
fit.
We'll leave it to you to decide whether Greg's been eating lettuce sandwiches or not.
I wouldn't dare say, because you'll have another
well,
photo
I'm
of
leaving
me
it to
shortly.
no, I was leaving it to the audience at home because they can see him on screen now.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I've... well, Greg's laughing about it, whatever the result. So, well done, Greg. I guess, how long's left of this heat?
12 minutes and 30 seconds.
Plenty of time. So...
How long are you going to leave it? How late?
Another couple of minutes, and then I'll go down, and because it's quite a walk down there. And I did come a cropper not too long ago at a very similar stage of the tide when I went sprinting down and fell backwards on a rock that wobbled and knocked my back fin out. So, first time that had ever happened to me, and that's what happens when you get old. You start to have falls. But I tell you what, Kobe Williams, he's not falling much at the moment. And he's got a narrow advantage, exceptionally narrow advantage over Elijah Jones. These two, I think, quite possibly will be sat here in 30 years' time saying how many lettuce sandwiches has one or the other eaten, because I think they're going to be around in Welsh surfing for quite a while to come. Just a 0.27 advantage, as I say, for Kobe Williams. Ted Owen needing a 4.87 to go into the first position, so he's far from out of it. And the priority situation, Bobby as well, sorry, I must comment, 5.67, that's quite a score. Best ride of the heat so far, 4.5. Elijah holding priority, Bobby second priority, so be interesting to see what happens.
I think you must be cutting it fine now because the beach marshal keeps glancing in your direction.
Yeah, I like spinning people
You're
out.
starting to make him worry.
Yeah, well, I know what'll happen is that the guys in the commentary box and the commentary box in the contest cabin will certainly start the heat as early as possible if they see that I'm walking down late. So, I'm not actually sure what colour I'm in. Oh, they are yellow. Just glancing down. So, gone a little flat now after a little bit of excitement at the start of this heat.
That's right, we're at the halfway mark now. 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah, look, they've all got at least two rides. They'll probably be hoping to, halfway point of this heat, just over. They'll be looking, if they can get another 2-3 rides, and they should see more waves breaking. The 2-3 rides. Anything could happen, I think, in this final yet, Robert?
I concur.
How does the lovely Anne call you Robert when you're a naughty boy? That being your mother, of course, unless there's another Anne in your life.
Never naughty. I
can
do find it, everybody calls obviously Rob or Blythe or Webbo or some variation on that. I get a bit spun out when someone calls me or addresses me in an email or a text as Robert. It just seems wrong.
Yes, I know that feeling. I'm rarely addressed by my first names. Usually something derogatory, like the common one is Big Nose, which is I think that's just too obvious.
Facile.
Yeah, but Captain Coord, one of my favourites that the boys call me because of my lack of coordination when it comes to playing football. But I think I don't want to spin my fellow competitors out any longer. So I'm going to go and have to leave you.
They're worried. Rudy's laughing manically.
I'm going to have to leave you pick this bones of the rest of this heat. And one of the reasons I'm still sat here is because I'm really enjoying watching these boys surf. And with one more set coming through, I'm going to watch this and then nudge Anderson away from his childcare duties. And we've got 2 paddlers here. Priority is going to come into play. And that was interesting because Blue had priority over White, and Blue let him go on that.
I think maybe Blue saw something out the back. Although we see Blue up and riding on this one. That's just
Yeah,
Bobby
but-
Hooper on the inside. This wave, if he sticks with it, might just do something. But he comes off before he gets the opportunity to see what's
Oh, here
further
we
down
go.
the line. And it's your heat leader, surfer in yellow, Kobe Williams, up and riding
Yeah,
on
little
the left.
smash
Quick
with the lip.
bash on the lip on that left. And waves continue to roll into the bay.
Right.
You go and get changed,
Yeah,
Mark.
Greg's almost halfway to the water's edge,
I've
so I
got
should probably
company
get
on the
changed.
socials. I'm getting texted by people listening in. Hello, Jack Hardman. Enjoying Mark and my commentary. Mark sprinting off to get changed. He's been playing mind games with the opposition. Greg Owen, your surfer in red in the next seat, making his way down to the water's edge about 10 minutes ago. And Rudy in white and Gareth in blue, also departing some time ago, leaving Mark alone to get changed and make his way to the water's edge with just 7 minutes and 26 seconds left in this heat. He'll make it with plenty of time to spare, no doubt. And you might just find that his mind tricks have worked. So we're running a little competition. It was National Seaweed Day not so long ago. And the folks at Barty D Rum are asking if you know when that day was. If you do, let us know. And if you're following on YouTube on our page, you can make sure you don't miss any of the action by clicking on subscribe as shown by the little graphic you can see on screen right now. There's been no change to the heat situation. It still remains surfer in blue. Bobby Hooper is currently in 4th position. Surfer in white, Ted Owen, is sitting in 3rd. Elijah Jones, the surfer in red, is in 2nd, and out in front at the moment is surfer in yellow, Kobe Williams. But it's still wide open. Bobby in blue requires just a 5.67 to move into 1st, into that pole position. Surfer in white, Ted Owen, needs just a 4.87, and Elijah needs a 2.77. More than achievable, more than attainable for every surfer in this heat, as we see surfer in blue, Bobby, up and riding on an inside right, and sets looming large on the horizon. But we're going to cast our eyes much further in to see surfer in white, Ted Owen, up and riding on a small insider again, as waves start to light up that indicator section of the reef that Mark talked about earlier. If you are watching at home and you'd like to know anything in particular, leave us a message. Post a post or send us a text, and we'll do our best to answer it for you. And of course, if you've just joined us, welcome to this, the Welsh National Surfing Championships. It's the 2nd day of the 2023 edition, and we're live from Llantwit Major in South Wales. A bit of a grey and overcast South Wales. It was very, very sunny earlier, and we enjoyed a good few hours of sunshine. I certainly went and basked in it for a little while whilst my colleagues took over on the mic. And we see the beach marshals spin the disc to indicate to our surfers in the lineup there's just 5 minutes remaining. As you may well be able to hear our beach announcer in the background informing the surfers of their requirements in the back end of this heat. Coming up next, we've got the Grandmaster Final and our final heat of the day. Coming up in that will be Greg Owen surfing in red, Rudy Perrins-Davis surfing in white, Mark Vaughan in yellow, and Gareth Bennett surfing in blue. A bit of a crowd gathering now on the beach to watch the last of the day's action as a mist starts to make its way in from the channel. Let's hope that our views aren't diminished too severely, or we could be on for a bit of a repeat of yesterday morning where we had to call the contest on and off and on and off as we see Bobby Hooper streaking across a lovely looking inside wave. Small, but well shaped. That wave shut down eventually, not allowing him any more scoring opportunity, but there are waves aplenty. This swell really really impressing me. It's managing to hold up all the way through the dropping tide. Like we said, it's not the biggest tide in the world today. And Neep, I think it's about 7.8, 7.87. But still, that's a vast amount of water draining out of the Severn Estuary, out of the channel. And with it, normally goes the swell, but not today. A resilient swell, small though it may be, providing the goods for all of our competitors this afternoon. As we near 6:30, and with just 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, this heat is still wide open. All of our surfers caught a little bit inside on this one. Bobby Hooper, a surfer in blues, looking for a 5.67. Ted Owen, surfer in whites, looking for a 4.87. Elijah Jones in red is looking for a 2.77. And out in front is surfer in yellow, Kobe Williams. As we see two surfers up and riding here. Elijah Jones is in red, and that appeared to be Ted Owen, also riding right through into the inside. And I'm not sure if our camera crew are picking this up, but Mark Vaughan's just turned up for his heat. With just 2 minutes left on the clock, he's going to have to sprint down those barnacle-encrusted cobbles, and I noticed that he's not wearing any boots. So let's hope he doesn't succumb to injury before he even enters the water. That wouldn't be the most joyous end to Mark's day. He's been in the water several times, surfing in the Open, surfing in the Grand Masters, surfing in the Masters as well, I believe. I don't think he yet qualifies for the Kahunas or the Oaks. And he's off. He's sprinting. He's not hanging about. Here's Mark. As the mist rolls in, this is looking like it could get quite tricky for our judges. I can no longer see the sets out the back. You can almost certainly pick up the mist on screen. It could make judging quite difficult, and we may well see a repeat of yesterday morning where the contest was put on hold and restarted and put on hold, much like the Okie Kokie. In and out as we see up and riding. This is the surfer in yellow, I believe, Kobe Williams, the heat leader, looking to replace a 3.4. That's the lower scoring of his two waves, sitting on a 3.87 and a 3.4. He's in the lead, but by the skin of his teeth after Elijah Jones. Our surfer in red posted a 2.63, bettering his 2.5 and reducing. Actually, has not reducing the requirement. He still requires a 2.77. So not far off. That 2.63 almost took him into first. Just 0.14 off the money. But he's got another score yet to drop. So the judges will be thinking back to earlier in this heat, comparing the last of red to his earlier waves and seeing what the point of difference was. Was it better than his 2.63? And if so, by how much? That horn blast signals the end of the Under-14 Boys Final. And the results, I think, are in. Finishing in fourth position was surfer in blue, Bobby Hooper. In third position, the surfer in white, Ted Owen. In second position, the surfer in red, Elijah Jones. And taking the heat win there was your surfer in yellow. An excellent performance as the mist really does descend on this, the Grand Masters Final. And the judges have made the call to start the heat. I imagine, hopeful that the mist will hold off long enough to judge and run this one out, because this is the final action of the day. We'll be back with you from 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for the conclusion of the Welsh Nationals 2023 edition, with still a fair bit of surfing to do. We'll have a busy morning, and you can catch all of the action here on our YouTube channel. If you'd like to subscribe and make sure you don't miss any of it, simply click the button as shown on screen, and you will not miss a thing. Now, if I erroneously call any of the action incorrectly, then please do forgive me. It's becoming very, very difficult to see. The mist is creeping into the bay. Hopefully our cameras are picking up the action slightly better than my naked eyes are, but we're confident that the judges can see. So the heat is on. The judges are working hard, or at least they will be when the action kicks off. Yet to have anybody paddle or surf a wave. But our judges, just looking into their booth, look cool, calm and collected. So they'll be confident that they can fairly score this heat. Like I say, the final action of the day is the Grand Masters Final. In red, we've got Greg Owen. In white, Rudy Perrins-Davis. In yellow, Mark Vaughan. And in blue, Gareth Bennett. Before the mist descended, we had a fantastic view of the surf that was ever improving with this dropping tide. And I hope that this fog holds off long enough for us to enjoy this heat too. Plenty of surf on offer, and it looks like we might have a paddle for this one. Struggling to see who's who, but you'll be able to enjoy some excellent surfing action even if we can't quite tell you who it is. So I can see a splash of water and an effort made to paddle into that wave. Whoever it was didn't quite manage to get in, but up and riding out the back is Mark Vaughan, your surfer in yellow, with a quick flick of his board there and a cut back into the white water. He's hopping through this section knowing full well that it's going to steepen up on the inside. He's been watching all the action and commentating some of it this afternoon, so he's got a very good idea of conditions as they stand now, and of course apply his local knowledge, and he'll be confident of forcing a result in this one. So I think up and riding on that one is surfer in blue, Gareth Bennett. The judges will confirm that as the scores begin to drop, but the first of yellow does indeed drop. It's a 4.5 to kick off proceedings for Mark. He'll be delighted with that. The last to get changed, leaving the comfort of the contest area with just 2 minutes to spare. He's made it out into the lineup and caught the first wave of the heat, so he'll be delighted. But what he won't be delighted with is the fact that the judges have just put an end to it. They've called the heat off. They have determined that they cannot see the surfers well enough to continue with that heat, and so they have cancelled it. Instead, we'll start up again in the morning for the Grand Masters Final. I'm sure the surfers will be delighted that they donned their wet wetsuits to get into there, but I suspect that they'll stick around for a little while, because even if we can't see them, they can see the waves, and with conditions improving so much with that dropping tide, I suspect that they'll stick around to snag a few for themselves. So we're still awaiting on official word, but if I were to hazard a guess, I would say that that is it for the day. Action has ceased. So just whilst we wait to confirm that, stick with us. And we'll go to a quick ad, but join us straight back afterwards, where we'll be able to let you know whether that's it. Okay, and welcome back. We do have the official call. That is all she wrote. The contest is off for the day. This mist looks like it's in for the evening, and so we will resume at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Tune back in for day 3 and all of the finals action live from Lantwit Major in this, the 2023 edition of the Welsh National Surfing Championships. You won't want to miss a thing. Thanks all again for joining us today from all corners of the globe, mostly in Wales, I suspect. But like I say, we've had viewers in from South Africa, Australia, and I believe Canada as well. So great to have you all with us. Hope you've enjoyed the action, and we'll be back early tomorrow morning. If you are competing, keep up to date with all of the action on the Welsh National WhatsApp group. And just in case there's any change of running order for tomorrow or change of plans, and we'll see you then. Thanks very much. Take care.
Sending post just got simpler. Despite the growth of email and other digital media, printed letters are still critical for most businesses. Even the largest companies still use time-consuming ways to create and mail letters. When reviewing these methods, the whole process is inefficient, disruptive, and more costly than first appears. Letterheads, envelopes, printers, post rooms, it all adds up. What if there was an easier way to mail your letters, making the whole process quicker and cheaper? There is MyPost, a digital print and mail solution. Simply create your letter as normal, choose MyPost, and relax. From simple one-page letters to complex multi-page packs, MyPost can reduce your carbon footprint, support compliance and brand integrity, all while saving you money. Data security is a major concern for any business. At MyPost, we ensure all documents are processed securely. Letters are transmitted and received as encrypted PDFs, ready for production to ISO 27001 data security standards. For urgent jobs, Royal Mail First Class is available. But if you want to further reduce costs, you can use MyPost DSA, the equivalent service to second class, but at a cheaper rate. And Royal Mail still deliver your letter. So is MyPost right for you? Well, it is already saving money for businesses of all shapes and sizes, from high street estate agents to huge international insurance companies. So give your business a simple solution for your print and mailing needs with MyPost. Post made simple.